she's probably not allowed to.
All I wanted was a bit of bread. Mama called me disappointment, Papa called me fat. I like a garlic crime, brown banana, honey bun, brioche, focaccia, hamburger, baguette, and croissant. I like it black and white, I like it thick and fried. It's always on my mind. Bread.
On Google, look up Jonah and the Whale and the Eclipse. Jonah and the Whale and the Eclipse. This has nothing to do with the total solar eclipse coming out here. Oh, wait. Here's one of the TikTok theories, I think. I got a TikTok video that came up.
Alright. Head to the riverbank. I'm just gonna be clearing out the map today. I got a bunch of
Sign
extra
of
shit on
prophet.
here.
Have you heard about the upcoming solar eclipse on April 8th? Here's the significance. This is going to blow your mind. It starts with understanding that God put the stars in the sky for signs and seasons.
Okay,
Meaning
this is
yes,
3
stars-
minutes long. Hold on, let me just get like a breakdown. I thought this was gonna be much more concise. These are another 5 gift subs donuts. Appreciate it. As we await, oh, this happens every time. Yeah,
Man,
wait, this
why
is
are
from
the frames so
2017. As we
fucking
await the
slow
eclipse of
on my
2017
fucking
AD,
capture
this post
card?
examines the possibility that the dramatic repentance of yeah. So it looks like this does happen on every single eclipse. That's interesting. I don't know how I didn't hear about this last time. I usually keep my finger on the pulse of all this kind of stuff. My mom told me to call off on eclipse day and get as much food and necessities as I can because she thinks there's going to be no light. It's like, I don't know, that's kind of cute. Like, I can't even fault her for that. That's just kind of cute, I guess. But I mean, we conquered the darkness already. We have the technology. So let's just assume the eclipse for some reason takes away all natural light. Brother, half the people in this stream right now haven't seen natural light in years because we have fucking light technology in our house. We'd be okay. We'd make it. But what about the plants? Fuck them. Who needs them? We conquered nature too. We'll eat. We'll find an alternative. We'll eat I don't know, filter feed or some shit. I don't know. We'd find something. We're so fucking resourceful. I still haven't seen any of the political theories around the eclipse though, but I imagine it's kind of more of the same. Oh wait, here someone said, is this a political one? There's a membership.
What's called a large hadron collider.
Aaron.
What is their goal, guys? Their goal is
LHC, the Large Hadron Collider.
basically trying to prove science right, find out how this universe was created. So they're basically trying to disprove the fact that God created our universe. I mean, their symbol does have 3 6s in it. And you guys remember this photo I was talking about earlier?
No.
This comes from their opening ceremony. You may be wondering, what even is that? As that is the head of the bathroom, as you can see. It is a satanic symbol.
Of course.
The question is, why would they have that at their opening ceremony? You want me to be
Does CERN have opening ceremonies like it's the Olympics or something? What? I didn't know that. That's news to me. That opening ceremony looks out of this world though. In probably a couple days, Prowler, I'll do another one. Let me see. I'll just type in CERN opening ceremony, I guess.
What the fuck? God damn.
Oh, watch the inauguration ceremony of CERN Science. Huh. They do have their own little opening ceremony. Why? What the fuck could this possibly do? Is that the particle accelerator people were tripping over and saying that'll open a hole to another dimension or something? You're right and wrong. You're just getting a couple of different things confused. So when the LHC first got operational, there was a doomsday theory that by colliding particles at such a rapid speed, there was a small chance of creating a penny-sized black hole, which could eventually swallow the world. But that turned out to be a bunch of hullabaloo. Yeah, I believe that, Anna. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, let me finish this here. The opening ceremony thing, though, does seem very odd to do for CERN.
To be truly honest, I don't know. The opening ceremony was very concerning. I recommend you guys go on YouTube and look up the opening ceremony for CERN. You guys remember the Netflix series?
Actually, I think I'll do just that right after this. Hold on, let me pull up the opening ceremony for CERN. Oh, it was 6 years ago. Oh, wait, never mind. There's also one from 2 months ago. And this does look fucking sketchy, but I don't know if this is real or not. I'll show you in a second. Let me finish this. Get the rest of the theory. Let me see the CERN opening ceremony, though.
I forgot to go to the long
So this
house.
came up. And I don't know if this is the right CERN or not. But
Put my dogs and cats to work.
here.
Where them bitches
The
at?
third result has really got my attention. I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to be. But it's pretty cool. I don't know if that's necessarily CERN or not, but if it is, those ceremonies go
Okay, they're good.
ballistic.
Marcus,
I still have to watch Late Night with the Devil, yeah.
got something for you. Dick pics.
Could be, Jack. That could be. And what was it, Toaster? You can just type in the chat. I just read the chat. And I haven't played the new Snow Day.
He likes them.
As an engineer, it'd be so freaking sick if we were summoning demons or hopping dimensions or whatever, and not just calibrating sensors for hours. Yeah, I'd be happy to hear about that kind of stuff, different dimensions and shit. I feel like anyone would be excited about that. I don't know. We look at it as a bad thing. So what? A couple demons come through or something. We just close a portal on them. They don't have the technology in hell, clearly, and it confirmed the existence of hell, which would be a net positive for everyone, I would think. Then we'd know. Thanks, Yusuf Advent. We give some. Cialis. Open my third asshole. Well, you're a little confused, but you've got the right spirit. That's a scientific mind right there. The CERN videos are fake, by the way. Look up the CERN ritual hoax. Oh, these aren't real?
What up, bitch?
The CERN
Thought you were
ritual hoax is a
Calico.
found footage video
Yeah,
that,
me to sneak up on you.
depicts a faux occult ritual occurring in the grounds of CERN. The video became popular in 2016
Bro,
and
just
shows
grab
several
me.
people dressed in black cloaks surrounding a statue of the Hindu deity Shiva
Bro.
and apparently
Bro.
performing a human sacrifice in apparent mockery of existing conspiracy theories which suggests CERN aims to... I didn't know this was such a well-accepted theory. What? CERN aims to the Large Hadron Collider to create a portal to hell, summon the Antichrist, or destroy the universe. The video ends with a person filming crying out and running away. Look at the CBS Red Heifer Cow came out 3 weeks ago. Alright, thanks to Tier 1 Joe. We're still on the Red Heifer portion of the eclipse, I guess.
Quest. Let's go.
It was 4 weeks ago.
We got a bond.
The unlikely role cows play in war. Oh, I see. This is different. This is totally different from the fucking eclipse. Jesus. But anyway, come April 8th, get ready. The eclipse is coming and you can't stop it. And CERN's opening a portal on it or something.
Oh, you missed. Good hit.
Billionaire anyway, so it doesn't fucking matter. Specifically, she doesn't name
So
any
live?
drug. It's a miracle, whatever she says.
Drugs, like Ozempic, may also help
Oh wait, I
curb
don't know my
drug
combo goes
addiction.
that long. Hold on.
Ozempic could help people with early onset Alzheimer's.
If you could use it for all these
shit.
applications, it would truly be a miracle drug.
She's probably not allowed to endorse anything for a certain period of time after leaving the Weight Watchers board because it could be a very
That's
bad look.
nice.
I also
I know
mentioned that
that.
she's selling / donating the rest of her shares. She's doing
my
that
bad.
to the National Museum of African American History.
Donated all of my shares to the National Museum of African American.
Oh, I've been to that museum. That's a
Isn't
great
that right?
museum. Yeah.
Oh, let's clap. Yeah.
So nobody can say.
Get your dick
so
out,
nobody
Oprah.
can
Let me
say,
suck
"Oh,
it."
she's doing that special. She's
Promoting
making
her own
money
thing.
and promoting her." No, you cannot
Did
say
the people at Weight Watchers cry when you left?
that. They almost did.
And this is so nobody can say that she's doing it for a profit or she's making money. Even though she sold the majority of her shares in 2018 and 2021 when it was at an all-time high. She only generated
She's so
personal
humble.
proceeds of
They
$286
almost
million.
cried. They didn't though.
Oh, what a saint! She purchased them for about $6.79 a share, and she sold them, and it profited about $735,000, which was donated, which is still awesome. That's a lot of money, but like, you know, she made $286 million. Seems like a bit of a fucking rug pull if you ask me, Oprah. What a fucking bitch. Also, I would like to just say, Oprah, dude, like, you know, jokes aside, whatever the fucking this fucking video is aside, Oprah is incredibly articulate and incredibly well spoken.
fuck
For
is that?
70 years old,
Hey, what
she's
are you guys
not
on?
only looks incredible, she is very, very, very well spoken and articulate. I cannot stand the sound of her voice just because I think trauma as a child. But looking past that, she's a very, very, very sharp woman. Holy shit.
You know how people say, "I'm so happy
Oh,
to see
you
you."
got
I
that, you got
really
that.
am. I was thinking about you. I was so excited to
okay,
see
you
you.
got
That
that.
wore
Got
your
this.
jacket running on the beach.
Wow.
Oh, yes. Just to remind me I was coming. It's so great. You did such a great job at the Oscars.
Oh, thank you.
Such a great job.
So now we have some of the facts, right? We have Oprah and her
that?
relationship with Weight Watchers, a sort of drug-free method of losing weight and sort of trying to find a healthier lifestyle that she's heavily promoting with her influence. Then you got her making a ton of money off of all that, and then it comes down to her using
Really want me to do
drugs
this?
and not wanting to be seen
I
as
didn't
someone
do
who's
it.
profiting off of drugs, so she donates the rest of her shares at $735,000 to a good cause, but still it's like a big drug ad. That's what a lot of people are frowning at here. They feel legit. They're like, what's the fucking point of this if from the very beginning we could have just taken drugs like you, Oprah? For me, it seems kind of weird. I really don't know a lot about having to lose a lot of weight and shit, and Oprah does. She says she was the subject of bullying for 25 years because
There's
of
a cat.
her
You on
weight.
top there?
While not naming the specific drug she takes, Oprah opening up
Little
about
shit.
the pain she's
What up?
endured in her weight loss struggles. It was public sport to make fun of me for 25 years.
She was made fun of on the covers of TV Guide in the 90s, which is very rude. Oprah. Bumpy,
bad.
lumpy, and downright dumpy. Why is that? Why were they so rude to her? She's not even
missing a
she's
landmark.
Fucking, dude, white people were mean in the 90s. Oh, she also recalled a few more headlines which were very rude, such as Oprah, fatter
Nah.
than ever. Oprah hits 246 pounds. Oprah warned, diet or die. Oprah says that obesity is a disease, not a character flaw, which is, you know,
there
obvious. That's the
something-
obvious. What the
what
fuck,
are
of course.
the
That would be like saying
collection
fucking pancreatitis
quests?
is a fucking
I
character
wanna
flaw.
know.
Of course, dude. Oprah's special also talks about the different
little
types of
hats,
weight
little
loss drugs,
photographs,
which
shots,
Oprah is now
spots.
using that are
Nothing
on
for
the
treasure
market. You got
chest.
GLP-1 agonists, those are like the primary one, Ozempic and Wegovy. It is a type 2 diabetes drug.
Looking to get back in your type 2 diabetes zone? Once weekly Ozempic can help.
This is all story
Type 2
shit.
diabetes is the kind of diabetes that is generally accepted as preventable.
Diabetes refers to a group of conditions characterized by a high level of blood glucose, commonly referred to as blood sugar. Type 2 diabetics are insulin resistant.
Yeah, so I just
Here
need
again,
photographs and cats,
genetic
really.
factors predispose
I'll still get the
susceptibility
treasure
to the
chest,
disease,
but I won't sweat
but
them
it is believed
or
that
the
lifestyle
landmarks if I don't
plays a
find them
very
right away.
important role in
Or
type
the
2.
shrines.
That's the one
if I
that you
can't
get
get
for
to
just torturing your body for dozens of years. Type 1 is the one that you're born with.
Type 1
down
is characterized by early onset.
here next.
Symptoms commonly start suddenly and before the age of 20.
Oh, not up here. Hold on. Sorry.
Type 1 diabetes is normally managed with insulin injection. Type 1 diabetics are therefore insulin
I could fly.
dependent.
Type
I'll
1
lay
is
down there. No,
the one
forget
that
it,
my
horse.
friend
No, no,
Satchel
no, don't
has,
get me.
and I watch him
I'm good.
stab
I'm good.
himself with insulin a lot. Sometimes I steal it, and it makes my organs grow. Now let's
Bro.
talk about Ozempic a little bit
Thank
and
you,
what the
but
fuck it is. All these drugs work similarly, but Ozempic is the big one, all right? The one you've seen the headlines of.
I'm under 7.
The one that caused the whale to fall
Which over to
overboard.
picture of his
By
gate.
that I mean, obviously, the whale shareholder of Weight Watchers to sell and, divest.
Ozempic was designed to help people manage their blood sugar, but it's also proven to help people lose weight.
My doctor was like, this is mainly for blood sugar management, but as a side effect, like, you will lose weight. When I started to notice that, like, in the first month or so, I had dropped 10 pounds like nothing, I was like, there's something to this.
Semaglutide, better known as Ozempic, is a GLP-1 amino acid.
Oh, the
It's the
gate.
miracle weight loss drug.
Hormones are the body's messengers, running from one place to another, prompting certain cells into action. When we eat, our bodies produce a bunch of hormones to aid in the process of digestion. One of them is GLP-1, the hormone that tells us when we're full. This is the
I got
sequence
you
of amino
guys.
acids that make it up. And this is semaglutide, the generic name for Ozempic. It's made to mimic GLP-1.
It is actually a treatment for type 2 diabetes and is used for blood sugar management. A side effect of it is losing weight. GLP-1, by the way, is an amino acid that's naturally found in the human body, and Ozempic is a analog to GLP-1. There's a bunch of GLP-1 receptors in your pancreas, which is what makes your body produce insulin, which helps manage your blood sugar.
When food enters your stomach and begins to work its way through the digestive system, your
That
body
was good,
releases
that was good, that was good,
GLP-1
that was
in
good.
the intestine.
Oh, get 'em.
There are receptors for GLP-1 in cells all throughout
Fuck
the
them up.
body
Good
that
shit,
serve
man.
different functions when triggered by the
Gonna
hormone.
fight with a bunch of pussies out
In
here.
the pancreas, GLP-1 receptors promote the production of insulin,
Thanks.
the hormone that lowers blood sugar levels, and suppress the production of
Another-
glucagon,
oh,
the hormone
wow,
that
wow.
raises blood sugar levels. This is
So much
important
bomb.
for people with type 2 diabetes
Switching
whose
styles.
bodies are
Come on.
insulin resistant and produce very little insulin of their own.
When these little receptors in your pancreas are triggered, it promotes the production of insulin and suppresses the production of a hormone called glucagon. Insulin production is incredibly important for all types of diabetes, but specifically with type 2 diabetes, people's bodies do not produce enough insulin naturally on their own. Their pancreas is just lame and terrible and lazy, I guess. Losing excess fat also helps
that was
with
bad for me.
GLP-1, the receptors, the whole process in your body. On top of there
Good
being
shit.
receptors in your
Result.
pancreas, there's also GLP-1 receptors in your brain
There we go.
and your stomach. So taking
Got you, bro.
Ozempic can
Anytime.
suppress appetite and your hunger pangs, whatever. You feel fuller for longer.
In the stomach, GLP-1 receptors slow gastric emptying, which means food doesn't move through the digestive system as quickly and you stay fuller for longer.
It slows
that
the
a cat?
digestion of your food,
Shrine.
which overall helps with blood sugar spikes, and it helps you feel fuller for longer, so you don't eat as much.
And maybe most importantly, at least in regard to weight loss, there are GLP-1 receptors in the brain, particularly in the hypothalamus, that suppress hunger cravings.
In clinical trials, Ozempic shows an average
Okay.
weight reduction of about
Go.
15%, which is very impressive.
A major clinical trial of semaglutide in adults
Treasure.
showed an average weight
Treasure.
reduction of around 15% when paired
Cat.
with an adjusted diet and exercise routine, compared to a placebo group which demonstrated a little over 2% weight reduction. That level of effectiveness rivals the results of metabolic bariatric surgery.
I just go through a terribly stressful event and then I'll lose about 25 pounds. That's what I've been doing lately, guys. Little side note in the whole Ozempic thing. Another
What are
reason
you doing up
people
there?
absolutely despise Oprah is because of all the people that she's made famous. Dr. Phil, for example.
I, have over the years, my God, I've talked to every psychologist known to womankind, psychiatrists, therapists, people
Known to
talking to their
woman?
inner child and their inner puppies. And, and I haven't seen anybody better than Phil at human functioning assessment.
She's like she's basically Dr. Phil's pimp. All right, Dr. Oz, all these fucking fake doctors, she's responsible for. So it sort of makes sense. Those are less sort of relevant things now, but now, side effects. There's a lot. There's a whole lot. Weight loss. That's one of them. Nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal pain, constipation, pancreatitis. That's really bad.
That's not bad.
Changes in
That's-
vision. A lot of changes in vision when it comes to your fucking blood sugar for some reason.
Okay.
Low blood sugar, kidney problems, serious allergic reactions, gallbladder problems, heart palpitations, other
Get out. I'm
cardiac
about to kill.
issues, other gastrointestinal issues like cyclical vomiting, stomach paralysis, gastroparesis, and intestinal blockages, aka what happens when you eat too many David
Yeah, I wanna
sunflower
go back on
seeds and you're
top there.
9 years old. I didn't have that happen.
I just want one big tower
I
to
knew a
fly
guy.
off.
Also, pancreatic cancer. Ugh.
Everyone knows excess weight is bad for our health, but battling the bulge is a fight
great.
too
She's
few of
blocking
us
me.
win.
Love that.
And that's the reason drugs like Ozempic are so in demand. They promise a quick fix to losing kilos, even though they're not designed as weight loss remedies. But users beware. The Ozempic hype is starting to wither, replaced with the reality that it and similar drugs are very risky, even deadly.
And these type of drugs can be linked to a rare type of thyroid cancer. So pretty classic, run-of-the-mill pharmaceutical drug warning label. Oh my God! You mean these people are taking this out of vain? 15% weight loss isn't gonna save your life. That seems like something to just make you feel better, right? Make you feel a little bit lighter. No one's not gonna fucking die by losing 15% of their body weight or not die or whatever. 15% is not like if you're 400 pounds, you're gonna lose 40 pounds. You still weigh 360 pounds.
I don't have the volume
right? That
on,
is an
I can't hear
average.
shit.
I'm just, you know, I'm shit talking right now. And Ozempic, by the way, is intended for long-term use. That's what it's been designed around, and that's what the clinical trials are, all long-term clinical trials. It has become so popular in such a short period of time. Why the f do I know about Ozempic? I've heard about it. I don't care about weight loss in any way. Sometimes I look at shows that have fat people in them and stuff. This is a nice way to decorate a refrigerator. I'm gonna be honest. I like that. I also like these cool Hobbit doors. I love that. Perfectly shaped for a trapezoid person. It's like a miracle drug. It's just part of that weird aesthetic hyper obsessive zeitgeist of people who like fucking thread their faces. What the f is wrong with you people? Just get old and rot and fucking die like all of us other folk.
Have you ever seen a drug explode around the world the way Ozempic has?
Not really. When I think back at other points in medical history, probably the introduction of penicillin has been as transformative. So it's a game changer.
Incredible? Yes. But by no means a miracle in the making.
Just exercise and enjoy life. Every now and then, look out. Look out on the horizon and just be like, wow, I'm really small. That's big. Kind of makes sense though. According to the Trust for America's Health, 41.9% of Americans are obese, and that was from studies performed between 2017 and 2020. And 65% of Americans alone believe that willpower is not enough to lose weight and keep it off it. That is according to a Pew Research study. It is quite literally a societal defeat that we are dealing with here. People want miracle drugs. It's way easier to just pop a pill and then just not have to take responsibility for your own decisions or whatever. I know there's more to it. I understand there's more to it, but you do have control.
What
15%.
the fuck?
You know, you take the Ozempic pill, and then you can also lose 15% of the weight on your own by using your brain and like having control of your life and stuff. Because you do have control of your life. Just in case you weren't aware, you do. Sometimes limited control, but you do have control. There's a level of control, like just in case you weren't aware. Some people don't know that they can make decisions, and some people don't know that they can like change things about their life. Like genuinely, that sounds like a joke. It's not. I know people who don't actually realize that you can make your life better and like improve the people's around you's lives or your family's lives or whatever. Like it's pretty crazy. A lot of celebrities love Ozempic. Okay, guys, we got Whoopi Goldberg just fucking macking on it. She said, "I will tell you, I weighed almost 300 pounds when I made it till I had taken all those steroids. I was on all this stuff, and one of the things that helped me drop the weight was Manjaro. That's what I used." That's just so mind-boggling to me. This is gonna kill people. Like, I really seriously believe that this is gonna save some folks, but I don't know. This seems like some shit that doesn't have a lot of foresight. Anytime you got a lot of really famous, powerful, influential people just harping on how important a pharmaceutical is, these companies don't care about you that much. You know, especially when it's something that's optional, like losing 15% of your weight. Just in case Whoopi wasn't enough, here's Kelly Osbourne, Ozzy Osbourne's wife.
Hi, darling. Someone has been in my room and taken my beers away from my room.
I don't think so, darling. Who would do that? Who could possibly do that? Who's the beer thief? You're the beer thief.
I think it's amazing. There are a million ways to lose weight. Why not do it through something that isn't as boring as working out? What? The people who hate on it the most are the people who are secretly doing it or be told that they can't afford it. Oh yeah, because it's, you know, it's an elitist thing. Unfortunately, right now, it's something that is very expensive, but eventually won't be because it actually works. That's not how that works, by the way. That's not how that works. It will not become less expensive. Yeah, how about we put them out of business instead of giving them a fucking $1 billion? Also, a guy named Ted Dubrow who likes it. I tried it. I thought it was amazing, but I didn't have that much weight to lose. But I wanted to try it because so many of my patients were on it, and I wanted to see what it was like when you're not diabetic. And you have only 10 to 15 pounds to lose. How am I doing over the Nick? I'm overweight and chubby. Oh God. There's more to love, but I'll tell you something. I'm off it, but I plan on going back on it when it's appropriate. Like when we have a vacation, and after that, I'll come back. It's like the new Botox. Ozempic, I love it. It's so good. So it's like the new Botox. Hashtag relatable. The f. Where do you even get that at? So yeah, that's Oprah and Ozempic, and people believe that she's defrauded them by fucking, you know, being on the Weight Watchers bandwagon and then just like kind of weirdly divesting her way out of Weight Watchers to then just release a fucking stand-up comedy special, I guess. I'm not really sure. And then just say how she found a miracle drug and all that stuff, which you know, if you're following around Oprah, then it's your own fault. All right, of course she's a liar. She's a fucking influence person. That's what influence people do. They just lie to you to get you to buy stuff or whatever. I don't know. Generally, that's what the happens. That's what I do with you guys in Sour Boys. But I'm just selling candy. It's not like I'm fucking saying it, you know, it makes your big or anything. It does. There's not that much to lie about there. Let's go down on some conspiracy theory rabbit holes here.
I mean, you think I just get up here and say hydrofluorosilicic acid will reduce your child's IQ by at least 10 points, Harvard study? You think I just made that up? 7-fold increase in bone cancer? You think I did not making jack crap up. Okay? I'm not making nothing up.
One of the largest and most widespread and inescapable conspiracy theories of the global elite, which we have established Oprah is a part of, is that these people are Satan worshippers or something extreme like that. They're lizard people, they're plotting to end the world, the Illuminati, shit like that.
That's me sneaking inside Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, I'm cooked. I gotta run.
An invite-only secret society of American elites who gather in the woods 2 weeks out of every year to decide the future of the world and conduct human sacrifice rituals in front of a 40-foot owl god named Moloch. Or so the rumors say.
A lot of conspiracy theorists also believe that that young person blood, I think if you say the word, it will get you like kind of up on YouTube.
This is their plan, people. These are demons. Just like the Bible says, it's basically an intergalactic invasion into this space through people. I'm telling you, it's what all the ancients said. It's what they warned of. It's what we're dealing with. They're demons. They're frickin' interdimensional invaders, okay? I'll just say it. Make fun of me all you want on CNN or wherever, but everyone already innately knows this. These people are not frickin' human.
But basically, people say that the rich have their own fountain of youth. It's the reason that Jared Leto looks like he's 25 years old despite being 397. He looks good. All right, he looks really good. We go back to Oprah. She's 70. She doesn't look 70. She looks like 65. In this picture, she looks much worse than the other one. Look at all these other 70-year-old celebrities like Tim Allen, Pierce Brosnan, Xi Jinping. Hulk Hogan is the same age as Oprah? All right, yeah, she looks pretty young. John Travolta, I've always thought John Travolta looked terrible with age. He truly is the melon rotting in the sun guy. Recently, I saw on Twitter a video of Oprah which spread like wildfire, and it had some people theorizing that she's on the baby blood, as they call it. Oh my God. A healthy old person? She must be sucking the blood of the youth. She's very mobile. She's in great shape. She's dancing, celebrating. It's important to note that there are other 70-year-olds who are pretty active. I mean, like Kurt Russell, for example, looks great and he's pretty active. Pierce Brosnan, he was recently fined for going off the trail in a thermal area while hiking Yellowstone. Pretty active, pretty pimpin', to be honest. This conspiracy is more of a conspiracy theorist's conspiracy, I would say. I'm not exactly on that level yet, and I know that people are going to comment. I have a lot of conspiracy theorists that watch my videos. A lot of very, very just like, you know, in the weeds type people, and they're always very disappointed in me whenever I don't think that people drink the blood of the youth.
Blood drinking, devil worshiping. I mean, you want evil, baby, you got it. And he's cutting off your power. He's cutting off your resources. He's cutting it all off. You can't make it up, can you? I
will say it's interesting to see Oprah dancing around, but also see this clip of her at the Golden Globes seemingly needing help because she's so ancient and old. She's off her Ozempic. I mean, her Trome or whatever. The adrenaline thing goes pretty fucking deep. I'm gonna be honest. There was a woman on Steve Harvey's show named Michelle Park who is showing Steve a wrinkle cure, which she claims is Oprah's favorite, and it is made from human prepuce, all right? Specifically, baby prepuce.
So this is one of Oprah's favorites. She says it's a miracle fountain of youth and her magic wrinkle cure. So I'm gonna put a little on your hand.
I'd do that. Oprah did.
Yeah, Oprah did it. All right, so here, we're gonna rub it right in.
How come it's red?
I'll show you in a sec, Steve. So this is made from growth hormones of human
Look,
foreskin.
the wrinkles has just disappeared. I can't even ball my hand up.
But so it's made from human foreskin.
He squeezes it onto Steve Harvey's hand and it's red or whatever. And
Ooh,
according
human
to the
foreskin.
American Chemical Society, the A word, adrenochrome, is a real biomolecule that is produced in the body by the oxidation of the hormone adrenaline. And apparently adrenaline is white, and then when it is exposed to oxygen or when it is oxidized after the trome, it turns red. And that's, you know, I don't know. It's pretty conspiratorial.
Everybody knows that elites kill their own family members, marry their horses, dress up like werewolves and tear children's throats out, sacrifice children on fiery altars, bloody altars, have giant wars.
Yeah, there's been a couple things that Oprah has been involved in beyond this. Oprah had on a woman named Suzanne Summers, and I've heard of her name before and I've seen her before. I recognize her, but at the same time, it's like on the tip of my... Like, I know this woman, right? Or something. She died last year, apparently. She's a famous lady. I don't know. She invented the Thigh Master. And Oprah gave this woman a platform to spread her health advice. Couldn't find the interview because it was probably very, very bad, judging by what we're about to read here. It seems to be scrubbed from existence entirely. But imagine this. Old lady talking to another old lady about dumb shit. In the interview, Suzanne gave away some secrets to staying young. So this is what we can understand of the claims made by Suzanne when she was on the Oprah show. There was a lot of criticism at this point. Suzanne would rub estrogen cream on one of her arms every single morning and progesterone on her other arm for 2 weeks a month. Once a day, she would also allegedly inject estrogen directly into her poontang to fool her body into thinking she was 30 years old. What the f does that mean? I have no idea, dude. She would also take 60 pills every single day, 40 in the morning, 20 at night. That's like some shit I do. Minus the estrogen part. She also allegedly claimed in this interview, well, not alleged, I can say whatever the f want, she's dead. She injected this shit in herself and rubbed onto her skin. She said that it could treat almost anything and double her lifespan, which was obviously untrue because she died last year and she was only 76. It's not even that old. She did unfortunately die from breast cancer, so I'm gonna try to, you know, rescind my clowning there for a little bit because that's very unfortunate and that has nothing to do with well, maybe it.
Oh, scroll the charm.
I'll stop speaking. Suzanne did want to be alive to the age of 110, and she would do literally whatever she could to get there, which it didn't work out that well. She died last year. And then the conspiracies do not end for Oprah, dude. People love implicating her in everything. Remember the Maui wildfires and the whole Blue Roof thing and all that shit out there?
Oprah and The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, coming together to aid communities impacted by the wildfires, launching a fund with an initial donation of $10 million, but also asking for more help.
In this time of need, you want to take care of the greatest need of the people, and that's giving them money.
The two reflecting on the devastation of the fires.
Oprah lives here in Maui. I was raised in these islands. My family are buried in these islands. It's going to take a long time to rebuild. Probably get a little worse before it gets a little better, but we're here, doing what we could do.
All this as Maui is reeling, but working to rebuild.
That's all insane and conspiratorial. Another thing, you know, every time anyone's in the news, you hear all this crazy shit. And she really liked Harvey Weinstein. Snoop Dogg called out Oprah for her relationship to Harvey Weinstein, which is wild. I would never have expected that. Snoop Dogg said, did that fake-ass Michael Jackson shit to tarnish his name with him lying-ass kids, and here she is with a known R-word, smiling and laughing. F you and Gail. Free Bill Cosby. Singer Seal called out Oprah for being part of the problem on Instagram. He's formatted it like a meme though, so it was like kind of hard to... This is all just Harvey related stuff. They do look like friends. That dude's such a piece of shit, bro. I fucking hate that guy.
More than 90 women, including McGowan, have come forward to accuse the once powerful movie mogul of acts ranging from sexual misconduct to...
This is an international list, okay?
This is the truth of what it is. This is an international factory. Every single place he ever stayed, there were people there set up to help him. This is how it went. This is what it was.
Rose McGowan, a victim of Harvey Weinstein, does not like Oprah. She even ended her vitriolic tweet with the hashtag lizard.
I didn't mean to come all the way here.
Now, how did
Mr.
Oprah respond to all this drama and allegations? She said that Harvey was a bully. Classic. Oprah says she was bullied by Harvey Weinstein. What the
There you are.
Oprah Winfrey recalls Harvey Weinstein's bully. You were friends with him. What are you talking about? Now we get to potentially the most interesting thing, because we almost made a video about this a little while ago. There's a fella named John of God.
This self-proclaimed spiritual guru claims to perform miracles and heal the sick, attracting thousands of people seeking relief from their suffering. However, his practices are far from divine. John of God has built a thriving business, making tens of millions of dollars by preying on people's hope for healing. His healing is nothing but free, leaving many people scammed and cheated out of their money.
Oprah's relationship with this guy, John of God, it's even worse than her relationship with her. It's worse than every single possible thing. If this is your basis of rationality, it makes sense why people have so many conspiracy theories about Oprah being a part of some kind of grand cabal or something evil. Because John of God, according to a Medium article, was a spiritual healer that could cure depression and cancer. He claimed to channel the spirits of saints, doctors, and he also liked to perform surgeries himself.
Though he had no medical training, Faria would cut into patients, and he claimed that the spirits of doctors and other healers would guide his hands during the procedures. He claims the surgeries are performed when he is channeling the spirits or entities of past doctors and saints.
And he was Oprah Winfrey's healer.
John of God gained international attention when he was featured on the Oprah Winfrey Show in 2010, and later interviewed by Oprah herself in 2012 when she visited his healing center in Abadiania. Other celebrities who have visited John of God include Shirley MacLaine, Naomi Campbell, Paul Simon, and Ronaldo. Even two former Brazilian presidents, President Lula and President Dilma Rousseff, sought his services.
But also one of the most notorious predators in the history of mankind. He was horrible and used the claim of healing women as a vessel for just being evil, and he abused a bunch of different people, children, people from 9 years old up to 60 and up.
On December 7th, 2018, Brazilian journalist Pedro Bial interviewed 10 women on his talk show Conversa com Bial, who claimed to have been sexually abused by John of God.
You're mine.
This interview marked a turning point in the public perception of John of God, and led to his arrest and eventual conviction on multiple counts of assault.
He also ran a trafficking ring. He sold babies to childless families for up to $50,000, and Oprah seemed to really like him a lot. Have you all heard of John of God? My visit with him is next week. Really fascinating. Oprah just can't catch a break. Maybe she should try Ozempic. This whole John of God Oprah rabbit hole is deep and long and scary. John of God is a very, 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 very scary, evil piece of shit human being that is just like you know, it's an atrocity. It's ridiculous that this is a thing, and then somehow it ties into fucking Oprah. Dude, what the so anyways, I don't believe that Oprah's a saint. I don't believe that anyone who paints themselves as a saint is, you know,
I think I might stop petting these guys. They only give me
fucking one coin. Whatever they say, I think it's the opposite, maybe. I also think that she, being a devil, is probably blown a bit out of proportion. She's very well spoken. She looks good for her age. She's just a hustler. It seems like a super ambitious person. In my opinion, I wish she would have sat down with Joseph Kony back in 2012, and then, you know, that might have changed things for me a little bit. When you become as powerful as Oprah and me, you attract the attention of everyone. All right, guys. And finally, my advice: don't get on Ozempic unless you have type 2 diabetes. Try your best to build a relationship with yourself and, you know, emphasize your individual traits that you have, and see if you can find some strengths to focus on, to kind of build yourself a little foundation of something healthy, and then you slowly start walking out different little aspects. It's just like any other thing that you have to start and you can get overwhelmed with. Playing the guitar, playing a video game, being a YouTuber, writing a book. Whatever you're doing, you can't just immediately go balls deep into it, or you're going to traumatize yourself and you'll never do it again. Play to your strengths. Don't take Ozempic. The end.
Oh, wow. Great puzzle.
Over a year ago, I'm riding alone for some reason for long enough, and I'm listening to this Spotify mix of...
He was so sick,
haven't reacted to Mick. Stop being.
Bro, shut up.
Songs
that
are like some of my favorite songs to play on some particular playlists. And for those who don't know.
We'll see.
Welcome back, everyone. So here's the deal. Unit economics online are getting a bit funky, and that is leading to some pretty damn bad stuff that will not be good for the health of the industry going forward. Essentially, media companies are being gutted by venture capital vultures that see them, of course, as assets to be stripped to the bone and then be discarded. There's no thought to the audiences that these media companies serve or the staff who works there. Often it's one of those things, we can criticize the sites, we can criticize the big corporations, but ultimately, whenever a big hot journalistic report drops in a game like Overwatch or Diablo or Dragon Age, that is actually of a lot of value to us. Remember, Anthem came out, Anthem exploded, and then we got highly detailed articles with loads of sources explaining why that game was such a shit show. That's the kind of thing that we actually want to see. So today we're talking about the latest in a long line of these examples. One of the more prominent sites in gaming is being forced to meet pretty damn impossible goals that seem to be designed to get staff to quit, likely to replace their work with AI slop, because this group has said that they want to do that, and eventually there will be nobody really left to stop the executives from just selling the brand entirely. And look, have you ever wondered why you're kind of getting, you know, less of the journalism and more of those like horrible SEO keyword stuffed guides?
Does it not want me to take a picture of the
This is why, and today we even have a convenient villain, and that guy is Jim Spanfeller. We're going to be talking about what Jim has been doing. It ain't good, but there is a silver lining, because as the Jims of the media world kind of, you know, tighten their stranglehold and things, and as people flee these sites, well, we start to get things like Second Wind appearing. Of course, Second Wind was the Escapists video team being driven out, not by Geo Media, but by Gamers Group. That's another example of that. It's led to Second Wind, and I think we can definitely say that that is a big win for people. So we're going to see less of the big media companies, but we will see smaller, more siloed groups of creators who decide to go direct to their readers. And funny enough, that is exactly what we do at Bellular.Games. Obviously, ad rates going down, things being, you know, unpredictable and a bit scary. We're not immune to that, and that is why Bellular.Games is what we are essentially growing. We decided to move off Patreon. We are now running our own site. It's built on open source technology, so all of that stuff is really sick. We're growing our community there, and if you join up, not only is that the best way to support us, but also you'll get an edition of Loading Screen every single day. You will get access to our actual news reports before I even do them, so you'll get the stuff that the research team brings to me, and of course early and ad-free videos. So that's what's going on there, and look, at the end of the day, this ain't about Lambos, this is about wages going up and job security. So that's what's up. Let's then talk about this story. Okay, so the thing that kicked it off is the editor-in-chief of Kotaku quitting publicly. And that's a phrase that we hear quite a lot, because in fact this is the second editor-in-chief that has left that company in 7 months. Previously, Patricia Hernandez was fired, and the reason why she was fired is because she refused to follow the direction of the executive leadership who actually own the website. Essentially, she was being told there was a corporate mandate that would see Kotaku pivoting from news and commentary and critique over to a site that would be heavily focused on guide writing and essentially cheap SEO bait. Now, obviously, I know Kotaku is, you know, controversial site, obviously. Some people love it, others don't. There's lots of sites out there. It's kind of fine and normal that there will be ones that you gravitate towards more or less. It's actually worth saying, when we get into the numbers here, Kotaku only has more than a handful of staff, and they've got pretty damn high turnover rate. And a lot of what they do is kind of driven by what that corporate leadership actually wants. So it really is a Ship of Theseus-like situation, bit of a revolving door. The thing is, though, actual journalism can come out of there. Do you remember earlier on last week the story of Overwatch 2 PvE? That was actually broken by a journalist working for Kotaku who had sources at Activision Blizzard. So it is one of those things where ultimately these sites are finding themselves where, you know, the people there, they want to, often anyway, they want to try to do the journalism. You know, they would rather break some sort of crispy story about Activision Blizzard. What they are more being forced to do by leadership, though, is just exist in the endless content mines, which is not a particularly fun thing. So to get to the story, here is the email that Jen sent to Geo Media leadership. That is Jim Spanfeller and Leah Goldman, okay? This was seen by Aftermath. And funny enough, Aftermath are one of those groups that used to be in one of those larger sites, and then they basically said, screw this, we're doing it ourselves. So here's the email. After careful consideration, I have concluded that the current management structure and decision-making processes at Geo Media are not aligned with my values and goals for Kotaku. I firmly believe that the decision to invert Kotaku's editorial strategy to deprioritize news in favor of guides is fundamentally misguided given the current infrastructure of the site. This decision is directly contradicted by months of traffic data and shows an astonishing disregard for the livelihoods of the remaining writers and editors who work here. And then she publicly tweeted some personal news. I've resigned from Kotaku and Jim is a herb. And if you don't know what that means, basically, Jim reportedly, allegedly gets very angry when people call him a herb. It's sort of like a Geo Media insider thing. So as much as Jim might be offended that he has been called a herb in public, there's actually a bit more here, because to say that this is just they want to deprioritize news and do some guides, that's actually kind of downplaying things. When we get into allegedly what some of the goals are that would be set for staff going forward, they do appear to be impossible to achieve in a way that would actually serve audiences, which basically means it's either total uber slop or it's just, well, a justification to get people to quit the site, or time-saving technologies of AI to use that instead. So let's actually properly get into things then. The 7-person writing team at Kotaku, which by the way is pretty damn tiny for a site of that size. So the 7-person writing team would be required to publish 50 guides a week. Now, a guide is not a news post, okay? If a bit of news happens, look, it's pretty easy to do. There'll be a press kit with some images. You can just write up what's happened. It's easy, right? We all know that that's kind of easy to do. A guide, though, is a bit different. It requires careful wording, screenshotting, understanding exactly what an audience wants to know as the person doing the guides is playing through the game. Making good guides is a discipline and often ends up being a pretty thankless one that never really gets enough credit. But we all know times we've looked up a guide online and, you know, be it a forum post on GameFAQs or something like that, it's been great. But what they're asked to do is, yes, 50 guides a week, which would mean that every staff member would be required to play, learn, and then write up guide content, which essentially would remove the space for just about everything else. Now, for context here, right, the current total post count, allegedly that's sort of expected from staff, is a minimum of 4 posts per shift from staff across all fields. Now, if your boss just says, we need 4 posts, that's already going to incentivize you to not do good work. You're like, okay, I need 4 posts. Is that a Reddit post that looks spicy? Bam, I'll grab that and I'll put it in the box. Is that an interesting article over in VGC? Cool, I will summarize it, rewrite it, and then we will post it and we will say via VGC at the bottom of our post. Like, if you're ever wondering why a lot of these game sites end up looking the way they do, it often is things like that, because at the end of the day, what you want to do is more things that can be SEO friendly so you can get more page views so that you can show more advertisements to people, which, I mean, hey, the advertising model, you can see ways where it's good, where it does keep content, you know, free to access, but you can see the bad incentives. Now, this whole 50 guide a week thing is quite hilarious when you compare it to IGN. So this is fairly interesting, just some analysis here. The management of Geo has shown no understanding of basic audience growth or realistic editorial workloads, especially with enthusiast properties, each of which relies on their own domain-specific realities. IGN, a competitor of Kotaku, has dozens of staffers dedicated to producing guides alone, a type of content that takes hundreds of hours to play and indexing for most AAA titles. To ask 7 staffers to do 50 a week is not just cruel, it's impossible. It's impossible if you properly write good guides. And that means proper good guides won't happen. It actually seems that that may be the point. Either Jim and co understand this so little, or the point actually is, well, that they want some of these other things to happen. So, Kotaku's corporate owners, Geo Media, have spent the last year either gutting sites of longtime staff, selling them to gambling advertorial agencies, or just filling the web with AI trash articles that essentially serve nobody, all while pressuring staff to keep up to really high demands. Otherwise, of course, they'll probably just lose their jobs. And on that, it does seem that Geo is doing a mandate that people move to New York in order to write for Kotaku. And it's one of those things, I'm pretty sure you can write for, a gaming website pretty much anywhere. And often whenever something like that happens, it's really because the company wants to, they're legally allowed to say, okay, you must work here. That's just the terms of the deal. They are legally allowed to do that. So it's a way to basically reduce your headcount. Essentially to make the new description of somebody's job untenable for that person so they can leave in a way where you don't have to pay them severance or do any of those things because it's technically on their own volition. Now, of course, if you run a site like that, you're going to make a lot of enemies, and one of their ex-editors certainly is one of them. Patricia tweeted, "Once an editor told me that Jim explained to them that his strategy was to apply pressure and see what happens. He is likely aware this is untenable, but wants people to worry so much about their job that they'll do the impossible to keep it." So that's another thing. That's absolutely lovely. And that's kind of why staff are under the impression that they would be essentially required to steal from other guides and then reproduce them for Kotaku, or just let AI do it for them. Now, with the earlier AIs, it was fairly easy to use, like a sort of detector tool to see if something, was just kind of like AI-generated slop. But as time goes on, that will be harder, right? And you can just go look at a guide that IGN is doing, and you can just jamble the words about, and then you can just publish it. I mean, that's literally not like React content, but the criticism of React content. Was it Lemio or whoever it was spent, months making this big-ass video, and, XQC just, that story, right? This is not the exact same thing, but the idea that you can just rehash somebody else's work, fire it up on your website in order to hit some sort of corporate mandate. At the end of the day, that still keeps the site perfectly full of content. And the thing that actually matters here for these sites, it's not really the content. A lot of these sites will have an infrastructure, with their SEO, how all of their ads are delivered, to the point where they kind of just need stuff that'll, index decently and just get them traffic so that ads can happen. The actual quality of the post, that doesn't matter. They're not paid for the post, really. That's kind of one of the perverse incentives that makes a lot of our media so much worse. If the incentive structure meant that you actually got rewarded for getting a proper scoop, like a proper, big
Why did that guy attack me?
If the incentives rewarded that, that's what would happen more. But the incentives, of course, reward volume, and that is why a lot of the quality of written content on the internet is getting worse and worse and worse. Now, this kind of thing happening is very normal. We are seeing lots of sites pivot to guides or just cheap SEO content. It's happened multiple times over the last few years. As an example, the people who own Gamers Group, they are just running their suite of sites into the dirt with similar sorts of demands, just, quantity over quality, obviously. This actually led to a report that was done by Aftermath. They titled it "Workers at the Gamers Group of Video Game Websites Describe It as, quote, hell," which is lovely. And of course, Gamers Group, they own Escapist. And this situation is what led to Second Wind, which basically was the entire video team and leadership of the Escapist. They were they were ousted. Right? People then decided to join them, do their own thing, and now Second Wind is, actually really damn successful, running over on Patreon. Then another example of this was some of the Fanbyte stuff. Fanbyte was actually beginning to get up to a cadence of doing some pretty damn good work, but Tencent then gutted them, and they retained a team who solely focus on guides, because of course they did. And I suppose there's a twisted logic to this. Guides are kind of evergreen, right? People will always be searching for, how do I get this in Elden Ring? Therefore, you just do that. Whereas a lot of those big reports, those don't really matter as much. They're not as evergreen. They don't have that long tail, which means that if you want actual good reporting and critique to be funded, reviews as well, then you're kind of screwed. Because at the end of the day, a review might take 30 hours. You've got to fully play the game, then you've got to write your review. That could take like 30 hours. Now, what could that staff member do with the 30 hours? I mean, that's going to be at least, say, 30 regurgitated press releases, or, you know, oh, via Game Informer, here is a slightly rehashed bit of news. And that's kind of the thing that's screwing all of this. And ultimately then for Kotaku, like, they're one of those sites you can actually look at some of their traffic stats, really big, and then just absolutely tailing off. And of course, it's been absolutely tailing
there's the
off.
Veiled Edge banner.
Quality went down. They had so many staffing issues, a rotating door of editors. Kotaku's just been I think everybody knows it's been a bit of an ongoing disaster that has not been helped by their corporate owners. I think there's another side of that, I believe, with like Deadspin as well, where it's a sports website, but basically, like, they were ran into the ground. So the people from Deadspin then went and just started their own thing. And I think that's also going fairly well. So it's one of those things specifically with Kotaku where, yeah, there have been some really clownish articles or just, you know, pop culture wank that is just kind of clickbaity bullshit. Amidst that, there is plenty of like decently real coverage. Within the last like week and a half, 2 weeks, they broke the story of the Overwatch single player content effectively being canned because somebody who works for them has contacts at Blizzard and is able to go to their sources, verify stories, understand what's going on, and then post it. Which means that us, the gaming audience, actually know what's going on with a game like Overwatch 2. Very much, if you were always just holding out hope for more PvE content, it's nice that you know not to do that, because it would be very unwise and you'd just be disappointed. Even within the last few years, actually, just about every big report about Ubisoft's Skull and Bones, they've actually come from Kotaku. We've had multiple stories revealing the inner workings of Microsoft Studios around their, their acquisitions and stuff like that as well. Corporate malpractice stuff, when the Activision Blizzard scandals are being highlighted. Bobby Kotick actually considered buying Kotaku in order to shut down the journalistic things that their staff were trying to do. Which, I mean, hey, that's a nice Bobby move, isn't it? What a guy. And it's one of those things when you actually sort of follow the names. Quite a lot of people who have ended up doing quite well, they kind of did their tour of duty at Kotaku. And I say it that way because Kotaku has really, it seems anyway, to have been a very shit place to work for ages. And I think often not because of the editors-in-chief, more because of the corporate mandates that are being thrust upon them. And look, I think that's the sort of thing that most of us can empathize with. The idea that, well, okay, to cut a long story short, shit flows downstream. So basically, as with all things, Kotaku has been a mixed bag. There have been some really great reports. There's also been some kind of stupid stuff. And they generally have been happy to go in, let's just say, a more opinionated angle on things, which there is more than their right to do, but that does certainly mean that their name gets out there, not always in the best way. They, I know, on Twitter have had basically the way that they have wrote some of their tweets has been really bad. Operating in YouTube, I know how to title things such that people will like be interested in them and will click them, but not to just purposefully turbo enrage people. And I think one of the L's that Kotaku very much had for ages was just really quite poorly calibrated titles. It's one of those things, like, there's the headline and there's more nuance in the actual body of something. I think an example of this being done quite well actually is PC Gamer. Whatever's happened, somebody in PC Gamer has been able to just get longer headlines, and some of their headlines are actually kind of hilarious. So I don't know, maybe we'll flash a few decent bangers on the screen for you. The core point here is the line must go up at absolutely any cost, and it is bad for us because it means that we will find out fewer things. So let's talk about the line must go up. The people who own Kotaku and every other site under Geo Media are idiotic vandals. They are not interested in serving audiences with quality writing. It's one of those things, a lot of these sites, they start off with a sense of mission, right? People found the site, get people together because they want to talk about games, they want to do reviews, they want to cover the news, they want to do, research,
it's so complicated to get here.
But then, invariably, it gets sold. It gets sold to another sort of owner. And in the case of Geo Media, that is not a mission-driven organization. Its only mission is line go up. In a business like, say, our one, line go up is good, but our mission is to make good content for you. And that's the thing that's going to come first, because in our opinion, that is what makes the line go up. But if you are Geo Media and you couldn't give a shit about games and you just see these as assets that you own and you want to tweak them so the numbers go up, then that's obviously going going to be terrible for the actual original purpose of those assets. In an exit interview, it is explicitly this kind of thing. It is why Jason Schreier left the site in 2020, and this has basically been echoed in just about all of the conversations that X staff have had in the intervening years. Geo Media exists to do asset flips. Get it? Got it? Sell it. Done. And the bit that's hilarious is a lot of these sites were in nice, profitable states when they were acquired, and then, because of all the misguided bullshit, they end up being gutted. So here are some choice examples. Geo Media tried to kill every piece and succeeded on a couple of investigative journalism pieces I ever wrote at Kotaku, and it's infuriating that AI-generated garbage is what they are investing their resources into. Kotaku is now down to 3 editors, including the editor-in-chief. For reference, I had twice that number a few years ago. So all of this is a recipe for content that would appear to us to be lazy, but it's actually not lazy. It's just done as quick as fucking possible because the people who have to do it are under pretty unfair, pretty damn unrealistic targets. And whether you agree with their opinions or their politics or, any of that, a lot of them are basically saying that part of the point here is that the Geo Media demands are not good ideas to increase traffic. I mean, imagine whatever company you work at. Imagine you get acquired, but you get acquired by somebody who just sees you as an asset. And then, you start getting orders that to you make absolutely no sense because if you say work in the front line, you actually understand what your job is. Here's a fun little statement. Traffic across Geo Media has fallen from 33 million unique users in 2019 to 21 million in December 2023, according to ComScore. So there you go. Big Jim has nearly halved. And I'll tell you, right? You see, in 2019, there was a lot of spicy gaming news. Man, I mean, the gaming news is very spicy these days. Like, how from 2019 to now you can fail to grow, I do not know. Because there's just been free news like every 2 days. It's been insane. I mean, even for like our team, we have struggled to keep up with it in 2024 because it's been so goddamn relentless. It's not even a thing of like, we're sitting there, oh God, what are we going to cover today? It's more like, oh my God, there is so much news. We want to do it right. How the fuck is this going to be possible? So how Geo Media could allow that to happen, I do not know. Now that is overall Geo Media. Kotaku itself is actually still down. Now, if you're wondering what Geo Media owns, right? The Onion, Gizmodo, AV Club, Kotaku, and and some other ones. And it's like, yeah, cool, The Onion. Remember that from back in the day? I'm sure it's nothing now. With no action, all of these likely would have remained popular, consistent websites, but now every single one is in a worse position than when Geo Media was created by the private equity firm Great Hill Partners, which basically that was created. They consolidated the Gizmodo Media Group and the Onion under their banner. And I mean, it's basically just the kind of corporate level of America, right? Where a company comes up for sale with a private equity firm seeing, potential for a minor investment, maybe do some upgrades to the company and then do a quick sale for a tidy profit of a few $1 million, right? And usually that means making sure the asset does not lose value. You then streamline it and, you get rid of the less profitable parts and then you do the flip. But rarely does this go wrong in the way that it actually has for Great Hill Partners. And I suppose that is the nice thing here. They bought the assets cheap, then they tried to work out how to make the entire thing more valuable to a prospective buyer 5 years down the line. But the problem is that, they're deeply wrong about basically their plan. That's the bit that's hilarious. So here's a great tweet. Jim Spanfeller once bragged about how Forbes published 5,000 posts a day under his reign. So like, how much does he really know about deeply reported niche journalism? And obviously, if you know Forbes, that used to be a name that I think people gave a shit about. Now Forbes is just synonymous with an endless torrent of articles. So even beyond sort of big picture like mismatches with sites and audiences, this is a leadership team that's directly interfering with the day-to-day, and the Daily Beast gave a bit of insight on this last year. Spanfeller, who insiders claim is obsessed with the number of articles each site published in a day, grills editors at a weekly traffic meeting about their respective site's performance. Quote, he is too focused on small details of headlines when an article goes up to understand an online news site, one Geo staffer told Confider. essentially, it's a bit of, missing the forest for the trees. So essentially, that's where we're at. Big Jim has came in, he's gobbled up a whole bunch of sites, and he's kind of, well, ruined all of them, which is bad. Look, I think we all know that if the main thing that is being measured is the number of articles per day, and that is the line that has got to go up, and, up at any cost, while reducing staff, all of that stuff, we all know less journalism is going to be done. We're going to get SEO trash soon, or maybe even right now. We're just going to be getting stuff that is rewritten in, Claude or GPT-4, or I suppose GPT 4.5 whenever that comes out. That's not a world that I want, because one of the challenges here, as a lot of the AI stuff is rising, this bit can't be replaced by AI right now. So a lot of what we do is we aggregate, we synthesize, we try to check things out, so that whenever we actually bring a story to you, well, we've actually done quite a lot of work before, before it even gets into a document, and before I actually go and record it and, deliver the news to you, right? So there's value that we do there that I think can't really be as well captured by an AI. There is then, me talking to you about the stuff, trying to bring, some of my knowledge, experience, which, is, I'm not going to say it's a lot, but whatever it is, right? This is the thing that's, hard to replace by AI. And I think it's kind of telling that when you look at Second Wind, you look at Aftermath, you look at Easy Allies, that is all these people definitely taking a humongous hit in page views. But they're going independent directly to the audience that they know they have. They have a more personal connection with that audience. And I think for everybody involved, that is just a far more fulfilling world to be in than in Big Jim's 5,000 articles a day world. Because, ouch. So there you go. We've talked about Games Media. If you would like to support what we're doing in Games Media, of course, bellular.games is the place to go. That's where you'll get our videos early. You'll get them ad-free. Also there, we publish loading screen. We do that on a daily basis. And of course, our research reports go up there before I even see them. And we also hang out with you guys over on the Members Lounge Discord. And look, it really does make a big difference. So that's the crack with that. Hope you found today's little dive into the venture capitalist vultures screwing up our industry. Because, hey, this is the kind of thing. It ain't sexy, but we definitely should be talking about it, because it is the root cause of so much of the bad stuff that we see. And ultimately, you can talk about the bad stuff, you can talk about all the details, or, look at that headline in this article, it's stupid, it's annoying, or, why is this a daft take? But if you actually go kind of a level behind that, you can sort of see who's really pulling the strings and changing the incentives, and ultimately those incentives produce what we see. That's why we should be aware of them. I hope you have a fantastic day. See you next time.
This motherfucker's still scared? God damn. The fuck? Fucking cats, man. I'm waiting for you to calm down and get a snack.
Look up demon face syndrome. Oh, I just saw that. Is that real? I thought that was just a meme on Twitter. Yeah, this is the exact same thing I saw on Twitter. Is this actually a real diagnosis? I freaked out. Man with demon face syndrome hopes story can help other patients. Victor Shara had always been a social person, but for the past 3 years he's found himself more withdrawn. That's because ever since he woke up one day in November 2020, Shara, 59, has been seeing people's faces distorted, or as he put it, like demons. I woke up one morning that way and freaked out. Shara is one of the very few people in the world with prosopometamorphosia, or PMO. A rare condition that causes a person to see severely stretched features with deep grooves on the forehead, cheeks, and chin, according to a study recently published in The Lancet. Yeah, we went over that, Jesse, a few days ago. Terrified of what was happening, he sent messages to a support group he was part of for bipolar disorder. This woman came back to me and said, I can explain to you what's going on if you give me 5 minutes and give me your phone number. Seeking answers and terrified, Shara took the call and it would bring some relief. It was scary. I was ready to have myself committed. I thought I'd really flipped my lid. According to a website on the rare disorder, there have only been around 75 confirmed cases of people with PMO. The condition varies from person to person, but is characterized by a distortion of the face, including features appearing droopy, smaller, larger, stretched, or in different positions. That is a wild condition to have. So it takes a face and turns it into something from like PS1 graphics. Your brain stops filling in the gaps properly. No, I do believe it can be real. I'd never heard of something like that. That's a scary thing to have. It sounded a lot how it describes the faces from The Ring after watching that VHS. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, hopefully they find a fix for it, I guess. I don't know. I don't even know where you'd start. That seems extremely complicated. And yeah, we talked about it yesterday, Rent. Have you seen the video about the giant's face by the moon? What does that mean? Like Majora's Mask type face on the moon? I'm confused. But no, I haven't seen any moon conspiracies recently. Seen the stuff about the Neuralink? Yeah, I'm very impressed that the
This
Neuralink
cat
is
still
working
isn't
as well
calmed
as it
down
has
yet? What kind of shit is this?
Yeah, I've been keeping up. You're welcome, Dragon. I love that, Cranston. That's great. And I do, Raw. What's the truest conspiracy? Again, Epstein didn't kill himself. That's like... Look up demon face syndrome. Oh, I just saw that. Is that real? I thought that was just a meme on Twitter.
Oh my god, he's still scared.
Yeah, this is the exact
Maybe I
same
gotta
thing
creep
saw
up real
Twitter,
quiet
just
on him.
A real
I got all my
diagnosis.
upgrades. He's the first Calico to
I
act
freaked
up.
out. Man with demon face syndrome hopes story can help other patients.
Just as slow as I can go.
Victor Shara had always been a social person, but for the past 3 years he's found himself more withdrawn.
No way.
That's because ever since he woke up one day
He's still
in November 2020,
up.
Shara, 59, has been seeing people's faces distorted, or as he put it, like demons. I woke up one morning that way and freaked out. Shara is one of the very few people in the world with prosopometamorphosis.
What the fuck are you doing, cat?
Prosopometamorphosia, or PMO, a rare condition that causes a person to see severely stretched features with deep grooves on the forehead, cheeks, and chin, according to a study recently published in The Lancet.
Fuck. Stupid bitch.
Yeah, we went over that, Jesse, a few days ago. Terrified of what was happening, he sent messages to a support group he was part of for bipolar disorder. This woman came back to me and said, I can explain to you what's going on if you give me 5 minutes and give me your phone number.
I'm going back.
Seeking answers and terrified, Shara took the call and it would bring some relief. It was scary. I was ready to have myself committed. I thought I'd really flipped my lid. According to a website on the rare disorder, there have only been around 75 confirmed cases of people with PMO. The condition varies from person to person, but is characterized by a distortion of the face, including features appearing droopy, smaller, larger, stretched, or in different positions. That is a wild condition to have. So it takes a face and turns it into something from like PS1 graphics. Your brain stops filling in the gaps properly. No, I do believe it can be real. I'd never heard of something like that. That's a scary thing to have. It sounded a lot how it describes the faces from The Ring after watching that VHS. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, hopefully they find a fix for it, I guess. I don't know. I don't even know where you'd start. That seems extremely complicated. And yeah, we talked about it yesterday, Rent.
There you are.
Have you seen the video about the giant's face by the moon? What does that mean? Like Majora's Mask type face on the moon? I'm confused. But no, I haven't seen any moon conspiracies recently.
Oh, retreat is on charm. That's for me.
Seen the stuff about the Neuralink? Yeah, I'm very impressed that the Neuralink is working as well as it has been. Yeah, I've been keeping up. You're welcome, Dragon. I love that, Cranston. That's great. And I do, Raw.
So I need 5.
What's the truest conspiracy?
More charm.
Again,
5 more. I
Epstein
need
didn't
10.
kill himself. That's like the only well, that and Boeing whistleblower being a hit.
I need a lot
Those
of
two have
strength
so
points.
much validity
How the fuck
to
do
it.
I get more strength points?
Past that, the conspiracies get real shaky. But those two, I think those are very, very sound. Thanks for the resub, Johnny. Diddy's not a conspiracy. All of that's like currently in the process of revealing all the truth and all that information. That's not a conspiracy. All that's out in the open at the moment. Diddy's still on the run. Thanks to Tier 1, David. You reckon Diddy's gonna escape? No, I don't think so. I think there is a 0% chance Diddy escapes. I don't think that's happening. What do you think about the Dragon Ball theme park in Saudi Arabia? Everything they showed looks unreal. I mean, what is it? It's like
fucking animals.
5 different zones. It's absolutely massive. It's pretty crazy. Lucas is
Thank
better
you.
than Sam at checkers. Claw Machine's coming along. Slowly but surely. No, Diddy's on the run. It's too much to even start with. There's so much to the Diddy case, but yeah, he's fled. Thanks, you some Sky. And kinda does, Caleb, yeah. Thanks to Tier 1 Oak.
Alright, good hit.
You watch the Mad Max trailer? Furiosa? Yeah.
Alright.
I'm optimistic, man. Mad Max is great, so I have no reason to think that won't be great.
Fucking managing
Have you
my
seen
goddamn
LeBron James
stamina.
You're My Sunshine TikToks? Nah, but I did see the TikTok of LeBron talking about
there.
P. Diddy's
I can
parties.
redeem myself.
There was
Let's
I think it was an Instagram live or something. He was on with Diddy and he was like, "There's no party like a Diddy party." And now that is coming back to haunt him. With all this Diddy shit coming out. Damn, Diddy seemed chill as fuck. That's weird to me that so many people had that perception of him. I think for a long time now. Like when I was younger, I used to think Diddy was cool. But that's because all of the information about him wasn't out there. But even as far back as like, shit, what, 3 years ago-ish, maybe? There was some stuff coming out. Like, Diddy's always been weird. And like people have known that guy's doing some no good shit behind the scenes. Oh, fuck yeah. Wow, wait. Thanks for the huge raid. God damn, thank you for that, Nova. Hope you had a great stream.
I don't need the horse.
R.I.P. to the ass cam meta, though. Pioneer. Thanks for that. Damn, that's a fucking fat raid, too.
Missing another
Gone
cat
but never
firearm
forgotten.
Training.
Yeah, you
I
can
still gotta
take
bond
the
some
ass
more.
away from the meta, but you can't take away the memories.
Alright, so
The
that's
tier
all the
1 landed.
collection for now.
They'll have
Let's
to
do missions.
neuralize you like it's out of Men in Black to get rid of that.
Oh, we can go to
Losing neurons, who's
Igasichi and
Diddy
get
and
more
why is he
pictures.
relevant?
Fuck.
That's crazy, man. Diddy's like one of the most powerful people in the music industry from behind the scenes.
Where's
the puppet
Igasichi?
master? But even for a long time, he was like a front-facing
Tech
superstar.
development? Is that him? Yeah.
It's wild that you've avoided ever hearing that name before. And I think so, Bay. I
What
think
up,
there'll be
boys?
more. 8,000 people whacking off to Charlie now? I doubt it. I bet the second Nova raided, they took their hand off their cock. They're like, what is this? Who is this guy? I'm going to bed. Or maybe not. But I got nothing for you in that department. I'll do my best though. Do a little dance for you or something. Ooh, what did Kesha mean when she said, "Wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy, grab my glasses out the door, gonna hit this city"? Interesting. Maybe she knew all along. Peculiar.
I think I'm just gonna buy a bunch of treaties of strength. I don't know where though. Ooh, treasure chest, collectibles, and cats. Nice. Ooh, drop earthenware balls from the air. Oh, this is an upgrade. I couldn't do it for the race. Nice. Foreign books, 40. Yeah, I need foreign books. Theo. All right. Map. I'll take those photos that he wants. Where are they? Sleepless nights. Oh, these are all the photos he wants me to take. 1, 2, 3. Crab nab. Okay. Let's see what he wants me to do. Wait, where do I go? See what he wants me to find. I actually gotta pay some attention to this mission. It's when he wants me to get photos of specific stuff. Maybe I'll try not to pay attention.
Disappointment, Papa called me fat. I like it garlic, crime, brown, banana, honey bun, brioche, focaccia, hamburger, baguette, croissant. I like it black and white, I like it thick and fried. It's always on my mind. Bread.
Bread.
Bobby got that, ooh, ooh. 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 You know what I'm saying? Hey, let's get it. Hey. Bobby got that, ooh, ooh. 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 I almost lost my breath. Almost lost my breath. Almost lost my breath. Almost lost my breath. Bobby got that, ooh, ooh. Bobby got me, ooh, ooh. Bobby got me like, ooh, ooh. Yeah, she just like, ooh, ooh. Almost lost my breath. Almost lost my breath. Almost lost my breath. Almost lost my breath. Ayy, almost lost my breath. I'ma play it to the left. Ayy, I'ma hit the step. Bitch, I'm doing the 2-step. Ayy, Bobby so bad that she look just like a ref. Ayy, Bobby so bad I can say it with my chest. Ayy, somebody call Bobby, let her know I'm going ooh, ooh. Somebody call Bobby, let her know I'm going kung fu. Somebody call Bobby, let her know I'm eating tofu. Somebody call Bobby, let her know my cousin robbed you. You know that's what I'm saying. The world hating on us, but we do not care. I don't care. I wear underwear. I wear underwear. My mama smacked me, I swear. Fuck. Bobby girl, I want you. 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 Let's go do some kung fu. 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 Bobby girl, I want you. 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 Let's go do some kung fu. Let's go do some kung fu. Let's go do some kung fu. Let's go do some kung fu.
Are you in my Twitch chat right now? Do you see the chat?
No, I don't. Should I look at your Twitch chat?
Yeah. You should open the chat. Well, they literally.
Hold on. I actually do. I actually hold on. Ugh. I think I actually do want to look at your Twitch chat. Hold on. I think can they see me yet?
I see them.
They can see you. They can see you.
I'm out. Dick deployed.
Can the Twitch chat see me?
They can see you. And I just want, listen, dude, you know, I don't want to just come out here just going fucking crazy.
Go crazy.
Wow, this is like the first interesting side mission I've done. Like, really interesting. Just come out here, gotta follow the fireworks
was
to
3
the
out of
side
10,
quest.
Ugly.
That's nice.
Ugly melon.
I like that.
Hold on.
Shooting up from there. Anywhere else?
Hold on, I'm
nope,
loving,
just there.
I'm loving this. I'm loving your.
No, Chad, stop being nice to him. This is the enemy right now. Stop.
Are they? I saw a few people being mean. Are they being nice or are they being mean?
Dude, they're calling you the GOAT.
No, don't call me. We're here for a battle.
Dude, I just listen. I just want to know because listen, I've seen your videos. I've been watching your videos for years. Okay. I just want to know, and like this is truly like I need to know for my own sanity.
Yeah.
If this is some kind of genius level act that is, you know, this trolling Drake fans and Drake himself. I just want to know like what this is.
No, I have.
Can I take
have
a photo
no
of them?
Conception that Drake even
There's the evidence
watches
right here.
my videos or cares.
Am I gonna take photos of their dead bodies?
I mean, he's probably a relatively online guy. Like he knows who DJ Academics is. And he knows enough about DJ Academics to know to avoid DJ Academics.
No, I have to kill him and then take a photo.
So I mean, he's probably seen some of the reviews.
How the fuck did he still see me over the fucking hill?
I'm not under the impression that like he really cares. I don't think Drake cares all that much about some weird YouTube reviewer guy. I think he probably has rappers to worry about.
I mean, but even so, if he did care, you would be different. Like that's what I'm like. What do you mean?
No, I mean, if he did care, I wouldn't really change my opinion because I mean, at the end of the day, I don't really make my reviews for Drake. I make my reviews for me and opinioned music fans who also just kind of want to get on.
Why are you
get in
fighting
on the
with
debate
a
and the
wooden sword?
discourse? That's all. I mean, you know, I don't make my videos for artists. At the end of the day, if they see it and they fuck with it, or even if they hate it, that's fine and that's cool. I mean, you know, it's your art and it's your, you know, your baby
buddy,
that you're making. You're entitled to hate me or disagree with me. But like, you know, I don't do what I do to, you know, piss artists off or make artists like me.
But do you hold? Okay, so are you so tough on Drake because you hold him to some higher standard or something, or like what is it? Because I know for a fact there's people making songs that are not nearly as good as Drake's music, and you're giving them higher reviews. And this is
okay.
it's like
I want a specific example because honestly, like I
a
feel
specific example. You rated KSI's album higher than CLB. You rated KSI.
Slightly.
What do you mean slightly? Dude, you're comparing KSI to Drake, and he's above Drake. That's in your honest opinion. That's what your honest opinion is.
He's above Drake in this instance. I've given like a majority of Drake reviews across Drake's entire catalog. I've given Drake way more positive reviews than I've given KSI. We're talking about this one album and this one instance.
These guys.
If KSI came out with with Girls Like Girls, yeah, that song would be shit on his record too.
No, I truly believe if other artists did that, you would find the humor in it, and you'd find the quirkiness in it. But with Drake, it's automatically corny.
But with Drake, you know, it's not even that it's corny. Like corny is obviously part of it, but like the other part of Girls Like Girls is that there's no flavor or personality or I guess like, you know, attitude to anything that he's saying. He sounds half the fuck asleep while he's saying all of it. So it's like, what's funny about it? You know,
dude,
he sounds half the fuck asleep while he's doing it. So where is the humor? Because honestly, like I see your point. I see what you're saying. Like if Danny Brown said that line and then followed it up with a bar about like, I don't know, eating pussy from the back or something, like, okay, then I could kind of see it. You know, but the thing is, like, Drake Drake just sounds asleep at the fucking wheel while he's doing it.
That's another thing I had a problem with watching the review is like, you're just saying that his energy is low and like,
yeah, he had
all
low
this
energy
stuff,
across the whole LP.
Well, what is he supposed to do? Like, what kind of energy should he have that's gonna be good for you? Because I feel like wouldn't matter what, because there's different energy levels on this whole album, and you still gave it the same. Like, you never. Every single song that had someone else on it, you're like, oh yeah, no, this was completely Kid Cudi's song. Oh, dude, this was Ty Dolla Sign.
Listen. This, like, the energy that he came with on You Only Live Twice, that was an energy, and, you know, granted, like, Drake's always had songs on his albums, like Marvin's Room, for example, where it's, like, super low-key, and it's super moody, and, you know, it's kind of a sadder track, and it's a more introspective track. But, like, when he came through with a banger, like it always had like that super strong, decisive, You Only Live Twice kind of energy to it. Whether you're talking about Headlines or whether you're talking about Lord Knows, like I feel like that level of energy and that level of like precision in his rapping was just like such a rarity on this record, and it was disappointing because of that.
So you like Drake more like upbeat, kind of like not like laid back. Like you like Drake.
It's not even so much more or less because I liked a lot of the aspects of the Ty Dolla Sign song. I wish it had more variation to it, but like when Drake sings over a good tune, it's great. It's fine. I don't mind a low-key Drake track if it's well put together and he sounds engaged and it has a strong melody to it and there's a chorus and there's a narrative I can get behind. That's fine. But like, you know, I guess I'm not so much into these weird middle-of-the-road songs that I feel like were all over the record. Like they're not so much sad or depressing or super introspective, but they're not going hard either. I felt like we were just kind of hanging in this weird, you know, in the yellow middle of the road thing for a lot of the LP, where he wasn't going in one direction, he wasn't going in the other. It was just kind of like a lack of emotion. It wasn't aggression, it wasn't sadness. It was more of an emotional void.
But listen, so you said something that was interesting just now. You were like, oh, if you said, what did you say, Danny Brown or something?
I use Danny Brown as an example of somebody who, if you gave him the lesbian bar, he'd probably do something wacky with it. And
the lesbian bar.
Like, who's like your favorite artist? Would you say like a hip hop artist? Like who would you say is like one of your favorite? Because obviously it's not Drake. Like, who's one of your favorite?
Yeah. Okay. So some artists who I've given really positive reviews to that, you know, you're probably aware of, but, you know, more contemporaries like Danny Brown, Kendrick. I'm really into the new Little Sims record. That's really good. I'm also, you know, people in chat are saying Joey Badass. I do fuck with Joey Badass. I'm trying to think of who else I was.
That's a terrible picture. I don't know why you want me to stand here.
I liked the new Nas LP quite a bit as well. King's Disease 2 I thought was really good.
Shit.
So,
you know,
but when you said, I know. So why can't it just be like, hey guys, listen, I'm starting this review. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like Drake. I'm gonna just be honest. I like all these other guys.
The thing is,
I don't like
stuff.
Drake.
I've liked stuff he's done in the past. I've liked stuff he's done in the past. I think if you're reading this, it's too late. He's a great mixtape. It's a great project.
Yeah, you can't deny that. Even if you wanted to, as a Drake hater, you couldn't deny that.
But no. Listen. Even Drake haters could hate that project. I hate.
No, they can't.
Yes, they
could.
If you
hate that,
yes,
you
they
get
could.
laughed at.
Yes,
like
they
you
could.
get like ridiculed.
No. I hate this. I hate this argument. There are even some Kendrick fans that make this stupid argument where they say to me, well, you're not a real Kendrick fan because you gave T-Pab a 10. Like, you have to give it a 10. You can't give it anything else. No. Like that. I appreciate that project. That project is not so like outside of Drake's. Drake didn't go God mode on that fucking record. Like, it's a very good record, and I feel like it's because he did what he did incredibly well, and it was focused, and it had just like one great chorus after another, super memorable lines, great features he had chemistry with. Like, there are still choruses on that record to this day that are stuck in my head.
You know what else? You know what other album record that has a lot of good choruses and a lot of memorable lines is Views. And you called that painfully boring, I think?
No, not Views.
No.
Come on.
You said Views was boring.
If we're tiering like Views.
Don't tier his albums versus his album.
And Take Care and Nothing Was the Same. Where does Views rank?
Listen, Views, if it was someone else's album, that's one of their best albums, if not the best. It just is.
Let's not play with that argument. I hate that argument.
This isn't an argument.
Are you fucking serious?
It's a silly argument because I see people make that same shit with like,
this
well,
game
would
is so
T-Pab
fucking
still be a 10 if
because you're comparing it to
Tekashi
Drake,
6ix9ine
who
made
has
it? Come on, that's
legendary
silly.
like Take Care.
Nobody else would
If
make
you read this too
Views
late, nothing
other
was the
than...
same.
You can't say if somebody else made Views because nobody else would make Views other than Drake.
Okay, but so if we're talking about like a lot of people are liking to compare Kanye and shit right now. The reason I don't think anyone can be like, yo, this Donda's like top 3 is because Kanye already has legendary albums that will never be surpassed.
Well, I
don't
think Donda's top 3 in Kanye's catalog.
I know, of course it's not.
No,
it just
I don't
isn't.
think that's the case.
But this is my point is like I can't sit here and be like, oh yeah, Views is top 3 because Drake has other good ass albums that can't be surpassed. That doesn't mean Views isn't good, and it definitely doesn't mean Views is painfully boring. Dude, you have to be trolling. Dude, you're smiling, laughing right now.
I'm smiling and laughing
bro.
because, dude, the answer is right in front of your face because Views came right out after freaking well, not came out immediately, but came out in succession right after. If you're reading this, is too late, and that project has fucking fire from front to back. With a gun. And Views does not have nearly as many hard-hitting tracks. Not nearly as many. The most memorable and catchy song
I gotta
on
disagree
Views.
strongly with that, bro. Views has literally songs.
What is that, L2?
And I know people
that
say,
must be the
numbers
bomb.
don't matter. There's literally songs on Views that have 1 billion plays on Spotify. These are not like, how is that not a good song? Like, I'm confused.
Okay, hold on. I'm looking at Views right now. Just to refresh my memory. Just to refresh my memory. But like, tell me what song on. But listen, I'm looking it up to refresh my memory. You're the #1 Drake stan. Don't look at the record.
Fucking pussy.
You should have that album tattooed on your ass. What
Listen.
What song on this record goes harder than Energy?
Oh my God! First of all, what kind of question is that?
You're telling me it's just as good.
Energy.
What song on this record goes harder or just as hard as Energy?
Down here.
I would say probably half the album.
No.
And then the other half is like some dance.
I want a single song, just any song, just name a track, just give me a title.
Dude. I mean, well, what do you mean harder? Because these are different types of songs, though.
Okay.
Like
all
you
right.
with me, feel no ways.
It's a different type now.
It's a different type
of thing.
It's not like a go hard type of song. Like Faithful.
What did I take a picture of?
Fire and Desire.
Oh, his body.
These are not like like fucking Drake going
Defeat
crazy.
The deserters. Take photographs of the
but
deserters.
But this is my point, bro. You're
they're all
making a
spread out.
comparison that makes no
that's
sense.
what he wanted me to do. Deserters.
Like, just say, dude, this is what you can say. Be like, I like when Drake does this. I don't like when he does like a Marvin's Room. Just do that then. Don't just be like, oh, he has no energy, it's ass. He's doing a different type. When Kanye changes his cadence and is doing a different vibe, no one's like, oh, dude, Kanye has no energy and no effort. What? No one does that. No one does it for anyone. Dude, Kendrick Lamar could come on an album and make a fucking Alvin and the Chipmunks voice, and you'll be like, yo, fucking genius. Like, come on, bro.
Well, hold on. Some of Kendrick's weird, funny little inflections I have, shat on before. And Kanye West, there have been records from Kanye where I think he has put in little to no effort, or he's been, maybe a little bit to actually like be as on point as he should be. Jesus is King being like prime example. I think Kanye was too off his fucking rocker to put into that record what that record needed to be good. So, like I'm not just, and look, I've been known as a Kanye hater long before I was known as a Drake hater. So,
Well, you were a Kanye hater? What did you give Life of Pablo?
Originally, I gave Life of Pablo a 6, and then which I've given some Drake records a 6. But then he fixed the mix,
his whole shit.
And I thought it was better. I gave it a more positive review after he kind of fixed the mix. But everybody knows that I gave Dark Fantasy a 6, and everybody fucking hates me across the planet for it. So, I've been pretty critical of Kanye over the years as well.
But I think what this really is I don't think your number one genre of music, and I don't know you personally, where you listen to off stream and off video. I don't think your number one genre is hip hop rap. I think that you're into weird shit too. Is that not?
Wait, what is that? Well, I mean, not only is my most viewed video on the channel a hip hop rap album, and it's an album that I gave a 10 to, but I've been listening to rap all my life. I mean, rap.
No, I know you. I'm saying.
Oh,
he grabbed. I'm saying though.
My entire life, number one, and number two. Are you saying that there isn't any weird hip hop or rap music? Like, there's no weird stuff going on in hip hop or rap that I might appreciate since I just like weird stuff?
I'm gonna tell you that. When you made a video, because I told you I've been watching you for years.
Yeah.
You made a video. You always do this. It's like you're like the best singles of the year or something.
Yeah.
And there was a song I found on one of your videos. It was the most bizarre thing ever. I don't know what it was called.
You know what it was called?
But I edited to my. Hold on. It had there was a girl in the cover. She was Asian. I don't know the name of it, but it was. Damn. That's probably not specific enough.
It was probably not. Look, I mean, I cover a lot of different genres on the channel, and I cover a lot of underground stuff.
Hold on, wait. This is the point I was trying to make, but before I lose my train of thought. My train of thought was this. Dude, those two Kanye albums are literally amazing. And even if you at one point thought it was a 6.
Are you talking about Pablo?
I'm talking about Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy and Pablo.
Yeah, I love Pablo.
And these
I think
Pablo's great. Out of 10, right?
I think Pablo's great. Yeah, it's out of 10. But I think Pablo's great. And look, I have reasons why I like, Pablo more than Dark Fantasy, and we don't have to get into that though. But I think Pablo's great.
I do. My problem is just that I just think it's so. I just think there's just this clear bias, and I think you're trolling. But I don't think you'll ever. So
your argument is that, or ultimately, what your issue is ultimately is that you think. Look, I think there's kind of a difference between I'm just a hater and I hate Drake and I genuinely have negative feelings toward the guy and I couldn't ever give him a fair review because I just hate Drake and I have a Drake bias, or do you genuinely feel like I'm making up my dislike of Drake's music and what I actually like it in secret, but I don't want to admit that I like it for the sake of.
No. I actually don't think you like it.
Okay.
I think that you're playing into it because you know that it's good for YouTube. It's just funny. It's literally, you're gonna have literally 10,000 comments by tomorrow on this video, and this is just the point of YouTube. I just think that's why you're doing it. I mean,
honestly, my review, when it's a highly anticipated record, I get lots of comments and engagement, whether it's a positive one or a negative one. And I've seen that across the catalogs of certain artists that I've been covering for years. Whether that be, again, Kendrick, who I've given
that's the thing, bro. I'm telling you, I've been watching you for years.
Okay.
And you do genuine reviews.
Okay.
Like you do genuine reviews, but I just think when I watch you do Drake reviews, something changes, and I think you have like a trolly undertone, bro. That's the only thing, and I'm not even being biased because I also like Kanye. Like,
you got a Shogun quest.
I'm not gonna deny the fact that like when I'm doing a Drake review, am I holding no bars? Like, yeah, I'm not holding any bars. Like I'm not. Or it's no holds barred is what I'd rather say.
Yeah, you're gonna go. You're gonna go extra hard on Drake.
I'm not like pulling any punches. Like if it sucks, and the reasons that I feel like it sucks, I have no reason not to say. Honestly, you know. So, you know, it's hold no mercy, because that's just kind of the attitude that I'm taking with it. However,
because what? Because what? Like, what is it? What is it? That's what I'm looking for. What is it?
Because that's what people expect from me. They expect from me, if I don't like something, to be really honest about it. And just, you know, look, there are artists out there that honestly have gotten way worse reviews than I think Drake will ever get. Like, even the worst Drake record, in my opinion, will most likely
you owe me your life, thank
never
you
be
later.
as bad as like the last Green Day record or the Tones and I album that I just shit on that I gave a 0 out of 10. And I don't think Drake will ever put out an album as bad as Chance the Rapper's The Big Day, which is also one of my most negative reviews ever.
Oh, we got some more shit to select. Hold on.
So, you know, so even though I do, you know, go hard on these records when I think Drake is like, you know, really kind of tripping up, I don't think Drake is ever going to put out an LP that's quite that bad, because I think Drake, no matter what he's doing, even if he is going into a project with low energy, he is pretty married to whatever aesthetically is going to appeal to the widest amount of people.
I got you.
Where I think, you know, whereas I think The Big Day, for example, like Chance the Rapper was just like bullshitting, you know, his way through that album and doing any weird fucking horrible idea that came to his head, which, you know, again, to remind people who might have seen the review or didn't see the review, I do think Way Too Sexy is that bad, though. I do think that's Drake's Hot Shower, if I'm being honest.
Dude, you can't listen to Hot Shower and listen to that. You can think it's corny. Come on, bro. That's a catchy ass song. No, Way Too Sexy. It is. Listen, I love Drake. That shit's corny, but it's just funny, bro. He's not doing a hot shower, bro. That was so disrespectful, bro. That was fun. That's actually insane that you would say that out loud.
I'm sorry. It's just how I feel, though. Now I'm looking at I'm looking at some of my reviews, and I look, I don't know, man. Like, some of my reviews I've done of Drake's music in the past, where it's, you know, maybe more in the middle.
Gotcha.
Have fine viewership.
Do I have to open up every single one of these gates individually?
One of my most positive, positive Drake review. If you're reading this review, that has a fair.
I wish it would just do it automatic.
Views, almost 2 million, and the Scorpion review does have over, you know, 2 million.
What did you give Scorpion?
Scorpion I gave a 4, but you know, look, here's the thing. When Scorpion came out, I had more subs than I, you know, had when you know, If You're Reading This Is Too Late came out. Look, what I'm telling you is that whether I'm doing a super positive or a super negative Drake review, I'm not seeing like.
Why don't you guys fucking open this door up for me?
The negative
Assholes.
review got
I'm not.
more views,
I'm not.
You know, so I'm just trolling everybody just to get under people's skin.
I don't know, bro. Like, you could, though. You could just be wanting to just fuck with people. And I feel like you would do that. But the thing is, hold on. Do you honestly believe that Scorpion's better than CLB?
Yeah, why not?
Well, I'm asking you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it probably had more memorable tracks on it. Yeah, and I feel like the overall vibe of the project was a little better because he didn't seem like as obsessed about the Kanye shit.
That was the other thing I was gonna talk to you about. I want to bring this up because I just absolutely despise the Kanye versus Drake shit online. Just because, like, if I didn't like Kanye, I'd be all for it. But I actually like both of them. So it's hard to be like talking about shit. But why do you think that Drake is like obsessing over Kanye when Kanye's the one like going insane, like tweeting shit, like putting shit on Instagram, like he made like a video like walking under like a train station, like saying like Drake, don't talk about her like that. Like, dude, Drake's not doing anything. Like, what is he doing? He called him old in a song. Like, come on, bro. I don't know.
Well, I mean, look, if I have my opinions about the way the Drake and Pusha T beef and everything kind of played out that you know, a lot of Drake stans probably don't hear, don't want to, you know, agree with, and that's fine. But you know, as far as like the Kanye and Drake beef in general and
so
the origins
close.
of it, like I think you know, this is all very much like Kanye's doing. I think Kanye is absolutely operating from a place of jealousy. You can see that play out if you're looking at interviews, you know, especially you know, from Kanye about Drake over the years. And there was a point in time where he was happy to
banging against the edge.
engage
He
with
refuses
Drake.
to
You know,
grab
we're
it.
talking like 2010,
Why?
2011. You know, like this time frame. Engage with Drake, do beats for Drake, you know, production for Drake or whatever, and
Got it.
you know, Drake was happy to sort of have that
And it was
engagement. And then as Drake's numbers started like climbing higher and higher and higher, it became really apparent that like
I gotta
Kanye
go
began
around
to see
from
Drake
there.
as like a
Is that
threat of some sort.
Okay, I gotta
And
go
you know,
from
I
there.
guess you have to sort of understand that maybe for that time Kanye was kind of seeing the writing on the wall, because Kanye was that guy that, you know, Drake kind of is now. He was that guy who was almost like that kind of hip hop but also pop crossover, who could make songs for a pop audience, and pop audiences kind of loved him for it, but he still kind of had that hip hop legitimacy and cred. And now Drake is kind of like in that spot without, you know, as much like hip hop credibility as Kanye has, but like he's still doing the numbers that Kanye wants to do and that Kanye wishes that he was still doing. And you know,
Scroll of Strength. It's not for me.
Look, Kanye's fucking
My
jealous of
goddamn,
Drake, and that's
teammates,
why, you know, I
allies.
feel like a lot of this is, you know, kind of going in the direction
Chicken,
that
give
it
me your
is.
egg.
Now, you know, even though Drake, I think, you know, kind of took the L during the Pusha situation, I feel like part of the reason that is, you know, Drake still in his heart of hearts probably has like, you know, because of his origins and what inspired him to do what he's doing, he probably still has like some appreciation and on some level like some love for Kanye. Probably like not in a personal sense, because Kanye sort of seems in a way like out to destroy him. But you know, at least like from the standpoint of an artist and a fan, you know, you have to like probably still in your heart at that point hold some kind of like love for, you know, who kind of planted the seeds in your head to bring you where you are now. But you know, on a personal level, Drake probably still, you know, right now holds nothing for Kanye. And while I think Drake has made some embarrassing moves, I don't entirely, you know, hate him for it, because you know, despite outside of him obsessing over it too much in his own music, because you know, I think he's probably making, you know, the wrong moves because he maybe doesn't want to see Kanye destroyed, or he feels like he doesn't want to push it that far, which is why I think he backed off the last time. And, you know, I guess part of the reason that, like, he kind of backed off last time is because, you know, Pusha T was going at him in a way where it wasn't just, like, you know, wrestling anymore. You know, it wasn't just, like, about puffing out your chest. He, like, you know, hit him, and
these boys.
he felt like he had, you know, like, brass knuckles under the gloves. You know what I mean? And was like, this is, you know, kind of fucked up. Like, I'm not trying to go this far. You know what I mean? But again, if that's, like... If that's,
like,
if that's your feeling and that's your experience, then just back off and make your hits. Just back off and make your fucking hits. Because here's the thing. If the numbers are the only thing that matters at the end of the day, Drake doesn't need to engage in this bullshit to prove that he is winning. All he has to do to beat Kanye at this point is literally just wait him out. That's all Drake has to do. Because Drake's continued success, whether he, you know, goes at Kanye directly or not, is a sleeper hold. He's going to perpetually hold Kanye in until his career is just done, because he either becomes irrelevant, or he is just finished with doing it, or Drake just outdoes him to the point where he doesn't matter anymore. And Drake has moved on because he's 10 years younger to influencing the next generation, and he becomes the Kanye to the next person who's going to, you know, carry the mantle. So, you know, look, I think it's just kind of silly for Drake to continue to engage in this, because he's already kind of won. The writing is on the wall. The numbers speak for themselves. All he has to do is just like continue swimming at the pace that he's swimming. Kanye's already behind. He doesn't need to stop to look back at Kanye and just like, you know, splash at him or anything. Just keep going and keep going and keep going.
So why do you think? Then why do you think he's doing this then? Like what's the reason?
Well, I think Drake. I mean, Drake's a person. He's also insecure himself, you know. And I think And you know, I heard you kind of scoff earlier about Drake not having the hip hop credibility, and you know, look, that's just an objective statement, and that's not to say that Drake isn't hip hop or that he's not a real rapper or anything, but he's never gained the respect of his elders in the same way that Kanye has, and even though Drake is in a better place than he was in 2011, he still very much like remembers and lives in that time where everybody knew him as the crybaby, and Drake fans the type of this, and Drake fans the type of that, to do this, to do that, or Drake the type of guy to do this, or Drake the type of guy to do that.
It is
and
funny.
all the crying jokes and the feminine jokes and the gay jokes.
but think about it. Would you?
That dog.
I feel like
Drake
most people
for
would be like that.
years, That dog
he
Drake
gets clowned.
Yeah,
he gets clowned, bro.
Yeah, he was clowned for years, and now he's not clowned particularly in that way to the degree that he used to be. And all I'm saying is, like, I feel like in Drake's attitude, he still kind of carries those scars. And
what the fuck? You just
even when
zoomed
he's
up to the
winning, he
ledge,
has
but
to
you couldn't
remind
climb the
us
other one.
that even when he's winning and he's like the most widely accepted thing,
And the attention to
in
detail
the
and
music industry,
consistency in
period.
this game is
not even just in hip hop, in the
non-existent.
music industry, period. Like, he needs to continue portraying himself as like, oh, I'm the outsider, I'm the underdog, I'm I have no friends in the industry, I have no this, I have no, like, bro.
Like, what if he feels like that, bro?
It doesn't matter if you feel like that. Some people don't like. What if Kanye feels like he's Jesus Christ tomorrow morning? Like, we know he's crazy. We would know he's crazy. So it's like so in a way, Drake is living in his own fantasy, because again, he's the most widely.
That's how he really feels, though.
It doesn't matter if he feels that way. You could still be feeling. Your feelings can lie to you. Like, have you ever had depression?
Your feelings can lie. Oh, so What about depression?
Well, your depression can trick you into thinking that you're worthless and you're trash and you're garbage and you're this and you're that, and that's just all a lie made up in your own head. And people can be paranoid for no reason. People can experience a lot of different feelings for no reason. And I think Drake, it partially because it's a narrative that I think sells, but also personally probably feels like, as you were saying, I'm lonely. I don't have friends. I don't have this.
Deserters,
I don't have that.
where they at?
When maybe that's kind of a personal problem. Maybe it's not because the whole industry is against you at this point, when in reality, you're the most widely accepted thing in popular music now.
That's debatable because of how much people still, talk shit. But listen, when you listen to Drake, like, do you...
I see you, bro.
Do you not believe what he's saying? Because when I listen to him, and I'm not being biased, like, I believe the shit he's saying. Like, I think that's how he really feels.
I would say on this record, I had the toughest time that I've ever had doing that on this record.
Dead.
But I would say generally, yes. Like, honestly, when I listen to records like Take Care, Nothing Was the Same,
I gotta get the
even
Crads
Views,
now.
I don't really tend to personally take into question a lot of what Drake is saying. I don't really feel like, oh, he's not saying anything real. He's not, speaking reality. He's not doing this. I don't feel like I'm being like lied to my face. I mean, I feel like Drake, just like anybody, is kind of putting forward a narrative. And look, we're just like listening to rappers at the end of the day. Just because we listen to somebody rap on a track and give us some images of their life, it doesn't mean we know them or understand them fully. I mean, for a lot of artists, we're kind of hearing like the lyrical equivalent to an Instagram feed, and they're only showing us their triumphs, or they're only showing us their failures, when they can kind of angle it or portray it in a certain way that makes them compelling or sympathetic or this or that. We're not seeing these people in their boring moments. We're not seeing these people in their everyday moments.
We got a question.
We're not seeing Drake take a fucking shit on the toilet. You know what I mean? But with Drake, like anybody, there's narrative weaving. But with his previous records, I didn't really get the feeling that I'm being lied to. But when Drake opens up his record with like, I've been hot since the birth of my son, I'm unfazed, that's a fucking lie. He is totally fucking phased. He's nothing but phased.
But come on, man. You know what it's... Come on, bro. Like, you literally want him to be more confident. Like, that's what you're basically saying. And then he tries to be confident and say it, and you're like, oh, dude, no, you're lying. It's like,
no. You can be confident.
Say,
you can be confident without lying. You be confident without lying.
Okay, so how else is he supposed to be confident about that?
He could look through his actions. He could display that it's not getting to him. You know, like he could even say like, look, you know, they got me that. He could even say in the equivalent of a rap verse, they got me that one time, but I'm still doing numbers. They got me that one time, but I'm still ahead. They got me that one time, but they can't get me off the throne. There's lots of things that you could say. You know, I had to back off this, but you know, I'm back on the throne. I had to back off the beef, but I'm back on the throne. Like say fucking anything. You know, it's like I'm scarred, but I'm not this. You know, there's tons of different ways that you could spin that. That's just like honest to the situation. You know, like but when he's not fully honest and he's telling us that he's unfazed, when he can't stop like, you know, obsessing over this thing and mentioning this thing that honestly, like, we would forget about the Adidon shit if he would just stop bringing it up at this point. Like, it wouldn't even be.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. And this is my one criticism.
Wow, where the fuck did you go?
Scorpion, I guess it's me personally. Like when I want to listen to a Drake thing, I don't want him to like talk about his son, and that might be like, I don't know if that's fucked up, chat, but like maybe in like an outro type song. But when he says like co-parent of the year and shit like that, I'm like, I just don't want to hear that, bro. Maybe say it one time. But I don't want to hear co-parent of the year. But that's my only criticism. And I guess that's the only thing I can agree with like, yeah, like don't bring up the kid thing all the time. Besides that, like, nah, bro, like that's, I don't know. I don't know why you can't and other people can't go into a Drake album. Hold on.
To respond to what you just said, I'm generally fine with him mentioning his son. I guess it depends on how he does it. Like, I think if he wants to, especially since he's portrayed himself up to this point as this guy who's like the most honest rapper, he's letting us in on everything that's happening to him. I don't see anything wrong with him telling us about his son or doing some dad bars here and there. I think that's cute. I think that's fine. I think that honestly, I think parenthood isn't
obviously
glorified or platformed enough in
I gotta go around
hip-hop and in popular music, you know, popular music just in general. And I think, you know, it's significant for someone on Drake's level to be, you know, kind of platforming that as well. The one line on the record that did get to me,
dude, you gotta know your.
And this was an honest moment on the record, but like I think it was the last track, the bar that he dropped about like having an unwanted pregnancy and so on and so forth, and like kind of putting it the way that he put it felt like a little raw and a little weird. And it's the sort of thing that I was thinking, like, if that was my kid and he like, you know, heard that bar like when he was 15 and he went back and listened to my record, he probably wouldn't feel too good about it.
I think I know exactly where I think it was on Fucking Fans, and he said like,
yeah,
oh, I had a kid and I know you didn't like that, something like that.
Yeah.
And it's like a mistake. It's like that's kind of like,
oh,
you know, like well, he's gonna hear that.
The very first cave in a game.
I think by comparison,
maybe not the first.
You have to look at like a guy like
maybe
Jay-Z,
like the
who
second.
after he had a
Scraps.
daughter,
I got him
publicly and in his own music, like in his literally in his own bars, he was having like a series of almost like come to Jesus moments where he was like, you know, starting to see like his old content and some of the, you know, what some people would probably characterize as like misogyny in his bars and everything. And sort of, you know, that coming into context for him and thinking about
fucking
that now,
Valdo.
now that he is a dad. And I think he kind of handled that with, you know, a certain level of grace. And I hope that with time Drake gets there as well. But I feel like he's kind of struggling to get to that point, you know, because that bar I don't think went over very well. And again, like if I was Drake's kid 15 years from now, I wouldn't feel too good about that bar.
Yeah, and I know I can hear the Jay-Z thing. He was like literally like almost
Holy shit,
speaking
I got lucky
to
with
his
that
daughter
stagger.
or something, and like I think it was like some Watch the Throne. I don't know, it was something, but yeah, I know what you're saying. But fuck, what was I about to say?
I can't ever get his charge attacks.
Yeah, I think that Drake is just not there. Like he's not like a traditional parent right now, like with a family and shit.
Good enough.
So I think that's
Sure.
why it's different, because he's still like a playboy or something. You know what I mean? That's why it's like different.
I mean, he's probably wrestling with a lot of things because he has an image he wants to portray to people, but you know, there's probably a reality to that image that he wants to continue living, and he, you know, is also kind of it's also hitting them that he has to be a parent and be, you know, present in the way that a parent needs to be. You know, he's probably figuring things out, you know, and you know, and how much to let us in on any of that. You know, maybe he's thinking I have a lot of fans that don't want to hear fucking bars about my son. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not in Drake's head, but like, you know, there's a lot of things he could be thinking, and I don't know. You know, maybe that's one of them.
I'm seeing in the chat, guys. Are you saying? Oh, you said the song TSU was horrible or something.
Yeah, TSU came off a little weird to me, like narratively. And not that I think that Drake had like the worst intentions with it, but
Oh, my bad, guys. I mean, just
I think it's kind of a toned up
Oh,
song.
you
for
said
right now.
okay. No, this. Oh no, wait, hold on. I remember what you said. You said that he said something
arrow
about
guy.
paying for sexual favors.
Yeah.
All right, you
he
got
was
that.
Talking about, you know, sort of supporting
right,
this woman
cheater.
and, you know, sort of their association together, being sexual as well. Yeah.
But that's no. He supports her, not that he's paying like it's
Well,
a
not like-
prostitute or like what?
Not literally in a prostitution kind of way, but like, I mean, this is not anything new to any of you. I mean, other rappers have rapped about this exact thing before, where, you know, they kind of become like, it's like a sugar daddy
Get
situation.
down here, pussy.
Okay, so this is how I interpreted it, and I just want to like and I already told you guys this, but the way I interpreted that song was that it's like, it's almost like a thing where it doesn't matter how much money you have or how much money someone has, it's just a human to human thing. And even though that is Drake, it's this random like dancer or something, whatever, like this isn't a celebrity, and he's just like, that song just is like him supporting this girl or something.
Here's
And he's
the
like happy
boar.
for her like growing or something. That's what I heard from it. I don't know, like what I don't know. Like, why is that funny? Like that's just not
like she's she's a stripper that he's like, you know, in a sexual kind of sugar daddy relationship with. She's not his kid. He's not looking at her like, you know, he's raising
are you
her. He should be
assuming
raising
it's
his son
like
like that
that?
instead.
Why are you assuming it's like that?
Here's what I don't get, or what I think is kind of weird about these, like, you know, these situations and these types of relationships. Like, if you're at the top of the fucking world, you're at the top of the fucking world. Like, why wouldn't you just be like?
That's the fugitive.
I'm trying to think of.
Are you
The
gonna say
fucking
why would
boar?
you not mess with a stripper? Is that what you're gonna say?
No, it's not really about like not wanting to mess with a stripper, because, you know, I don't look at sex workers that way or see people who
Fucking
are
fat
strippers
piece of
or
shit.
doing that line of work as disgusting. It's not really about like, you know, strippers or whatever. It's more about
Mm-hmm.
like,
There we
you
go.
know, the power dynamic that you would run across being at Drake's level of fame and influence and trying to, you know, sort of run this kind of relationship with anybody. It doesn't have to be a stripper. I guess, you know, the only thing that comes to mind is Beyonce, but obviously, like, Beyonce is taken. But, like, if you're at Drake's level of popularity and fame and success, like, why wouldn't you want to be, like, why would you waste your fucking time just, like, throwing all your money away on random girls who you're not going to, like, pursue any sort of relationship with or anything? This is just, like, a short-time thing. Why wouldn't you want to build, like, an empire with a Beyonce? You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't you just be like, I'm not going to just, like, randomly impregnate, you know, fucking fans or whoever the fuck else I run across and so on and so forth.
Sorry,
why don't you
Elmo,
find
hold
somebody
up.
who's at your talent level, your influence level, your economic level, and, like, become a Jay-Z, like, and obviously Jay-Z and Beyonce have their issues, but, like, you know, any marriage is going to. But, like, why wouldn't you want to build a fucking empire with somebody who's just as talented
Just give me the
and
quest.
as you know, perceptive and as
oh,
know,
what the
I guess,
fuck?
like, you know, world domination potential as you do, as you are.
I'm
You
so
know,
I trying to collect my
it just
shit.
kind of seems like, you know, a
Fuck you.
waste.
Hold on.
I think a couple things too. I think he tried, and I don't. Obviously, we don't know this shit. I mean, I think he tried with Rihanna or something. I don't know what happened with that. But the other thing is this: are you trying to say that, like, you know, like a celebrity or someone like of that stature, like, is it like
Okay, he's
not
still
possible
available.
to have a relationship with somebody who is a quote unquote normal person?
I think it's possible, but when that relationship is, even in the way that Drake describes it on the song, like, predicated entirely on just, like, sex and some kind of, like, monetary interaction, then no, that's not a normal relationship. Like, and look, there are YouTubers who have had storied pasts and, you know, sort of like scenarios just like this, who, you know, they run into some money and they're essentially paying women to hang around them all the time, and then it becomes like a public or a social blow up that's embarrassing for them because, oh, I'm really upset because the woman who I was paying to be around me all the time doesn't actually like me. Turns out she just liked me for my money. So it's like, so no, that's not a normal relationship. It's not a normal loving relationship where you're with the person or appreciating the person for who they are.
So, I mean, at that point, you're basically just saying, like, the only person who could really care about Drake, or if Drake could care about whatever, or even any celebrity, is just that you need to be on the same level as someone.
It doesn't have to be. Look at some other examples. Chance the Rapper is with his, you know,
Was that a
significant other who, you
No.
know, is not a famous person, just his regular ass girlfriend. Kendrick Lamar is with his high school sweetheart. You know, you don't have to be with somebody who's just as famous as you. But the thing is, like, if you know, you're in Drake's position, I was just sort of, you know, throwing the Beyonce thing out there as like a possibility. You know, of course, there's always the chance for Drake to meet some normal average person who is an accountant and, you know, really loves him for him, and he loves her for her, and, you know, that's all.
Ooh,
you know, of course there's the possibility of that. You know, of course there's the possibility of that. But, like, again, if that's going to be the case, though, it can't be predicated on, you know, Drake's fame. It can't be predicated on how much money Drake can offer her to hang around him at any given time. And, you know, it can't be just predicated on, you know, how much we're fucking all the time. And hey, look, you know, fucking is great, and, you know, one night stands are fine, and be as sexually liberated as you want to be. But, you know, look, here's the thing: like, Drake is 34, has a kid out of wedlock that he didn't plan. He's not going to be the certified lover boy forever. He's already kind of pushing, you know, the fact that he's 34, calling himself a boy. He's already kind of pushing it. Like, he's already kind of pushing it. How long is he going to go, sort of like in this bachelor status, to the point where it's kind of sad?
Here? Is there not a
you know?
path?
Fuck, man, this is literally. How did this? We're talking about music, and now we're somehow into, like, how much longer is Drake gonna live this bachelor life? Like,
My
what
bad.
did this just become, bro?
My bad,
all
Cleaver.
from him saying he's a lesbian too.
I think we're all having a come to Jesus moment. I think we're all just kind of having a come to Jesus moment. That's all.
And this is another thing too. And someone, I was talking to my friend about this.
What?
And if you listen to the
What are
album,
you doing, bro?
it's like,
Where are you gonna run?
Drake has all the shit he's achieved, but he sounds
Where?
sad though. Like Does he not sound
You
like
set him on a
upset
name
a
hat.
lot? Like he
What the
sounds
fuck?
like not
Fucking
happy.
Well, that's what I'm saying about all of his narratives about, having no friends and so on and so forth. And maybe he does genuinely feel lonely. But, I mean, it's like a tale as old as
Go over
time that
here.
having money or having success doesn't automatically make you happy. I mean, the fact of the matter is that
Oh, I already got it.
doing really well for yourself
need to go there.
economically, especially on the level that Drake does, is probably isolating. Like,
Did I
Drake can't go to the fucking
collect
grocery
most?
store.
No, it's about level
That's
2.
that's what makes the
It's level
probability
1.
of
I got
him
still some more
probably
stuff
running
to
into that
unlock.
accountant that might love him for him probably really
Goddamn,
difficult
10 skill
because
points.
he's not running into any
Get my shit
accountants and
fast.
grocery stores, and if he's running into average or regular people,
Alright, so
it's
the
probably in a
charm
place where it's
strength
more
is maxed
accepting for a
out. I'm gonna
person like
put
him to
some
show up
skill
like at a strip
into
club.
probably
So
intellect.
it's probably a really weird and isolating situation. But again, that doesn't mean that Drake is without options or without hope. He has probably a wide array of options in the celebrity world that he could, maybe pursue because he is Champagne Poppy. There's maybe a lot of he talks about the supermodels doing coke that he's hanging out with. I mean, maybe he could get one of them off the coke and date a supermodel.
Hey, all I know is I think when it's finally figured out, when he he said in one of the lines in the song, his soulmate's out there just waiting for him, whatever, right? I think when it's all said and done, I think that's when we'll see another chapter of Drake's career, because he is so talented at writing and all this shit that I think that I don't know, like I just don't know what it'll be though. That's the thing. I just don't know, like, because all we've known is Drake as like a single guy, like in his
Go back
music.
to the Longhouse.
I don't know
Check
what
back
it would
in.
look like Drake being wifed up. Like, what would his music be? I don't know, dude. I don't know. And maybe he doesn't even want to go down that path because he's like, fuck, I'm making so much money and I'm so successful like this. And it's probably, I don't know. Like, I'm not sure. I don't know. I think, guys,
no, you doing? Just smelly feet in my house.
A more
Fuck
domesticated
outta here.
Drake or more domesticated rappers, like across the board, is new and unfamiliar territory because I feel like with the age of the genre, we're still kind of like adjusting to the fact that we have, guys who are 50 and 60 now who are still rapping and still putting out like good stuff, but like being at that age, it feels kind of weird, sort of like accepting more, I guess, like aging narratives, family narratives, because they're still kind of, new. Hip hop is still a very young genre, and the way that it's marketed, it's still marketed toward a very young audience.
This is how I'm gonna end it. Is all I just hope is that in these reviews, it's just you being 100%, and it's not
I already bonded with you.
an agenda or something. That's all. That's all I could hope. I kind of think there's some kind of like funny thing going on, but listen, if you're telling me nah, this is just my honest opinion, then all right, that's fine. Then we could agree to disagree on some of those things, but the shit we talked about, I think it was a good conversation. I think people loved it.
I think it was a good combo too. I was excited to be here. Thank you for inviting me on, and remember to plug my Twitch page.
Dude, I got hey mods, spam his Twitch page in the comments, guys. Follow him. I've seen you do like new music. What is it, like on Fridays?
New Music Fridays, and we do interviews
Fridays.
and some other things too. But we mostly do interviews and New Music Fridays.
Yeah, check him out, chat. Cause like I said, I've
Oh,
been watching
fuck,
him for
I gave
years.
you my books.
We
We're
differ
already
on the
max
Drake
bonded.
opinion, but besides
Fuck,
that,
I don't remember you.
Good videos and funny Twitter follow. To be honest, all right, man. Listen, listen. If you actually post this on whatever, I can't wait to read the comments on this. It's gonna be funny.
It's gonna be amazing.
All right, bro. Hey, appreciate you coming on, man.
All right, I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Oh, now I go back to the porno studio. Where they
Dude,
at?
people are such haters. Someone just said the way Los vibe to a song is weird as hell. Like, do you even understand the level of hatred that is? You're mad at the way I vibe to a song. That's like next level, bro. That's like.
Hello?
Have you been living since since our last discussion.
Well, you see, I got a mustache, so must be doing pretty good.
Oh wait, that's new.
I don't think I had it last time.
Listen, I just watched your review.
Wait. I have some questions. I know you just watched my review. Okay, you can
Okay,
do your little,
okay, yeah, go ahead.
You can do your little intro. I just want to ask you some questions before we actually like start debating everything.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so all right, here's some preliminary questions. Just to sort of like I want to get your sense. I actually didn't watch you reacting to the review, so I did that last time. I didn't want to do that this time because I just wanted to kind of get, I wanted to hear your thoughts in real time. So I wanted to know. So where do you feel like this record for you? Where does it rank in Drake's overall discography? Is it like one of his best records? Is it like top 3, top 5? Like where do you feel like it sits for you in terms of like all of his other records?
I think
I need 3 more foreign books.
I think as far as like the albums where he's basically just rapping for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're reading This Is Too Late,
Mm-hmm.
What a Time,
Mm-hmm.
those.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I got this above What a Time to Be Alive right now.
Okay.
I got this above that. I don't know if as in all his albums, that's like an impossible. That's like an impossible thing. Where do you rank it?
I mean, I don't rank it low. I think it's pretty good in his overall discography. I would say it's around in sort of like a Take Care ballpark. But like you say, it's kind of a different. It's for way different reasons than I like Take Care. You know what I mean? You kind of have, as you kind of already said, you almost have to kind of rank it along the same lines that you would What a Time to Be Alive. And yeah, I kind of almost like it a little more than that. Even though I maybe rated them on the same plane, it is a longer and a bigger and a more robust record. There's a lot more going on in it. What a Time to Be Alive does have some bangers, but it's kind of a shorter project. This one has a lot more going for it as far as like, overall like runtime and material.
So if that's the case, and you have it like with Take Care and what it's or did you say it's If You're Reading This Too Late?
I like it less than that, but I still enjoy it. Hold on, I have a couple more just like quick questions.
Yeah. Go ahead. Let me hold on 1 second. I need to get a notepad real quick. I'm gonna forget this.
Yeah.
Fuck you, bitch. What the fuck was that?
Go ahead.
What do you have a favorite track and a least favorite track?
You know
All right,
what?
you got me.
I really like. I can't decide that. I really can't pick it. But one track that I saw you didn't like, Hours in Silence. That's one of my favorites. So that's where we're gonna. That's
okay. We can get into that. And do you? Have you memorized a melody from the album? A single one.
Several.
Several. Nice.
Several.
Nice.
Several.
And would you say, okay, and here's two more questions.
Mm-hmm.
Have you taken this album on a Drake and Drive yet?
Come on.
Has this album been on a Drake and Drive?
It's been on a few.
Okay, all right.
It's been on a few already.
How do you feel like this record compares with other Drake and Drives?
And matter of fact,
that was
because
nuts.
As you know, I was in Paris.
All
this
right.
was actually a.
I'll get him with
Drake
a big
in
sword.
flight.
Whoa! It went on the plane.
It
was on a plane. Wow. Okay,
it was
so.
And anyone who's flown and listened to music knows.
Wow.
Shit hits different in midair, bro.
Right. Absolutely.
It hits different in midair. So, but go ahead.
Okay. Last question before you tear into me. In our little dynamic that we have going on, who do you feel like is Drake and who do you feel like is 21 Savage?
Oh, I fucking attacked instead of fucking countering.
Listen.
What?
That's an impossible.
It's a serious. No, it's not. It's a serious question. Who do you feel like? Who is Drake and who is 21 Savage between the both of us?
Listen, dude.
What?
Drake and 21 Savage work together, bro.
Okay, we're working together.
I'm coming on here.
We've done more collabs than Drake and 21 Savage.
This guy's a bitch.
I think we'd answer this question. or leave it up to
Yeah,
Chad?
but not on purpose though. Like
Not on purpose.
Started off.
I
very
literally
angrily.
scheduled this into my fucking calendar. It couldn't be more on purpose.
No, listen. Now I get it, because I need, yeah. But I'm saying when it happened, I was very angry, bro. I'm still angry because I'm like, dude,
people.
What the fuck does Drake have to do?
What? Wait, who is Drake though? Who is Drake? I want to know who's Drake. We cannot continue until we finish this question. Who's Drake? Who's 21?
Dude, obviously you're 21 in this scenario.
Okay.
I missed it.
Obviously you're 21 in this scenario.
Obviously.
Like, it's not. No, you know what? I'll be 21, bro. Fine, you can have it, because I think you love Drake, bro.
Listen. I would give you Drake aesthetically. I think aesthetically you're Drake and I'm 21. But I feel like on a core level, I'm Drake because I'm a
Very
Scorpio.
fast.
I'm more
Delayed
sensitive
attacks, not
than you.
fast,
I'm more
but just
sensitive.
I'm
a more sensitive boy.
Got me.
And
I was expecting these combos to fucking go off.
I don't have a third. I don't have a third one.
Before we actually even talk about the album, listen, to be honest,
what?
I didn't appreciate the words that you had for Drake. This happened like a couple months ago, maybe. I didn't appreciate it.
Do you mean with the DMs thing?
Yeah, where you forged DMs.
Yeah.
And made people believe that Drake was sending you cookie recipes in the wee hours of the morning.
Well, I didn't appreciate what he said to me. He rated my existence a light 1. He brought up for some reason the race of a partner, and then rated me a light 1 again. And I thought that was kind of mean and a gross thing to do and say in the middle of the night on a Wednesday.
So what's meaner, doing like an inside joke with you?
There was no joke. That was not a joke. There, it was not inside. It was not.
There was no inside joke there.
That was just him being overtly bitter.
Dude, I don't see it like that. I don't see it like that, bro. And I don't know. And then, but listen, answer this though. What's meaner, that, or literally making up an insane, like?
What I did was literally an inside joke, because nobody who has this working up here would actually think that Drake sent me a cookie recipe. I created an inside joke between me and him, because
guess what?
Because
me and my brother were sitting there. He's like, "Yo, dude, Drake sent Fantano a cookie recipe." I'm like, what?
You literally are obsessed with Drake. What makes you think, with everything that you know about Drake, that he's sending anybody a cookie recipe at midnight on a Wednesday?
Here's the thing. I'm not obsessed with Drake. I like Drake's music, and
you know enough about Drake through his music and his persona to know that is not within his character.
How am I gonna know what you're doing? First of all, Drake's done funny shit. I don't know. Maybe he did that. I don't know.
No, he would never do that. He would never send me, of all people, a cookie recipe in the middle of the fucking night.
Dude, obviously now that you've been exposed, we know this. We know this, okay? But pre your exposure, there were people running around. There were major news outlets running this story. Oh, Drake hit up his greatest hater and gave him a vegan cookie recipe. So stop this. Stop this nonsense, bro. You know what no. And
it was a fucking shitpost. Why nobody should have?
Oh, dude,
taken it seriously. There was nothing to take seriously. Like, Drake would never send anybody a fucking cookie recipe. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I mean,
Drake's not even a vegan. Like, why would he send anybody a fucking vegan cookie recipe?
You know what? You seem to know more about Drake, because I don't know if he's vegan or not. How do you know this?
I tried.
I don't, because people who are usually vegan are loud and annoying about it.
Oh man, you know.
Back up.
So yeah, I didn't appreciate that.
Okay.
But it's fine. I think
Thank
whatever.
You.
So onto the. Unless you have more, I want to get to this review.
I don't have anything else to say. You know, I think we have a good Drake and 21 Savage like rapport going, and I'm just happy about it. That's all I gotta say.
Oh, okay, that was good.
Okay.
And I think your beard looks good, per usual.
Okay, I appreciate that. The mustache is on point.
Thank you.
But listen though, for real. See, as a Drake fan, right? I enjoy Drake's music.
Right.
I'm talking to the ops right now, bro. You're in opposition, bro.
You are, but I feel like on this album we should be less ops. Like you enjoy Rich Flex, right?
But I'm saying you did this to yourself. I didn't do this to you.
Come on, man. Come on. Listen, we both enjoy
Thank you
Rich
boys
Flex.
for handling the fodder. Good
Los,
shit. Big
can't
dicks.
you do something for me? Talk to the ops next for me. Come on.
No, stop trying to
Come on.
recreate what happened.
Come on.
Thing. Stop trying to recreate.
Please tickle my balls for me.
No, we're not.
Wait, here's a question. Here's a question about that track. Do you feel like do you identify or do you agree with do you think the memes about that track? Do you feel like Drake got a little too buttery on that part of the song?
Dude, absolutely not. But again,
I actually
so
agree.
Funny.
I actually like that part of the song. I like it.
Yeah, like, bro, it's just so like people have run out of things to say about Drake, so now they just make up a thing that he's like being fruity. When it's like anyone else could do that and it's not fruity. Like, oh, Chad, it's so zesty, right? Why didn't no one say that when we listened to the album? But you went on TikTok and some dude made a weird edit. And I love these guys. They think they're making fun of Drake, but in reality, they set up a camera and they're in the room twerking on the camera. You're a grown man. But you're making fun of Drake, though, right? But yeah, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
It is. I think the memes are funny, but I do legitimately enjoy that part of the song, and I do think it's a fun. I do think it's a fun part. I like that part. And
I love the opening. I love the opening. Yeah.
Opening's great. I like the beat switches. I like Drake and 21 Savage. I think they bring good chemistry off the bat. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I think it's a great start to the record. I'm glad you would enjoy it. You enjoy it too. That track is hard. Major Distribution is hard. Did you like On BS?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, On BS is really
and
fun.
I like too, because we just skipped over Major Distribution. I like Major Distribution because it did one of those things where you think it's going to be a certain type of song, but then it switches, and they did this a few times.
Yeah.
Which I like that because nothing was really predictable in the album.
Yeah, there were some pretty good intros, and like what you said on that track, it has like that kind of big, illustrious, pretty intro, and it's really extravagant, and then it just kind of goes into that low-key trap thing right after.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were some cool switches and stuff. What did you think of? So here's a question. Like 3 a.m. on Glenwood, when 21 Savage is kind of like doing his Drake thing. He's like doing a Drake. What did you think of that track? When like 21 Savage was like, I'm just basically going to do a Drake diary type track here and see how it kind of pans out. Like, what did you think of that?
Wait for me, Rioma, I'm smoking.
See, I like 21 Savage a lot.
Yeah.
And I saw what you said about it, how it sounded kind of goofy. I think you just thought it sounded goofy because it's like he's not usually like that. He's just talking about like murdering and shit.
A little bit. Yeah. I think vocally he just sounded a little out of his element, because 21 Savage is not the most expressive guy, and I feel like that song kind of
we don't need a bath,
that kind of Drake level
we
of
don't bathe.
moodiness.
We bathe in blood.
I'm not gonna lie, that beat when it came on, I was like wishing it was a Drake song.
It kind of is, but just 21 Savage doing it.
But it's just 21 Savage. Yeah, but I like it, and I like 21 Savage. This might be like an unpopular opinion, but I like his album. I forget which one what it's called. Oh, Issa. I like that, even though people kind of shit on that. I actually like some of those songs, and he has songs kind of like that on there. But anyway.
Yeah. All right. So. So listen, we like the first 3 tracks. Right after that is Back Outside Boys. I like that track. The solo Drake track, I think that one's a solid one. And it's got Little Yachty in the background, kind of going crazy a little bit. I think that one is a solid one. For me, where the record starts to fall apart is I think Privileged Rappers. Now, did you fuck with that track?
Wait, I need to hear the intro to this one so I remember.
Yeah, go ahead. Do your thing, Los. Do your thing.
Dude, let's have sex in a bank, dude. That's one of my favorite songs on the album. What are we talking about?
I think the thing about that track for me, and this is where we can start fighting. This is where a little bit vocally, I think Drake starts to get back into, I'm kind of emotionally checked out Drake, which I have not liked very much from his past couple of records. On the first 4 tracks, I think he sounds way more animated, way more in your face, way more like he's hungry.
Could just napped
and he's
on
like
this
here to
random
mess things up. And on Privileged Rappers, I think he kind of
asbestos
tones it
moldy
down a
bed.
little bit.
Okay.
Well, it's a different kind of vibe. I mean,
Ryoma.
He's literally saying, "Let's have sex in a bank." So this is more of like he's not trying to like.
Let's kill him. I'm going.
I don't know. This is it's just a different vibe of the song. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it's more low key. I mean, I don't think the track is awful. It's
well. Listen,
I've
heard. Hold on, wait. I'm not gonna skip past these subtle little jabs at Drake.
I'm not. You don't have to skip anything. You know, we can keep talking about the track. I'm trying to move on to the next track.
No. This is the thing.
Yeah,
I've heard you say this many times about. He's like. He's being lazy, or he's like. He's like checked out, or whatever.
Crazy, go.
But like, how, bro? How do you know how he's mentally feeling about a song?
It's not about him how he mentally feels. I could just hear in his voice, he does not sound as animated or as engaged on the song as he does on the past 4 songs, and that's all I'm saying.
All right, so let me ask you this, because you love Kendrick Lamar so much, bro.
Yeah.
You just love this guy. He can do no wrong, right?
No, he can do wrong. I've rated some of his albums kind of, some of his records kind of mid. Damn, I don't really like Damn all that much. I think it's pretty good.
That doesn't even make sense, because that's probably his best.
I know you would think that's his best record, but whatever.
Dude, that's fine. That's fine. We can get into this. That's fine. Whatever. When Kendrick changes his voice and has 17 different voices, that's fine, right? That's okay.
On some tracks it can get
Drake switches his voice a little bit, and now Drake is mentally checked out, and he's all these things. Do you see a little bit of a little bias here? Little bit of it's not making a lot of sense, bro. You know what I mean? I want to hear your answer to this one.
Well, no, especially since I'm not saying that is the case across the board on the entire record. I'm like literally singling this one track out as kind of having this issue.
No, that's fine though. But I'm saying I've heard you say this on other albums and other songs.
And
so
clearly, I'm not just applying that criticism across the board, because I think there's actually, that one track does stick out to me in that way, but the vast majority of the tracks here, I don't think that's the case. In fact, I think the next couple of tracks. The weak link, obviously Hours in Silence I'm not crazy about, but Spin About You, for example, I think 21 Savage is kind of the weak link on that track, because that's when we kind of start getting into more kind of like low-key, moody, like, Drake kind of territory, where I don't think 21 Savage makes as much sense. I think 21 Savage makes sense on the cold-blooded shit. I think that's where he's like in his element. But on a track like Spin About You, I think he sounds a little like a fish out of water.
So you think Spin About You could have just been like a Drake solo?
Maybe.
Or Drake with someone else or something.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay, I can kind of see that. But again though, Spin About You, I really liked it. The hook, like I really like that song. I don't know though.
Let's get into the tracks we disagree the most about. What the hell do you like? So this is where I feel pretty strong. What the fuck do you like so much about Hours in Silence?
Dude, just the part where he's like, I gotta turn my bitch up. That shit just makes it a good ass song right there. It doesn't matter what happens the rest of the 5 minutes, bro. It doesn't matter, bro.
So that one thing can happen and the rest of the song can just be trash, but it's amazing?
Well, no, I was saying if it is trash, but the rest of the song isn't trash, you just weren't listening, bro.
Dude,
you weren't listening.
The 21 Savage sung portion is bad. It's not good singing.
Well, that's the first minute. Like, let's talk about the last.
That's like in the middle. That's like in the middle. And then the thing is, like after that, you have that boring long Drake sung Odyssey that goes nowhere and takes up most of the fucking song. Like that could have lasted a minute and it would have been fine. But instead, it like goes on forever.
Okay, but if that was The Weeknd, though, you'd be like, oh my God, dude, he's so, like, he's tapping into some shit we've never heard before. But because it's Drake, it's, oh, dude, what is this? It didn't go anywhere, bro. This is, like, ridiculous. The dude's pouring his heart out. And this is what you're saying, bro.
He's pouring his heart out?
Did you even listen to the
Very
words, bro? I swear to God,
parts
I feel like people don't even listen to this.
There are parts on the record where I think Drake is pouring his heart out. I think on the last track, he's
take some
pouring
liquor.
his heart out. I think he's getting pretty raw and emotional and personal. I think on, even though there is kind of that Serena bar that I think is a little bitter, I think on Middle of the Ocean, he's pouring his heart out. And he's doing diary Drake. He's doing personal, sort of like check-in mentally Drake. I think he's really kind of pouring his heart out on those tracks. To me, the vocals and the delivery on the whole back end of Hours in Silence just felt like just boring, just felt soulless.
Yeah, I did see you on Twitter trying to get some Meg Thee Stallion fans and Serena Williams fans. I saw that, dude.
You saw that? You saw me trying to get their fans, trying to get their fans.
I meant to give you
very
3.
clever,
Fuck.
Dude. You're not fooling me.
I don't think
Twitter. You're
Serena
not fooling me,
Williams fans give a shit about me.
That's fine. That's
Okay.
fine. Whatever. But like, listen, the Meg Thee Stallion line, that wasn't even a Meg Thee Stallion line. That could be applied.
No, don't. Okay, now wait a second.
It's like a double,
wait 1 second. Wait one fucking second. You're gonna convince me that earlier that everybody thought that cookie recipe was real. Everybody thought it was reported on major news outlets. But you're gonna fucking tell me right now it's like no. That's not what he meant. He wasn't actually referencing the one rapper that everyone knows is being named Stallion.
Well,
He's not doing that. He's not doing that. That's just a misconception.
Are we not going to talk about the facts here? That it was basically proven that she actually never got shot. Are we not?
Okay, wait, time. That's now you're actually saying he meant to say it. So did he mean to reference her, or
no? I'm saying that you could apply it to that, but it's like a triple entendre.
Okay, so wait a second. It's a triple entendre.
It's a triple, bro.
Okay, so we know the first meaning would be the literal thing that he's saying. The second meaning would be the Megan Thee Stallion reference. What would the third meaning be if it's a triple entendre?
Because I don't know what you mean. What you think the first one is?
Do you know what the word triple means? It means 3.
No, I know,
so it's like we need 3
one?
things.
I understand that, but I'm saying, what did you just say? The first one is what?
The first one would be to read the lyrics that he said and take them literally. Because
and what does that mean? And what does that mean? What does it mean?
The woman was getting shots, as in like to drink.
Okay.
When
fine.
you look, so you just take the bar literally.
Okay.
So that would be the first meaning. The second meaning would be the connection to Megan. What would the third one be if it's a triple entendre?
The third one would be people, girls lying about getting like Botox and shit. That's what the third one would be.
Oh, okay.
She's lying about it. It's a triple, bro. It's a triple. I've read the lyrics front to back twice, bro.
Okay.
It's a triple. Now listen. We're not gonna get into the legality of this shit. I can pull up court documents. We could make this a 4-hour stream.
I'm not debating with you about whether or not Megan Thee Stallion got shot. That's not what I'm debating with you about.
Yeah, but you seem very bothered by it. So I was like,
wait, you brought it up first.
No, because I saw your tweet. Or like you retweeted or something.
Okay.
And I thought that was really like, dude, why?
Yeah, it takes him.
Yeah, I just think it's obviously. Look, let's come on. Let's not be stupid. Obviously, it's meant to reference Megan Thee Stallion. Like, obviously, it can have the surface level meaning about the butt shots and everything. Like, fine, but like, come on, like, she's still a stallion. She lied about getting shots. Come on, dude.
I mean, someone is very upset in my chat saying you don't review Tory Lanez albums. Is this why?
I have reviewed Tory Lanez albums. I mean, they're not very good. And I didn't really, and see, here's the thing. I didn't really review Tory's music like that before the Megan Thee Stallion thing. So it's not like the shooting thing happened and then I stopped reviewing him altogether. I just didn't really think he was that interesting of an artist to begin with.
You know what? That's really crazy. But you somehow have this thing against Nav. You despise Nav, but you review all his shit. But Tory Lanez, I think Nav, who's better, Tory Lanez or Nav?
Tory, I think see, here's the difference between Tory and Nav for me. Tory is kind of bad in a very unspecial generic way that you can't really put your finger on. You know, it's like no. Let me finish. In sort of like a non-specific generic way to where he doesn't really have a specific sound or vibe. Like, you could put a gun to my head and I could not tell you what the fuck a Tory Lanez song sounds like, because a Tory Lanez song doesn't fucking sound like anything. Like Nav, for example, though, Nav is kind of uniquely especially bad, and I could actually pick Nav out of a crowd pretty quickly, because he does have sort of like a very unique delivery and vocal tone and, you know, everything.
You know what? I'm not even going to argue, because we're talking about Drake here, and Drake is obviously in a different level. But I like Tory's music. I don't know what happened, but I also like Nav's music.
Okay.
And I understand. Oh, it's like I'm saying these things, and now people in the comments are gonna be like, "Oh, dude, yeah, well, explains a lot, bro. You like Nav, haha." That's fine, dude. But Nav gets very fucking deep. He gets very deep. It's very. You gotta look.
What's the deepest thing Nav has ever said?
Dude, the intro to his last album, he said, "I got me." He can count on himself. Like, that's some deep shit, bro.
That's it? I just asked you what this man's deepest bar is, and you said he's got himself. Is the deepest thing that?
Dude,
is the deepest thing this man's ever said?
It's not the deepest. I would have to really sit here and think about that, but I'm just throwing something
fine
out
dick.
there, bro.
Thank you.
Because at the end of
Just wanted to give you some chocolate.
I can see your camera, bro.
Yeah, I know you can. I literally turned my video on. I know you can fucking see me. I know you're seeing. I want you to see my expression and see that I am looking at you and thinking you are being ridiculous right now. That is what I want.
All right, you know what? Let's move past this.
Do you want me to turn my camera off so that you cannot see how I'm reacting to you?
You know what? No. Go ahead. Just keep going. Keep going.
Okay, so we've talked about Hours in Silence. What my next least favorite track on the record? What did you think of Circo Loco? And we don't need to get back into the Megan bar, because honestly, I feel like there's so many things about the track that suck that have nothing to do with the Megan bar.
I think that when I think I like this song, and I think it's cool to and people might disagree with this because, you know, whatever, but I even like the Drake song Staying Alive shit. I just like when an artist, not just Drake, but someone does like a version of an old like hit song.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you're like, oh dude, it didn't sound as good, like I don't think anything will sound as good as the original like hit song. But like just doing that is just cool. So I'm not gonna shit on it because I want like more of those, you know, to chat. That's not a sample, bro. It's called, what is it called? Like, you know, music shit. It's like a.
There's like, okay, so if you what happens in the instrumental would be a sample.
That's a sample. I'm talking about him singing.
And what Drake is doing, singing it and working it into the track, is an interpolation.
Okay, yeah, that's what the word is.
Although it is kind of it's kind of a unique. You know, usually an interpolation melodically is employed over an entirely different kind of track and that sort of thing. Whereas with this, he's actually literally singing the melody to that original song over the sample that it was literally meant to be over. I mean, I guess it technically counts, but it's a little bit different because, you know, he's literally reminding people of the song in two ways: of the way the sample is kind of running in the background, and with him like literally singing the chorus melody over the top of it on the track too. So. You know, I wouldn't say it's a cover, but you know, it's like his own little revision in a way.
Which, like I said, I like when artists do that, so I'm not going to hate on it for someone attempting that.
Okay, well, I can do that because I don't think it's done very well, and I mean just as kind of like a baseline. I feel like the preeminent like hip hop Daft Punk crossover, you know, has got to be Kanye, you know, obviously. You know, Flashing Lights, that sort of thing. Not Flashing Lights. What fucking track is it? Off of Graduation. It's fucking escaping me right now. It's gonna pop up in chat in a second.
Yeah, I can't believe. Yeah, Stronger. I can't believe.
Yeah, Stronger. But yeah, I mean, I feel like what Kanye does with the Daft Punk sample on Stronger is so much more creative and in depth, and he like really kind of chops it up in an interesting way. Whereas like Drake is just kind of like letting that horn sample run in the background, and then at some point he's just kind of like half-heartedly singing the chorus, and it's like whatever, you know. Like I don't really feel like it's an exciting version. I feel like if you're going to touch a song like that, you should kind of give it your all, you know.
I get what you're saying. I think maybe when Kanye did that, it was more of a big deal. And I feel like now there's just a lot of older songs that are just coming back into new songs that it's not like a, you know, that wasn't like a big deal to Drake. That's not like a big, I get what you're saying. You're like, oh, treat it like a big deal, but it just isn't.
Maybe you shouldn't do it.
I mean, what was that fucking song? This is like the worst version of like an older song that I've heard is what Jack Harlow did. Where it was like basically
with like the Fergie track and no, that was pretty awful. Yeah, it was pretty bad.
It was basically just the Fergie track with him saying a word in between.
Yeah, and wasn't that also the track where he rapped about his semen? That was.
I think he said sweet semen. I think he said that.
Yeah, it was weird.
Well, like besides that, you know, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you know, I am not crazy about Treacherous Twins, but I don't hate it either. I'm just a little on the fence with it. I don't know if you have any strong thoughts on it that you want to throw out there about that.
I mean, it's just one of those songs. Like I was singing it to my dog the other day. I was like, yeah, you're my treacherous little twin. Like that's it.
I'm glad the song has touched you in that way.
Yeah, that's my twin. Yeah.
I think they just pick up more on Pussy and Millions. I think that track's great with Travis.
That's top 3 for me on the album. That's top 3.
All right, that's
top 3. I really like that one.
Yeah, no, I think Drake and 21 Savage come through with a strong energy on there, and Travis does great on the back end, and I think the beat's great as well. It's one of the more epic beats on the record.
What I have a problem with on social media is people going, oh, yeah, the album's all right. Travis saved the album and had the best verse on the whole album. That, to me, is insanity, and I'm glad that you didn't say that.
No, I don't think that. I think Travis's verse is fine, but it just, for the most part, just kind of sounds like an average Travis verse. Like, I feel like the Drake verses on Rich Flex, on BS, Middle of the Ocean, the last track.
Of course.
All those tracks are way better verse-wise than what Travis does on that track. I think that's kind of a silly thing to say.
Yeah.
Broke Boys is a banger.
I love that song.
That's a great track. Middle of the Ocean, I talked about that one earlier. Like, you know, to me, that's when Drake is kind of in his element. You know, he's in that emotional little kind of diary, I'm going to check you up on everything kind of element. You know, I did think the Serena bar was a little weird and bitter, but, you know, I mean, that's kind of his vibe. That's kind of him. I feel like that was kind of one of his.
You know what I like, though? You know what I like? And he did this in, if you're reading this, it's too late, but when Drake is being like, he's the one throwing shots and he's talking shit, I like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I don't mind, because it wasn't really insulting. It wasn't insulting her. It was this guy did something, apparently. I mean, I don't know if anyone knows what it is, but I like when Drake's throwing shots and he's talking shit. That's, like, my favorite version of Drake.
Okay.
But yeah, go ahead.
I don't know. Given that he's kind of gone out with her a couple times, and then she kind of moved on to this other guy, it just kind of seems like a little bit of a I'm just like an angry ex-boyfriend sort of thing.
Bro, I mean, have you ever been an angry ex-boyfriend?
No, actually, no. I don't really give a shit who my exes are dating.
Okay, you got that.
That's fair.
Okay.
That's fair. I agree. That's fair.
All right. So, what did you think? I didn't really care for this track. What did you think of Jumbotron Shit Poppin'?
The Cursed Blade.
Wait, let me play the intro to this.
Yeah, play it up. To me, it's a track where he just kind of sounds like he's doing a Young Thug thing. I don't really care for it too much.
Yeah, I didn't understand you're saying he's doing a Young Thug thing. I think that.
Yeah, his flow at a few points kind of sounds like that, especially around the middle.
Yeah, see, I don't want to just disagree to disagree here, but I gotta completely disagree with you.
Go for it.
I think that I think that this song. Wait, is this the one with Drake by himself?
Yeah, Drake's by himself on that one.
Yeah, never mind. I don't know. I think that that's the song I've listened to the least on the album.
Oh, okay.
I think that is. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's the least.
He's not saying it's bad. Don't say it's a bad song. He's not saying it's bad. He just says not listen to it as much. Okay.
Yeah, because the next song, More M's.
That one's fire.
That song is great. The way Drake comes in is crazy.
Yeah, no, that track is, that track to me kind of gets back to the kind of cold, murderous vibe of the first few tracks, and I think it's, I think that's a good energy. I think it's a good pace for the record. I think that's the kind of vibe where Drake and 21 Savage work together the most sensibly. Obviously the whole album can be that vibe, but that's where I feel like they're most on the same wavelength. Because I feel like they. I feel like they complement each other best in that way, because 21 Savage, after a while, he can be a little monotonous because he's not the most, expressive rapper out there. And Drake, I think, needs somebody to come on a track with him and just, give him some kind of tough guy credibility, because obviously, 21 Savage comes in with way more street cred than he does. And, he gives him the chance to, what?
I love these random things you just throw in there, like this bait. I'm not falling for it, dude.
Who do you think has more shooters, Drake or 21 Savage?
Street cred than Drake?
Who's got more shooters? Who has more bodies under their belt? Do you think Drake or 21 Savage?
Who has more bodies, bro?
Yeah, who has more bodies?
First of all, I'm not going to answer that question on stream. I'm not going to answer that.
While 21 Savage was putting guys 6 feet underground, Drake was on Degrassi.
So let me get this straight. So you believe that's fine. So 21 Savage can say whatever he wants, and it's, oh my God, he's doing it. Drake, anyone else says shit, it's bullshit.
No,
that's
Drake can say whatever he wants. I think, but Drake doesn't say the same kind of things that 21 Savage does. Like if you just take any random Drake track and then any random 21 Savage track, they say very different things. Like they don't say the same shit.
Listen, just because someone's on a hit television show, okay, because they're trying to pay, for their family. I think his mom. He said things in the songs about his mom having medical bills, stuff like that. You don't know what was going on behind the scenes, bro. You don't know, dude. And I'm not going to sit here and act like, oh, yeah, he was on Degrassi, so no. Dude, I'm pretty sure that dude, Steve from Blue's Clues, was like a serial killer or some shit, bro. I don't know. Something was weird with that guy. Or no, the other guy who took over, something. Dude, the point is, we don't know, bro. We don't know.
No, I'm pretty sure we definitively know that nobody who ever hosted Blue's Clues was a serial killer. I think we know that.
Maybe you have to return the blade
I think we definitively know that.
There was one guy that something weird happened. I think it was the third one. It doesn't matter.
I don't think there's ever been a murderer host of Blue's Clues. I'm serious here.
Google.
All right, I will Google it.
First, Steve is good. Steve's good.
I will Google it. Google.
Oh, it's the guy who played Barney, bro.
Oh, okay. So not Blue's Clues at all.
It was not Blue's Clues, but I was just giving a point, like a kid's show. There's people doing crazy shit.
Okay, I mean that's fine, but that's different than saying like this guy from Blue's Clues might have been a murderer. We don't know. We honestly don't know. We really have no idea. We have no clue. When in fact we do actually there are things that we do know, and we do know that no one who has hosted Blue's Clues has murdered anyone.
Wait a second. Okay, and that's all I'm saying is fine. All I know is this. You, after this little Discord right here, you might shut the camera off, take your hat off, and put a wig on and go into the street and attack people. We don't know this. We don't know what happens behind the cameras, bro. We can just we can assume, okay? And what you're doing, you're assuming that Drake, he's on Degrassi, so he's going home and he's like picking flowers outside. No,
I don't think he's picking flowers outside. I just don't think he's murdering anyone.
Hey, dude, again. I'm not saying anything on stream. I don't know. I
don't think Drake was on Degrassi. Here's literally what I am saying. I have a hard time believing Drake, while he was on Degrassi and even today, was
How
gripping
did
the
that
chrome
critical hit
and
miss?
filling various bodies in the 6 full of lead, and then going home to his mom for whatever was dinner that evening.
So you don't believe that, but you believe 21 Savage, who was literally eating biscuits and sipping tea. You believe that he was out there going crazy, but Drake, oh no, there's no way Drake could have been doing anything, involved in anything. All right, bro, that's fine, dude.
But he literally did not sort of spend his teen years in the UK.
Consumption, dodging and guarding. I do dodge a lot. What do I have currently?
All right, you know what? Fine. I didn't know that. So
yeah, he didn't just like move over from the UK recently. I mean, I said that in the review. That's kind of a joke. He was just born there, and that's just kind of.
Again, here you're saying jokes and then not specifying it's a joke, just like your bullshit Drake video with the vegan cookie recipe.
It's obviously a joke. Dude. Did you think that was a real photo of him in the soldier's outfit with the hat on that I used in the review? Did you think that was a real picture? Did you think that was like a real picture of him being a part of the Queen's Guard? Like obviously it was a joke.
Yeah, no, I knew that, bro. I knew that. I'm saying that. All right, let's move on, bro. Let's move on from this. Let's move on from this.
More M's is great. We talked about 3 a.m. on Glenwood. I want to talk more about the closer. I want to talk specifically about the closer. I feel like that's
great track.
I want this.
Okay, so you like it, but like, what do you like about it? Because I think that's a pretty emotional track for Drake.
38.
I think that's a song that,
See how it does
in a way, it does kind of
my old scabbard.
Contextualize some of the toxicity of the record, because it seems like his actions and behavior kind of put him in a position where he is kind of, alone. This person sort of like leaves. And it's and there's obviously like a bit of a disagreement between them, and it's just not working out. Like, what did you think about that whole track?
Well,
like, not just how it sounded, but like the meaning of it.
Here's how I interpret this, and I know some people look at things, they'll read into this differently. The way I look at it is this: Drake being alone is his choice. It's not, he can't find someone. He could definitely find someone easily.
Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with him finding or not being able to find anybody.
No. Well, my point is, I think what he's saying is he's at the point where it's like, I think he might truly think that like it's not possible.
Do you think Drake thinks it's not possible for him to what, find somebody?
That will, that he, like that'll truly be, I don't know. That's the vibe I'm getting, is that maybe the ones that he would have wanted to be with, or it's over. Like it can't go back to that. That's how I look. That's how I see it. I don't know.
When Drake is asking for what he did wrong, do you think he thinks he did anything wrong, or is he just trying to
does a little
keep
more
the
than you
together,
Katana?
or?
I'll fuck with that.
Hey, we gotta have a deep conversation here, man. We gotta talk about some of these tracks in depth, right?
Do I say, what was that question again?
So there's all the kind of the repetitions of Drake saying like, "Tell me what did I do wrong?" to like the person. Yeah. Like, do you feel like Drake is missing that person? He wants them to stay. If Drake did anything wrong, what do you think he's doing wrong? There's no right answer to this question. It's just sort of like, it's just feels. Just throw some things out there.
I think that's I don't know. I think someone like Drake, I think it's very hard for someone like him to have a real relationship. I think that's the case for like many celebrities or famous people. So I think that Drake has just probably gone through shit that that any of us have gone through, kind of like with girls and whatnot. But it's like there's like this there's like this other element to it. I don't know. He's tried to say this in many songs. There's something else to it. I don't know. It's like he literally can't do it or something. Like he can't be in a relationship. I don't know. Chat, help me out here, bro.
That's good for now.
Do you feel when you think of that? Do you feel like that's sad for him? You're in a relationship. You enjoy being in a relationship, right?
Yeah.
Do you think it's sad that Drake can't be in a relationship?
It's. Do you think it's sad?
No, I don't think it has to be. I don't think the single life is all that bad. I mean, like, enjoy yourself. Just enjoy your fucking life. Enjoy being free. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I don't know. This has become like some kind of therapy thing. I'm like thinking like deeply.
Well, Drake is an emotional guy. I mean, we should discuss his emotions.
Listen, I think that at the end of the day, Drake, and not just this song, but on many albums, has expressed like, you know, kind of like a, hey, even someone like me, you know, he's one of the biggest artists, you know, whatever, like, I'm going through this shit too. So I think that's where like I think that's where like a lot of people like him, because it's like, this dude could be rapping about random places that no one knows what they are, diamonds, all this shit, but somehow he's still relatable, you know, 10 plus years into this. And I think that's why Drake is,
I think the hero's great sword,
you know, still on top.
And that's like you. You're a big successful streamer, and you're still relatable, and you're jet setting. You're going places people have never been, Paris, and you know, you're just out here just like Champagne Poppy.
I mean, that literally doesn't make sense, but I appreciate it.
Were you there to shoot a music video for your new hit single "Guido's in Paris"?
I was actually there to shoot something.
Oh, okay, cool.
I was there to shoot something.
I like it.
It was my Instagram
coin
pictures.
acquisition.
Thank you for bringing more Italian representation to Twitch.
Are you Italian?
I am, yeah.
Dude, I like. Oh, hold on. This is what I was gonna say, because I was like trying to think what I was gonna say. What does Drake have to do? Because after all of this, it sounds like you like most of the songs. Am I right?
Let me see. Like, there are songs I think are okay. There are songs that I hate. There are songs that I love. And when I averaged them all out, it was just, you know, a bit of a mixed bag. But overall, I thought the record was decent.
So, what does Drake have to do, in your opinion, just for you? Because this is just your review, right?
Yeah.
For you to give Drake a 9 or a 10 on an album, what would have to happen? I mean, I think that to be the score.
I think it would just have to be a little more consistent. I mean, if we, you know, there are a couple of tracks on this thing I would lob off. You know, I feel like the 3 AM on Glenwood was not necessary. We could have gotten rid of Jumbotron. That could have gone. The Circo Loco was a non-starter out of the gate, and Hours of Silence I think could have been cut down a little bit toward the end, and all of that together. And you know, honestly, while the end part I wasn't crazy about it, I think really the biggest fucking, you know, glaring flaw in that record is the part where 21 Savage sings. Like if we had maybe just made that a Drake track and had that transition into just a shorter outro, I think those handful of things alone would have made this record at least like closer to an 8.
Listen.
What?
A lot of people disagree with your rating. I just want.
That's fine. People.
A lot of people disagree with your rating. I would say most.
I know you're like, hey, what does he need to do to get toward an 8 or 9? Like, let's appreciate the fact that from Drake record to Drake record,
for people
okay,
who
we
like
literally went from
Curious?
what, a 3 to a not good
What?
to a 6.
You gave CLB a 3. There's like, that's literally insane, bro.
There's so many
That's
awful tracks on it.
insane.
Way Too Sexy is one of his worst songs. All right, listen.
So one song on an album makes it.
No,
dude,
it doesn't. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
What did you give to Pimp a Butterfly? What did you give to Pimp a Butterfly?
That's a 10. That's a fucking 10. Never
That's a 10. Do you know how many skippable songs are on that album?
Like
you
what?
just like, oh, dude, it was like cool. And, like at the end, like he like interviewed Tupac. Really, bro?
Yeah, that part is cool, but I love the actual content of the songs and the record.
Dude. First of all, Damn is better than To Pimp a Butterfly.
That does not look good.
It's
This looks
catchier. That doesn't mean it's better.
Can't believe I was running around
I don't
with that.
understand what makes good
Holy
music
shit.
if it's not catchy and
Look like a
I'm
fucking
confused.
Red Dead
Like,
2
Well,
online
it's,
character.
like jazz music isn't necessarily catchy in the same way a pop song is catchy. Would you say jazz is like inherently like more trash than pop music because it's not as catchy?
jazz music does like a different thing though. It's like it's
But
like
it's
just,
still music though.
Yeah, but there's no singing in it. Like there's no. It's just. Are you talking about like just a saxophone? And,
Okay, but
and
you
piano?
asked me about catchiness in music as if catchiness is the sole purpose and goal of
Well,
music. and it's not
catchiness
always.
is you
It's
singing
not,
along.
It's not always.
I'm saying it's you singing along.
Okay, so all I'm saying is like, you know, there are characteristics to music that can make it appealing beyond it just being catchy.
Get the fuck
So
out
it's
of here.
like what?
Well, I mean, the compositional elements, the aesthetic elements, what is it saying in the lyrics? What is the meaning behind it? Like, what is it trying to get across?
So you'd rather listen to something that isn't even, it doesn't sound great, it just has good meaning.
No,
over something that's
something
popping.
could sound good, but not necessarily be
How the fuck
like
do I
as
strengthen my
hooky as
bond with
like
these
I don't know
assholes?
what. "Call Me Maybe" from Carly Rae Jepsen. You know what I mean?
Give them
Maybe one
items?
of the catchiest songs
I'm
of the
almost
2010s.
out of items.
But the thing is, like, you know, in comparison,
I just do something else,
would you
some
say that
other
"Hours
activity
in
with them?
Silence" is inherently a worse song than "Call Me Maybe" because it's nowhere near as fucking catchy?
No, I would argue it's a better song.
Well, why would you argue it's a better song? It's inherently, like, it's objectively not as catchy of a track. That song is never going to accrue as many streams as "Call Me Maybe" or stick in the heads as many people as "Call
Yeah.
Me Maybe" because that hook is way fucking catchier. But you're saying that song is better? Why is it better if it's not as catchy?
But I didn't say that songs are just better because they're catchier. I'm saying, what would you rather
No,
listen
that literally like was your argument though. Like,
No,
you
I'm
were
saying,
you were
what
just-
would you? I'm saying you. What would you rather listen to? Something that's
I
catchy.
don't have a preference. I think both things can be good in different contexts. Like,
So if you're driving in the
I don't
car-
inherently prefer music that is or is not instantly catchy. I'm just saying there's more than one way to skin a cat, aka make a good song.
Okay, that's why I'm asking you.
Yeah.
When you go, you're sitting in the car. You got you plugged in your phone, right? Yeah. You're gonna play music. Yeah. Are you gonna play a random song off of "To Pimp a Butterfly" like out of context, or are you gonna play like a catchy like song? Like what do you?
It actually depends on the drive. Like if I had a long drive ahead of me, and I actually have the time to listen to Pimp a Butterfly all the way through, I'll do it. But if I'm on like if I'm on a short drive or whatever, I'm just kind of going from point A to point B, and I only have so much time. I'll just put on a banger.
Wait, so you'll put on the entire "To Pimp a Butterfly" on a long drive?
Because it's like it's a story album. It's like it's like a fucking movie.
You know what, Chad? I don't want you to think I'm hating on that album, but I just think that it's I think it's one of those things where it's like I don't know. You're like you know, you just it's like arguing like a critically acclaimed movie. Like I don't think that the movie what the fuck is it called? Chat, what's that movie with the it takes place in like China? And it won like an Academy Award, but I literally fuck, what is it? It's not Avatar, bro. What? Oh, Parasite. Dude,
Parasite?
everyone,
Wait, isn't Parasite a Korean movie or?
Wait, what?
Is Parasite a Chinese movie or is it a Korean movie?
Someone said China. I think it's Korean. I think, but either way.
Okay. Yeah, people are saying it's a Korean movie. I'm pretty sure it's a Korean movie.
I think it's Korean.
I cannot speak to that movie, not because I dislike it or whatever. I just don't watch that many movies, honestly. It's kind of embarrassing, but I go on, go make your point.
Well, no. All my point was that.
Damn, that comes out quick.
The way that I think most people like to enjoy music or like things on TV or whatever is like I don't think, and I love like amazing like written movies and stuff like that. But if I'm throwing something on, most of the time, bro, I'm not gonna have the time to like listen to like a 2-hour thing or like a 1-hour thing, or watch like a 2-hour thing.
Assassinate Voldo first.
So I think like most people consuming music are just want to hear like, I don't know, like hit songs. Like they want to hear catchy songs. So like why is this like an insane thing? Because we've talked about this before.
I don't think it's insane. Look, I get the premise of what you're saying. I mean, listen, this is like the kind of, I like whatever crazy, not catchy, pretentious music, so on and so forth, and I'm like a super hard critic and this and that. But honestly, truthfully and honestly, when I'm watching like TV, when I'm chilling out and I'm watching TV, I just watch shitty reality shows, honestly, because I'm thinking about music all day. I don't want to think about some kind of deep, stupid, amazing, profound television show. I just want to watch a bad reality show. Just take a break. Not think too much. And I get it. There's some people that approach music like that. They just want to play some poppy shit that feels good in the background. And
well, hold on a second though. I am in no way saying that this album is just some random catchy fucking Carly Rae Jepsen. I'm not saying that. There's fucking good ass lyrics in this.
I'm not saying this applies to the album that we're talking about. I'm saying there's different levels to what people kind of demand or expect from the media that they consume. And while there are super deep and profound TV shows that I do like, when I'm just casually looking to unwind after I'm done working, after a long day in the music review minds of overthinking whatever fucking album it is I'm talking about, I just don't want to think too much about whatever fucking TV show I'm watching, and I want to watch Love After Lockup.
I'm done praying.
Yeah, no, I get it. Listen, so besides just being like, oh yeah, take this song off, is there anything that you could say for like a new album?
Yeah.
What would have to come out for you to be like, oh, you know what, dude? Fuck, man. Drake did it. That's a 9 out of 10 for me, or a 10 out of 10 for me.
I can
what would you have to hear?
And
Like,
say
what
I
kind
prayed
of album?
for the safety of your wife and child.
Listen, I don't think like there's some kind of like perfect record hidden in Drake like suddenly making a metal record or something like that. You know what I mean? I think Drake has all the characteristics that an artist needs to have in order to like make much better albums, which has been so aggravating for me when he's come out with shit that I think is mid over the past couple of years, because he has a distinct sound, a distinct style and voice. He has a lyrical style that people sort of instantly recognize. He has, due to his connections in the industry and his budgets, like probably unlimited resources in terms of the producers he could have access to, the writers he could have access to, the features he could have access to. He could be making way more ambitious and better music than he is. And that's not a slight to this record over here, because I think this album was a breath of fresh air. He really took a risk on this record. He did something cool. He did something fun on this album. He sounds like he's having fun on this album. Like, thank fucking God. Because the past couple of Drake records have been so fucking devoid of fun. This record was so fun in its best pockets. And he sounds like he's having fun on the best parts of the album. I feel like, and honestly, like, that's how a lot of Drake's older records used to be. Like, of course, like, Take Care had its, like, moody moments, but there were a lot of fun tracks on there, like Headlines and so on and so forth. Like, he's coming back to making fun bops that have a lot of energy, and like, he's playing around a little bit. Yeah, that part that people are making fun of on the front end is like a little buttery and so on and so forth, but that part is fun, and there's many other parts of the record that are fun too. And I feel like Drake kind of being in the position that he is, and having kind of the sway in the audience that he does, can be doing better to just be kind of fucking entertaining. Like, fucking entertain us. I don't want to fucking, hear you just like auto-tune moaning for 4 fucking minutes into the atmosphere. Like, come on, give me a fucking bop.
Oh, there were targets on the floor.
That sounds like an 8.5 or 9 out of 10 for you. That I mean, you just described the album.
And look, it's not that he hasn't made music that I enjoyed so much before, because I think If You're Reading This Is Too Late is great. I love that record. I think that record's fantastic. I think that record is bangers on bangers, and even the moody spots hit, and it's really consistent.
Confused where
there's very little content on that record in terms of just like stuff that I find to be completely snooze. And even on this record, even though that is more so the case for this album,
there was a target
it's only
up
a
on the
spots.
on the
it's
thing.
A few pockets here and there. This album is the most fun record Drake has put out in a while, in my opinion.
So I guess we can. I don't know, bro. I guess we can leave it there. I feel like I haven't got a straight answer.
This was
but
a mess. Why they have some?
Yeah, because
why
I
do they have a
don't think
kite
there's,
flying
I don't think
without
there's
the
a really
barrels? Fucking get it the
clear-cut
fuck
answer to
out
the
of
question
here.
you're asking, honestly. Like, I don't have
God
like
damn.
a rubric or sort of like the perfect Drake record idealized in my mind that he has to do. You know what I mean? Like, because
not even just that, but the fact that all these great things you just said, but it's still a 6. Like a 6 out of 10.
Well, I didn't go. I didn't go. I didn't go
6
over.
out of 10,
I did
that's a
not
failure, bro.
That's no. It's not. Not at least in my rating scale. Anything above a 5 is I enjoyed it to some degree. Anything below a 5 means I hated it, and a 5 is like on the fence.
Okay.
It's not like a grade like you're passing a fucking class. It's not the same.
Okay. All right. I mean,
what the fuck?
I mean, we can. I don't. Is there anything?
I missed.
I chat. You guys are literally fucking crazy, bro.
I gotta go slower.
What were we gonna say? Is there anything? What else I want to say?
Before we dip, is there anything else?
I like you, and you're definitely Drake, and I'm 21 Savage.
Dude, I can't keep doing this,
before
bro.
I go, can you be like, Fantano, can you do something for me? Can you do that? Come on, can you do it one time before we go?
I'm doing it.
Come on, do it.
I don't even know what are you saying
Just
to
say,
do?
Fantano, can you do something for me? You know,
Yeah,
just the
you
whole part.
fucking wish. You
I did it
fucking
for
wish.
you. I did it
No,
for
you
you
fucking
earlier.
Wish I would say that. All right, I gotta go because I have to do something right now.
Oh, you're cutting out.
I have to
You're
do something.
You're cutting out of doing this. You're not going to do this.
I don't even know what you're
I want
saying.
you to
Like
say,
I can't.
Fantano, can you do something for me? Can you talk to the ops next for me? Come on.
So if I'm walking and I'm you get it?
Oh man.
Wait, sorry. Repeat it. You were breaking up.
Yeah.
So
you're still, I don't know why you're breaking. You're breaking up all of a sudden.
Give me that horse.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
what do you mean I'm breaking up?
Okay, now you're not breaking up. Now you're back. I don't know why.
Okay. Right?
Fuck. Your audio keeps breaking up. Why is your audio breaking up?
All right, I'm gonna sing it. Ready?
Okay.
Give me that horse.
Why is his audio
Let's
breaking?
go,
I can't even hear him. Are you doing this on purpose?
I'll see you later, bro.
Okay, bye. What a coward. Cowardly.
I need a horse tack and the turn in the photos. Or no, the foreign books for the tech.
I'm listening.
Okay.
I'm listening
okay.
to you. It's just you and me, buddy. You look.
Listen, dude. Okay, you know what? I'm not even worried about the chat. Let me just
stop. You look good.
Hey, I appreciate it, man. You look good.
The haircut is tight.
One book.
The beard looks good.
Fuck you, man.
The top looks good.
You don't
look
have
clean.
an extra book sitting around?
Hey, I appreciate that. But listen, that's not gonna make me forget about what I just heard come out of your mouth.
Well, it seems like you forgot about a lot, honestly. Like when I think about it, because I've been watching the stream.
What do you think I forgot
Off the bat,
about?
you were impugning my authenticity. I'll say that. Like
No. Explain what you mean. Explain what you mean.
We had a nice long chat about my feelings on Drake and all that, and you still think I'm just trolling? You think I'm not real? You think I'm not being honest with my feelings?
I think you're being harsh. I think you're being extra harsh because you know that it's funny. Or like it's some type of like.
I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing.
Listen, people like Drake slander.
This is not a joke to me.
But so you don't think it's okay? So because I watch other reviews too. I don't just watch the Drake one.
Okay.
You also like make memes out of like Nav. I'm not comparing Nav and Drake, but like, dude, there's so many artists that are horrible, but somehow Nav is just so like just the worst person ever.
Shit.
Like it doesn't make sense, bro.
Who out there in your opinion is worse than Nav?
So many, dude.
Okay, just there's so many. Just name three. Just any three. Just throw any three out there.
Any three people that you
just
rated
literally
higher.
throw
Just
any three out there.
Dude, I think he's one of the best.
Okay, just name three people who are worse. Just any three. It could be anybody.
I mean, I don't want to put that negativity. I don't want to shit on somebody.
Stop it! Don't make a claim that you're not going to back up. Don't make a claim that you're not going to back up. Come on.
Okay, he's better than Russ. Yeah, he's better than Russ. I mean,
Okay.
Yeet? Oh, definitely better than Yeet. That dude's ass.
Okay, so I could see Russ as sort of like a difference of taste,
And Lil
because I mean
Pump,
Russ is going to bring a
yeah,
different
Lil
vibe
Pump,
to
of
attract
course.
the Nav.
Gliding
But
and
I think
firearm,
comparatively,
I'll do
like
that.
Yeet is a little bit closer, because I mean, Nav and Yeet are very much about the vibe that they're bringing to the table. They're not super they're not both super lyrical or anything. You think sonically Yeet is like way worse than Nav?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I've heard one Yeet song in my life, so that's I actually don't know like what. People just keep saying Yeet every day, and it makes me not want to listen to it.
Got it. I mean, I'm not the biggest Yeet fan myself, but I mean, vocally, I find Yeet to be a lot more expressive than Nav. I mean, for me, a lot of the Nav humor kind of comes from the fact that, like, I just don't think he brings a lot of personality to the mic, and that's kind of where a lot of my issues with Nav start and end.
But I get it. So let's get back on track though. Because we're talking about Drake. We're talking about Nav.
And the turret for that side.
We're talking about Drake. So
that was good enough.
What I've seen your Drake reviews, and on your last one and your whatever, a few times you've brought up this. Drake is kind of doing the same stuff or going through the motions, or same style, whatever. So now he comes in with literally an entire album that he's never done this before, where it's just all like kind of like dancey type, like singing tracks and not really a lot of rapping, right? So he switches it up.
Try this again.
He switches up for critics
20.
like you and other people who said, "Oh, he doesn't."
Him to do something different. Yes.
Yeah, so he switches up, but now it's like,
and now we're not happy. We're not happy now. We just won't like anything. I know.
Yeah. So I want to hear what you have to say to that. What are people who say that? What do you have to say back to that?
Look, I like that he switched it up. I just think he's still not trying. I think he's not putting in the effort. Like, okay, you've been talking about this fucking Text Go Green track. Hum me the melody of that track.
It's the
hum me the melody of the song, Los.
Listen.
Hum me the fucking melody to that song. It's so fucking catchy.
I don't know it. It's 72 hours.
But I don't even like the fucking song, and I can hum the melody to you. It's not a catchy fucking song. It doesn't stick. You were talking earlier about how nobody's going to put these songs on in the club. Nobody's going to say, this is trash, shut it off. Of course they're not. It's background music. It's wallpaper.
I didn't get all the wood.
Nobody's going to tell you to turn it off because it doesn't sound like
anything. What about the Weeknd's newest album?
It's not so loud that you can't talk to some girl who you're trying to get in her pants. So you're not going to tell anyone to shut it off. It's just a vibe. It's just background noise. You're not even committing it to your memory. You're talking about how great it is. You can't even hum me the fucking song.
Listen. Listen to me.
I am listening to you. You sound ridiculous.
I'm saying this. Tell me, what about the Weeknd's newest album on FM?
What about it?
It's the same type of thing, bro. It's just like background music.
It's the same type of thing as this?
Yeah, it's background music, bro. It's dance, like it's in a club type music. It's like it's not supposed to be like dissected, bro. Like there's no Weeknd song on that album
on that record with strong choruses, super like movie trailer sized instrumentals, not like little looping forgettable bleeps and bloops like I'm fucking falling back.
Like so you're just saying oh I like the melody more on a like I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, I like the melody more in a piece of music. Is that a novel concept to you? Like melody and being in a song, and you like the
some
melody?
Of these Drake songs are not songs.
Yeah, I don't think that one particular song is much of a song because it's literally an intro that cuts off. It's a random interruption, and then it's your pussy is calling my name. Which, granted, that is one of the catchier parts of the record, but it doesn't really build out into anything. You know, there's only a
I
couple refrains on this thing that kind of stand out. Refrains or choruses. One of them is that. The other one is
Gliding training.
Try. Like, how long did they fucking spend in the studio on that one? Like,
Listen,
tried. Like, did they spend weeks hammering that one out?
First of all, don't ever do that again. That was, I don't know what that was. Okay? That's number one.
Of course you don't know what it is because you don't remember anything off this fucking record that you love so much.
That didn't resemble anything on a Drake album. If you think it did, that's insane. Number two, I get what you're saying. You're like, oh, dude, this shit that you're saying, you're like, oh, yeah, they really like took a long time to work on that. Dude, how many artists are like, oh, I went into the booth one time and recorded like a hit song? Like, people, like some people take months or years, like Kendrick Lamar took years to make this album. Some people, they just make a song in like a day or two, bro. Yeah. Like, how does that mean, like, because it's Drake, you expect him to like do it like in such like a crazy, like, detailed way?
Here's the difference. Here's the difference.
Make a song just for a song.
What you're saying is true. And it's actually universally true for everybody. Even guys like Kendrick will go into the studio and in 30 minutes, they'll bang out a track that will actually end up on their record. You know, I was interviewing Logic recently, and he just came out with an album. And he says the new record that he just put out, Vinyl Days, which is pretty good. Production, lyrics, everything, he recorded in 12 days. And there's like, 30 tracks on it, including interludes. That doesn't leave a whole lot of time for every single song, you know what I mean? So there are a lot of artists who produce work really fast. But here's the thing. Like, regardless, if you're making trash, you should have the filter to be able to, when you're finished with it, whether it took you a long time or a short time, to be like, oh, you know what? This didn't turn out too good. Let me just head in a different direction or make some alterations or add to it so that there's actually some dynamics to it and it's not the same shit for 5 minutes.
So you listened to the Logic album, you said he made it in 12 days. What did you think about it?
I think it's decent. I think it's pretty good. I mean, it's not my favorite album in the world, but I guess I liked it more than the Drake record.
And so do you think that Drake took more than 12 days to work on this album?
Again, it has nothing to do with the amount of time. It has to do with whether or not when you come out with something or when you put something together, do you have the ability to edit yourself and say, yeah, this wasn't my best. This wasn't, a great piece of work I put together. Let me move on to the next thing or give the fans something else. You know what I mean? It's not that he worked on it fast. It's that he's working on it fast and he's not caring about how it comes out, because obviously the sound quality of the tracks reflect that. The lack of lyrics that you actually want to dive into reflect that. The lack of melodies that you actually fucking remember reflects that.
Oh, fuck.
But every Drake album that has come out, there are catchy songs.
I just asked you to hum a melody from the fucking song that you were playing on stream before I came on stream. You literally listened to the song 20 minutes before we had this conversation. You couldn't recall it.
First of all, I was 3 days. Can I like?
What do you mean 3 days? You were listening to the song 20 minutes. You booted that song. You literally went on stream and said, "Hey yo, this song's about when you block a girl because they're crazy. That's so relatable. Everybody could do that." But you can't remember the fucking melody from the song that you love so much because you can relate to it?
Dude, fine. I'm sorry I can relate more to Texco Green than my aunt's, my uncle now. Like, I'm sorry, bro. I can't relate. I'm sorry. Does that mean like I'm not woke enough to listen to, like, dude, I just want to go to the fucking party. I just listen to a song, bro. Why does it have to be this crazy shit? Like, it doesn't need to be. I think that's what Drake's trying to do here. It's like telling other artists, like, yo, look at me. You don't have to be some crazy shit. Just fucking whatever you want to do.
I'm not even advocating for it to be crazy. All I'm saying is that,
you're advocating for Drake to be like, hey, listen, I have to go sit in the mountains of Wyoming and like isolate myself for 9. Dude, you are, bro. That would be the effort for you to accept it. That would be it. Drake can't just go in his studio for a month and like make something. He can't. He's not allowed, bro, because it's Drake, right? Look, come on, bro.
Look,
you're apparently stronger than you boys.
All I'm trying to say to you, all I'm trying to say to you is that, look, for a great track, and Drake has made great tracks, okay? Drake has made great tracks. Of course. For a great track, there should be layers. You should have a great beat. You should have a memorable chorus. You should have verses that you actually want to rap along with. You should have a melody that sticks out to you. Like, you can have multiple aspects to a song that are appealing. And all I'm saying about that track and many songs off this record is that the melodies suck. And the reason the melodies suck is because Drake isn't thinking about any of the melodies. He's just coming on the fucking mic and going, it's not a fucking melody you want to sing along with. It's just some boring ass shit.
So okay, when you're saying, okay, so I'm just gonna reference the Kendrick album because that's the closest thing that I can, like, for someone, because you rated his album, what'd you rate it, like a 8 or
yeah,
not?
like
What
an
was
8.
it?
I gave it an 8.
And okay, so that's good to you. That was good to you. I like the album too.
Right.
On that album, there's maybe 3 songs where you like want to sing along or something on that album. There really are. The other songs, and dude, I've listened to the album like 10 times.
Okay.
Like,
Did you like
the
it?
other songs are not
Generic
like
side
that.
quest number
Did you like it?
67 completed.
I like the album, but I didn't like it the way I liked this type of album, where I can like listen to the songs and not have to, like, you know, it's not like I can put it on in the car with anyone in the car. I don't have.
Let's go.
If I put on the Kendrick thing in the car, it's like some deep shit.
boy,
Like,
yeah.
it doesn't make sense, bro.
Let's get those upgrades.
I don't know. That's all I'm saying. But because you were talking about melodies, that's what I was saying. Like, you're saying melodies, so I'm thinking about catchy shit.
Well, I'm just saying melodies because Drake is singing for the majority of this record. I get that there are songs on the Kendrick record, like We Cry Together, that, you know, you're not singing along with it. It's just, you know, pretty much like a fight. You know, but there are tracks like fucking N95 that are really catchy.
What is a fight?
No, I mean We
What
Cry
fight?
Together, the song where they're arguing on the song.
Yeah,
You know what I'm talking about?
okay.
Where it's like him and the
the
significant
one on
other,
the
they're
Kendrick album,
arguing.
yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, there's not like a catchy melody to that track. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, that song is a fucking experience that no other song is going to give you. But the thing is, I'm not even holding Drake to that standard. I truly am honestly not. Because all I need to do, or all I feel I need to do, is like just literally recall his past hits where he seemingly put effort into like into the structure of a track. You're talking about like how, you know, nobody with these songs would ask for them to be turned up in the club, and sure, that's true. I agree with you. But the thing is, like, if you want to like have a club night where everybody's having a fun time and going crazy, having a memorable night, you want to put on back to back. You don't want to put on these sleepy ass songs that nobody's paying attention to. Like, if you put on back to back, everybody's gonna go crazy, and everybody's gonna be talking about like, oh, remember when that happened to Meek Mill and blah blah blah. Like,
But dude, but this is here's where it's like really hard to rate albums when they first come out, because, dude, there are now songs on Scorpion, and most people didn't even like Scorpion like that. But there are some songs on Scorpion now that if they come on, it's like, oh shit, like, that's like a good song. And even like other albums like Views, I know you don't like Views. There are songs that comes on, you're like, oh damn. But like when it first came out, people didn't care like that. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, we're talking about these songs, like this shit came out 3 days ago, and you're saying it's not memorable. How do you know it's memorable in 3 days? That's my point. And you're not the only one saying that. People are saying that.
I will tell you that there are tracks that stand out on Scorpion. Do you love me? Like,
Why did my glider activate?
But the thing is, like, that was the fans that kind of decided that was the hit, off of just kind of streaming it like crazy, and they're kind of being a viral trend off of it with the dancing outside the fucking car. That wasn't like a track that Drake and everybody made in the studio and decided that was going to be the single. You know what I mean? But, you know, still, with that being said, yeah, there are highlights on Scorpion, but the whole fucking record is 90 minutes long, and it's mostly a snooze. You know what I mean?
Bro.
It's like, yeah, it's
really
when
not.
I'm talking about that record, I'm talking about the overall experience. You know what I mean? Like, sure, like a broken clock is going to be right twice a day. Like, you can come out with a 90-minute album and there will be like 3 to 5 fucking bops on it.
3 to 5. There's like 2 skips on Scorpion.
2?
There's like 2. And like one of them's like the Jay-Z song.
It. You mean it. I respect it.
I got a strength.
There's like 2, dude. I mean, wait, hold on. Let me. I actually genuinely want to see. I for myself, I want to see this. I'm pulling it up on my stream.
But also,
okay, I'm not skipping Survival, Nonstop, Elevate.
Hotline Bling is the best fucking track from that record, and that track came out like months before the record was out.
I'm skipping Talk Up.
Okay.
I need so many.
That's very
points.
brave of you.
I'm skipping that. Maybe Ratchet Happy Birthday, but depending on my mood, maybe not.
Depending on my mood.
And then, dude, besides that, no, maybe the one, maybe this After Dark shit. Like, dude, I'm not kidding, maybe two. But people go back and they just think like, oh, dude, Scorpion was ass. But when you actually look at it, no, it's not. This is what happens with in my opinion, every single Drake album, bro. Every album.
No, I will agree to an extent because Drake keeps putting out albums that this new album over here. This new album over here, it does make me rethink whether or not I should go back to CLB because after having heard this, I may enjoy CLB more.
That's the most like condescending, like backhanded, like that makes no sense.
Wait, time. I'm gonna act. You think I'm a troll? I'm gonna genuinely
I'm gonna
troll
max
one
out
time.
this
I'm gonna
skill
genuinely
tree,
troll one time.
intelligence before
Honestly,
I do
never
anything else.
mind. More like honestly,
Doesn't
never
make sense.
mid.
I want to do strength, but whatever.
Yeah,
Okay,
you know
that's
what?
it.
I might have to end the fuck, dude.
You're gonna end the phone call?
Dude, no. No, my whole stream, not even the call, my stream, like
just gonna
literally
end the
everything. Dude, Certified Lover Boy, because it has a goofy name, has been like memed and shit on. There are no bad songs on the album, bro. There's no bad ones.
Hey, wait, time. I'm streaming as well during this, so if you just get off stream, raid to me, please, and then we'll just have this conversation without you.
Okay, vice versa. I got you. But no, I mean, dude, I'm looking at it. Okay, tell me a bad song off the top of your head. A bad one.
Fucking Way Too Sexy is awful. Come on, man.
What? Okay, you know what? I think that. God damn it, bro. Like that, like.
Wait, time. We need to stop. Nobody's here to talk about old fucking albums. I need to ask you, why do you fucking like Liability? Come on, man.
Dude, Liability is one of those
bad
songs.
Drake song slowed down. That's all it is.
Liability is one of those songs. See, I don't think you're in the mood for this album.
Finish that thought. One of what songs?
It's one of the. I was gonna say, I don't think you're in the mood. It's. You need to be in a type of mood to listen
What's
to
the
that.
mood? Tell me the mood.
The mood is like it's 1 a.m. It's you're in the backyard.
It's literally 1 a.m. right fucking now where I am.
It's
So
1
please tell me
a.m.
what else
You're in
needs to be.
the-
Tell me what else I fucking need to like this song.
It's dark out. You're in the
It's
front
dark
of your house.
out at
the back
1
of the
a.m.
house.
It's never been 1 a.m. when it's been light. So please go
That's
on.
not true. In Alaska, that's not true, bro.
Well, I'm not in fucking Alaska.
All right. Well, all I'm saying is, it's like one of those nighttime, like you're just thinking, like it's just one of those. You're not thinking about what Drake's saying. You're just thinking, bro.
Yo, you were talking about this record earlier about like it's a fucking party record, and now you're saying like, and then you were making fun of my laptop analogy, like, oh, party by yourself doesn't even make sense, and now you're saying, yeah, these songs are for when you're by yourself and you're thinking. Like, what the fuck is it?
That was one of the most insane things I've ever heard in my life.
This is literally all shit you said. If it's insane, then you're insane.
No,
if it's insane, then you think you are insane because I'm saying shit that came out of your mouth.
I'm saying what you said. Nobody's having a party by themselves on their laptop blasting music, bro. What human is doing that?
Listen, it's
Dude, I think that you've done that a few times. I think you've done that.
It's an exaggerated illustration. It's an exaggeration to illustrate my point. Like, obviously, I'm painting a picture of someone in isolation, listening to the record, having like a sad little kind of head bobbing groove little moment by themselves, just listening to Drake on their laptop. That's all I'm saying. I'm not too far off from what you're describing. Like, yeah, this song's about when, it's 1 a.m. and it's dark out as well on top of it, and you're just thinking. You're not thinking about the lyrics, but you're thinking.
Dude. Have you never went? Okay, listen. I know you haven't, but for the other people who are watching, have you ever went on a Drake and drive, bro? That might sound
A Drake
corny.
and drive?
Sure,
That's not a term. Nobody says that. Do people actually say Drake and drive?
They say that shit, bro. I'm saying you just driving at night. Drake comes on. You're not even listening to the lyrics, bro.
Okay, listen. I will admit. I will admit that if you're reading this, It's Too Late came out. I did go on a couple Drake and drives.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how did that feel? How did it feel?
It was like driving to. It was like driving to any other kind of music I like. Drake and drive. Dude, the police pull you over for that. Drake and drive. ex.
No, you never heard like the joke like you drink and drive and end up at your ex's, like driving past your ex's? You never heard that?
No, I've not heard that. Drake has never made me want to drive to my ex's place.
Dude, okay, well then it didn't touch you emotionally then. Well, because it touches other people.
Do you think Drake is the only artist that I listen to who sings about their ex?
Oh, there you are.
You guys talk about Drake like he's
way,
unique in that. Like men have literally been singing about their exes like for hundreds of years now.
I mean, like
maybe. Firearm training?
I don't know. I haven't listened to hundreds of years of music. I don't know. I'm just saying that in today's day and age, Drake is the most like the way he says shit is the most relatable that I've seen. I mean, other people say other shit, but it's like unrelatable shit that like the normal person can't relate to.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, you don't think Drake's music is at least relatable?
Well, I think it's relatable in the sense that it's so non-specific that like yeah everybody can relate to it. Yeah, everybody can relate to it because the details are so low. Like yeah, everybody has an ex that they miss. Yeah, I can relate to that.
Wait, let me ask you this. You know what? This is the question I've been wanting to ask you for actually probably even longer than before we even talked last time.
Do it.
Okay?
Ask me.
What would be a great Drake album for you? Like, what would he have to do?
I already know I love If You're Reading This Is Too Late.
If You're Reading This Is Too Late?
Yeah, I love that record.
Let me go back to that. Let me see.
There's so many great songs on that record. There's great production, super standout lyrics that are super catchy. There's great choruses, fucking 10 bands, 100 bands, fucking energy, fucking Know Yourself. Madonna is great, Six God. Like there's so many great fucking tracks on that record. 6 p.m. in New York, I think is one of his, better diary-like tracks and closers.
No, I agree. This is one of his best albums.
Yeah.
But my thing is this though. Is there any nostalgia behind it, or are you just like, oh no, it's that
I loved it when I first heard it. I gave it a positive review.
Like as soon as you heard it, you were like,
as soon as I fucking heard this record, I loved it. You can look up the review. I loved it when I first heard it.
Yeah, right, no. I will agree with you. That is one of his best albums. I just, can he even do that? Because it's like the point when he released that, it was kind of like, oh shit. Like he never did anything really like that before.
I mean, I will say this era for Drake, considering back to back and stuff like that, he was like on fire. He was super hungry during this time. He was super hungry, super on fire during this time. And I mean, I think he could if he wanted to, but I think he's past the point where he feels like he needs to prove anything to anybody, and he's just doing whatever the fuck he wants with whatever energy level he can muster.
And interesting. So that's where you think Drake is right now. You think he's chilling.
It's where I think he's been. We literally talked about this in the last conversation. You yourself observed how depressed he sounded on most of the record on CLB.
I mean, my thing is just like I never know when. Like with a lot of artists, you can tell I'll bring up Kendrick again. You can tell he's been working on that, right? Like like the time period that he's been working on it, right?
Sure.
With Drake, I don't know, like, because there's been leaked songs that I've heard like a year ago, and then it's on CLB. You know what I mean? I don't know when he's working on it, and that's why I think another reason why If You're Reading This Is Too Late is really good is because like that's what he was just doing, and he's like, oh, I just made this, boom, here. I don't know, like I feel like there's some weird thing where like I don't know like when he's making these songs, at least in the last 2 albums, I guess. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if anyone's following my train of thought.
I mean, on the last record, I think that kind of makes sense, given that I feel like he's kind of been inhabiting many of the same vibes on the past couple of records. But this new one over here, I think this was kind of given kind of the similarly very claustrophobic, compressed sounds on many of the tracks, and kind of similar vocal and singing styles on a lot of the songs. I think this new record was kind of a concentrated effort. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think he kind of made this in a condensed period
And
of
what's
time.
your what's your? I don't think I asked you this last time. What's your problem with More Life? I see you shit on More Life a lot, but that's got some good songs on it. I feel like you really
it
shit
has
on
a
it.
couple of good tracks on it that I like. You know, I love Free Smoke. You know, but the thing about it is that many of the songs on there sound sort of thrown together and unfinished, and I get that it's supposed to be like a playlist and everything, but I think it's just kind of an excuse to throw a bunch of clips together.
All right, so then I guess you kind of answered it by saying if you're reading this too late, but I'm saying now, today, what would Drake need to do that would be him
again,
putting in
I'll
effort?
say this new record could have been great. This new record could have been great. I think the record would have been better if he actually, like, you know, again, let's say, you know, Text Go Green, for example. Same content, same lyrics. If you're singing, give me a fucking melody I want to hear. Give me a fucking melody I can remember. And give us a chorus with, like, you know, some built-up production of beat switch or something so that there's actually, like, a memorable part of the damn song. Like, leave everything else about the track the same, essentially, and just add those couple of parts. It would have been a better song. But instead of doing that, he's kind of like, he's got this vague idea of this girl thing that he wants to talk about, which is fine. And all he wants to do is just kind of like give you these melodies that nobody fucking remembers for 4 or 5 minutes without putting in any effort.
But how do you know?
Giving
How
you the
do you
most
know?
understated, soulless vocal delivery
Listen.
that he's put out in a while.
What you're saying is you're arguing that he's not making effort. How would you know?
Like, just look at the way that he's singing. Think about the singing performances that he gave on
Get the
Take
fuck
Care
up.
and how passionate those were in comparison with, like, there's like no fucking soul in it. He sounds like a fucking robot.
But I'm trying to follow you here, but it's just like,
sorry, am I speaking another fucking language here?
I get what you're trying to say, but
No,
like,
I'm not giving you a paragraph here, buddy. It's a couple of sentences.
Put it like this. Okay, he's putting out he doesn't know if you put out 15, whatever this is, 14 songs, right?
Yeah.
How is he gonna know what everyone's gonna like? Like, how would somebody know that?
Dude, it has nothing to do with, like, predicting what people like. It's like, I can tell he's just riffing in the studio because that's what this sounds like. I've seen people riff in the studio. I've heard people riffing in the studio. I've heard records where artists after the fact admit to, like, yeah, we don't even write anything. We were just like, you think Drake sat down and wrote this record out, like, fucking carefully, like on the pad with the pen? Like, they literally put these beats on and he's just like, yeah, let me just, like, do whatever over them and we'll just throw it together.
I don't know how you can just so confidently say this, though, bro.
Because Drake has written songs and written albums where he very so clearly has, like, written out a fucking verse and has made sure that every line fucking hits.
And so this album, you have to rate it, like, against other albums and stuff. It can't be like, oh, this is just Drake doing, like, a dance thing. It can't be that. It has to be.
It's not about, like, I give you points of comparison in his old catalog that I like more, just to show you that I'm not just blindly hating Drake no matter what he does. There are things that I think that I enjoy from him, and there are things that I think he's done that are better. But for me personally, like, the rating for this record is just like with any other record. It personally just comes down to my own enjoyability, and I didn't enjoy anything off of this record outside of a couple songs. Well, I said in the review, I think Sticky's great, and I think the closer's great. I think the production on Massive is really good. I think the production on Keeper is pretty good too. But outside of that, I think the record is mostly just throwaway.
Oh my God, bro! This is like,
why is that so funny to you? I just asked you if you could, like, remember a melody from a track that you were playing a few minutes before I came on, and you couldn't. Like, obviously you're not retaining it.
You're telling me to, like, perform right now. I can't.
I'm not asking you to perform it. I'm asking you, like, I'm asking you. You're telling me this record is, like, so standout, but I'm asking you, do you remember it? You're listening to it right now. Is there anything that actually, like, sticks with you about it?
I'm not saying it's so stand out. I never said, oh, it's so stand out. What I'm saying is this: when I first listened to the album, when it came out, I was disappointed. I was like, damn, like, you know, there wasn't that many like off the first listen where I'm like, oh shit, this is like crazy, right? Yeah. Which that's happened with like you just said, if you're reading this too late, whatever, right? I remember that happening with other Drake albums, whatever. But the reason it didn't happen is because these songs are like, they're not like the other Drake songs where he like writes out a whole thing and it's like this whatever. It's just like he's trying to make catchy songs. TikTok,
but there's nothing
type,
catchy
like,
about it. I asked you to hum a part that was catchy from the fucking song you were playing, and you couldn't. It's not catchy.
Dude, I've been on TikTok for the last 2 days. Every single one of these songs, there's like a fucking 100,000
Okay,
videos.
well then, what's a part of a song that you've been seeing on TikTok that sticks out to you?
Your pussy shit. I don't know. The part where dude. Again, I'm not a singer. I can't sing.
Okay.
I'm just telling you what I'm seeing.
Again, listen. Granted, that part is catchy, but the thing is, like, that's just a tiny ass fucking clip in a couple thrown together parts. That's not really like an entire song. You know,
But listen,
like that single part is cool for like a 10-15 second TikTok video, but like outside of that.
But that's what the music industry is.
Yeah, it
right
is,
now,
but it doesn't make for a good album.
So much fucking metal, and these weapons go
I get
such
what you're
a
saying,
high level. Fuck, is 50
like,
the max level?
That's like you just being like, oh, I don't like how music is right now.
I actually like, personally, and I've talked about this, I actually like that TikTok is driving some artists that make, you know, mainstream and pop music to like actually be more conscious of how catchy their music is, because they know that if they do come up with a really catchy part, that it can go viral on TikTok. I actually like that about TikTok.
Oh
but the
God,
thing is that
55?
that shouldn't leave you in a position as an artist where you're like, yeah, let's just have a random fucking intro and then interrupt it and then
Level
throw
100?
a part
What
about your
the
pussy in there that the kids will like,
This is
and then
impossible.
yeah, that'll
How
that's not a
high
fucking
level
song.
can these fucking eyes
That's being lazy. That's being lazy. You can write an entire song around the whole my pussy part if you want, but like actually make it a fucking song around or about that, and then have that be the thing, instead of just having like consciously throwing a 20-second clip in your track that you know the kids on TikTok are going to latch onto. That's just lazy.
But like Drake just released an album 9 months ago, and you even said like, oh, I'm surprised he came out with it this quick.
Yeah.
So he's putting shit out. Wouldn't anyone rather who likes music rather like one of the biggest artists constantly be putting stuff out instead of what Kendrick does?
Listen, I didn't say it was a bad thing. I just said I was surprised. That's all.
No, I know. I'm just saying. I think people would rather hearing more from someone than hearing less from someone.
Hey, listen. The more Drake puts out music, the more reviews I do, the more talks with you that I do. I get to have nice conversations. So the more Drake puts out, the better, in my opinion.
Jesus Christ! I mean, dude. First of all, guys, anyone who's sitting here saying this is a debate, whatever, there's no winning this debate. There's nothing me or anyone can say that he's gonna be like, dude, you know what? Oh my God, fuck, Drake is the best. That's not gonna happen, bro. All I can do is try to pick your brain and understand why you have this opinion about Drake, and I just want to like go like, is the reason because you love music so much that you see this guy's one of the best, and he doesn't care the way like other musicians who you review and you listen to care? Could that be part of it?
No, I would like Drake to care in his own Drakey kind of way, you know, because again, like I said earlier, you know, I think he's put out great singles and great records in the past where he has so obviously cared about like how the chorus sounds, about the message that he's putting across, about whether or not there are some standout lyrics that you want to repeat with him, you know, some bars or verses that everybody like remembers. There are points where in his career, I think he has like genuinely cared about making like a really good quality standout song that is going to stick with people. And I just don't think that moment was this album. I think he's like made some background music here, and I think he's better than this. When I say I want a better Drake, when I say I want a better record from Drake, I don't mean that he needs to go on the album like Kendrick and, you know, just be like, look at all I done for you, look at all I done for you, and, you know, just like rap super deep fucking shit.
Can I give him my
I'm happy with Drake being in his feelings. I'm happy with Drake sort of just, you know, rapping catchy stuff, just, you know, going from 0 to 100 real quick, and, you know, YOLO, YOLO, YOLO. I'm fine with all that stuff. All that stuff is catchy. You know, but the thing is, like, I don't find anything about falling back catchy. I don't find anything about Currents with the fucking squeaky bed bullshit catchy. It's just annoying.
I still have the cleaned blowfish.
So you find 0 songs,
Right,
less
here's
than
some
half the
clean
songs
blowfish.
catchy.
I'll blow your
on this,
fish
I
later.
find a couple. I think Sticky is great.
You're welcome.
I think
I
the
got 1
closer
hour
with
for
21
that. They
Savage is
hate
great.
my fucking key items.
I think the beats on Keeper
You're gonna
and
get 'em.
Massive are very good. Pretty much everything else is a snooze, especially
I've got
Liability.
some
It's just a
old
bad slow
rusty
motion Drake song.
papers for you.
Guys, listen to me. I know you've been listening to this whole time, chat. I want you to really pay attention to this right now. This is an amazing album. Okay? It's
Wait,
not
but
just
before
okay.
you were
it's
saying,
not
I didn't
just
say it was
good.
standout, but now you're saying it's amazing. What is
It's
it?
amazing.
Pick a struggle.
And the reason it's amazing
fuck,
is
I already
not
fucking
just
got Max
because all the
Baldwin.
songs are good,
God
whatever.
damn it, get the fuck out of here,
The
man.
reason it is amazing
I should've
is because
given her the
look
paper.
what's
She would've liked
happening, bro. I don't know if you guys
Fuck.
go on the fucking.
Sorry,
I know
gave that
this.
guy
I know this guy
fucking
goes on the internet.
Your gift.
Everyone
Oh, I
is
got some
talking
face
about
powder
this.
and brush.
That is the
She'll like
pure
that.
genius
Oh,
of
she likes that.
Drake. Say whatever you want to say. Talk whatever shit you want to
What kind of man
say.
is your father?
He is the
gonna go
most
piss on his
streamed
grave.
artist, bro.
Okay.
He is, dude, for a reason.
Okay.
Because everyone is gonna listen to it, whether you hate it or you love it, or you, oh my god, I gotta see what people are talking about. No other artist can do this, bro. They can't do it. And guess what happens? People get salty. People like this dude and other people get salty. They're like, why? Why Drake? Why? Dude, sometimes there's no reason, dude.
No,
It's
wait,
just,
wait,
dude,
time
it's
out.
Drake,
Don't
bro.
don't put words in my mouth. Like, I'm not sitting here thinking like, why is Drake so popular? I know why Drake is popular. I know why Drake is popular. Drake, especially this record. This album is very inoffensive. It's very easy to listen to. It's very, like you said, it's fine in a club context. Anybody who's everybody can relate to it because everybody has an ex that they miss. Drake is genuinely like a very appealing kind of, usually like kind of charismatic, magnetic figure. I understand why Drake is popular. I just don't think he makes. I just think sometimes, especially in this case, he doesn't make very good tracks.
I just need 13
People
more
need
skill
to
points.
hate. Like, I mean,
Max
it's the
out
same
and get
thing
that achievement.
with. I mean, listen,
man.
you get to a point
I
like it's
have-
like people are just gonna hate on you, bro. It's like it's like it's upsetting,
strength, and
bro.
bond with
Yeah,
Ine.
no,
Where
I
the
get it.
fuck
People
is
fucking
Ine?
wish
She's
I
at
was
the
dead. I mean,
garden.
it is what it is.
I mean, how do you, when people hate on you, like, what do you think
medical
about those
school? Where's the
people?
medical
I just want to your opinion.
It's just like background noise at this point. I mean, I've heard
Where's
everything.
that? It was up here.
So
Somewhere.
maybe I don't know, bro.
There's the stable.
I'm sure Drake's heard everything at this point too.
Where the fuck is the
Yeah.
medical?
I guess. And what do you think? And let's get a little. But I don't know
Oh, that
how
was the
much
last
time you
map.
have, but I just want to, because last time you got a little.
Fuck yeah, that was the last map.
psychological
Where the
here.
fuck is
I
Ine?
want to
we-
hear
we
your
did.
take on this.
Are you trying to get psychological now?
I want to get a little psychological because
She's
I've been
not
drinking
here.
a little bit. I can think
You
deep
need a
right
therapy
now.
session.
No.
I think I
Your
did
opinion
miss
on
a
this,
little
right?
bit back
Okay.
here, yeah.
What does all those comments, and you see the type of comments that Drake gets, and you fucking, I mean,
What up,
you're,
baddies?
a lot of
Man,
them
there's
stem,
another guy that looks
some of them
exactly
stem
like
from
you.
making
I
a
keep
video
getting you
like this or
confused.
whatever. But my point is this: those comments that Drake sees, right?
Mhm.
How do you think that affects him making music?
I think it depends on the era
Read.
of Drake that we're
You're
talking
dumb.
about because, you were referencing some of those, Drake the kind of guy memes earlier. And I think there was a point in time where they did very obviously get to him and the fact that he wasn't taken very seriously as a hip hop artist because he wasn't hard and he wasn't
gonna
this
start back
and
at the
wasn't
Longhouse.
that. I think all of
I'm gonna
that
get some
definitely
food.
got to him. And, I don't know
I'm gonna finish
exactly when
playing, but I'm just
personally,
gonna get
he
some
kind of
food.
turned, but
Warm up.
I think he reached a point where
Warm
he
some
just
shit
didn't
up.
really give a fuck anymore because he doesn't have to, like obviously like the numbers and the streams cannot be competed with and
I
he
do wanna
doesn't
check
need
my
to kind of
weapon
twist
again,
himself
real
into
quick.
lyrical pretzels
Curse
to
blade.
impress anybody or prove that he's like at the top of the game.
Yeah, I like this.
I think there was definitely a point earlier in his career where those comments hurt him. I don't know
Damn,
if they
still the
have too much of an
strongest
effect on him anymore.
best
You know,
boat.
I think he's probably got other things to worry and think about. I mean, I can't imagine there's anything on the internet about him that's new. You know, I certainly haven't seen anything on the internet about him that's new. When I see people making fun of Drake, it's like the same shit I've seen since like 2015. You know what I mean?
So I guess my follow-up to that is, do you think that, in your honest opinion, do you think that you personally will hear a Drake album, a new Drake album, that will be, in your opinion, you know, good, in your standards? Again,
Yeah, I think Drake has the means and the potential to make a new record that I could enjoy.
This one's kind of
and
nuts.
is
I'll take
generally
that.
better than what he's putting out now. But I don't
Head,
think there's a lot
body.
of pressure for him to do so, because, like you said, you know, the music industry is in a position where, you know, he can throw a 20-second clip into a fucking song that's not really connected to the rest of the track, and it'll go crazy on TikTok. You know, I think the music industry isn't really at a point where Drake is really punished for coming out with mediocre music, because, you know, it doesn't bear out in the streams, because everybody wants to hear it, because, oh, everybody's gonna hear it, so we're curious about what it is because we want to have a conversation about it. We want to be in the middle of the polarization and the controversy and the stirring of the pot around whatever the fuck Drake does. It's kind of like a really weird, and it's difficult to describe, because, you know, I think culturally in the music industry, this is the first time we've ever reached this point, because of the internet, because of social media, because of streaming. But like, Drake is an anomaly in that he's the only artist, and maybe people like Kanye come close, to where whenever he puts something out, it makes this insane feedback loop of conversation where it's like everyone engages in it, not for the quality or the content of the music, but because they know there's going to be a conversation going on. So it's like everybody dives in because everybody's going to be talking about it and everybody's going to be listening to it. It's going to be this universal experience that we all need to, you know, kind of have a collective, you know, experience over, even if that experience isn't altogether good, because, you know, humans are a social species. And, you know, we are searching for things that we can all kind of collectively experience to kind of gauge each other's experiences off of that. That's just kind of normal behavior. It's just the internet and music and streaming and algorithms have kind of like, you know, I think kind of siphoned that natural process into a series of bastardized, capitalized interactions that, you know, people who own these platforms make money off of, while we're just kind of, you know, running around like with chickens that have their heads cut off.
That's you know, that's an interesting way to look at it. I personally, like, listen, I feel like I think about shit that oh wait, hold on, I got a question in my chat. I just need to throw it out there to you real quick before I say anything. And I've been drinking, by the way. If anyone's like, "Oh, dude, what's wrong with this guy?" I didn't know I was gonna stream tonight. Okay. I got one.
I DM'd him out of the blue, and I said I DM'd him and I said, "Hey, the review's going up."
No, but I was already drinking.
I know you were. I'm just telling everybody how this started.
But listen, someone in my chat goes, "Ask Fantano how he feels about Logic saying he wanted to murder him." I actually want your opinion because I saw that.
Yeah,
I saw those lyrics.
I think it's weird. It's weird. I just review music. There's no reason to want to murder me.
But you know him because you talked to him and shit.
Yeah, I've had conversations with him, like, you know, a couple of conversations on the phone where he was talking to me about the way my reviews had sort of made him think about his music, and I, you know, essentially said to him, like, my opinion doesn't fucking matter. Like, I'm just giving my opinion on music. It's not that deep. It's not that serious. You are a multi-millionaire rapper with tons of fans who's toured the world and has had tons of songs that are very popular that, you know, no matter how much content I put out, more people are going to know his most popular songs than are ever going to know, or, you know, have heard my voice or whatever. Like, what I say shouldn't have that deep of an impact on you and what you do. You're just doing what you do. And that's it.
But
I mean,
the
that's
thing
essentially
is,
what I communicated to the guy.
This is, hold on, this is interesting because you're a review, like you review songs, but you also are on the internet and have people who could like not fuck with you. Like, so you actually can see both sides of like, you see like an artist and like a review, like you see both sides, right? So you know, like if there's somebody actively trying to make you look bad or like whatever on the internet, like you're gonna feel some type of way about them. The murder that's insane to say murder, but like you get the gist of it. Like, so I kind of, in a weird way, like I kind of see what Logic's saying when he gets like mad and he's like, because he's like, dude, he probably like was a fan of you, and then he's like, you know what I mean? Because he, you know, he likes the internet and shit, he streams, whatever. He sees you shit on him. He's like, dude, fuck you, bro. Like, I don't know, but.
I guess here's the point that I want to illustrate essentially, and I get why artists have a hard time doing this because they put themselves into their music, you know. So when you critique their music, they feel like you are critiquing them. Some of them can, you know. But the thing is, like at the end of the day, like I don't. What I say about your music, and I keep it to the music. I don't come into my reviews and say, Drake's a fucking loser. He's a fucking prick. He's an idiot. I don't come into my reviews and say Logic's a piece of shit. He's, you know, I don't come up with a bunch of biracial, you know, whatever about fucking memes about Logic in all my reviews. You know, when I come on there, it's about the record, and it's not personal. It's not personal because it couldn't possibly be personal because I don't even fucking know Drake. I don't even know anything about that man on a personal level. I'm just talking about the man's music. I may not like it. And there are records of Logic's that I reviewed very negatively before I ever had a conversation with him. That, again, it's not personal because I don't know you. I don't know you personally. And even still at this point, I've never hung out with Logic. You know, and whenever we've talked, it's mostly been about just, you know, again, this topic.
I get it, but I'm saying, like, you know what, like, the comments are going to be bad when you're... I mean, people like you.
Yeah, but the thing is, generally the commenters, because they're fucking anonymous and they're commenters, they're the ones that take it too fucking far. You know, because they don't have anything of substance to say a lot of the times, and you know they're just like coming on there to attack the artist and make a joke at somebody's expense, so they can feel better about themselves. And you know that's them and that's their problem, and that's just kind of what comments generally are.
Yeah, no, I see that. I mean, listen, dude, I don't know. I don't know how this even turned into this. I literally
you said you wanted to go on a deep psychological dive, so.
I mean, well, I guess, did you even really answer, like, do you think there will be a day, like, honestly, that you'll listen to a Drake album and be like, dude, I like this?
Again, I think Drake can, but I think there's no incentive for Drake to do it. Honestly, like your
answer is no. You're saying that the best of Drake is behind him.
Yeah, I think so, but mostly because, like, listen, the best moments in most discographies from a lot of artists occur when there's like pressure. Pressure makes fucking diamonds. Maybe not in all cases, but the thing is, like, generally, I think that's true. On Drake right now, I think there's no pressure. I don't think there's any pressure on Drake. Who's pressuring Drake to do what? What is Drake's feeling the pressure from right now? He has no competition. There's no trends or whatever. Like every single thing that he does seems to spur off into some. There's no trend he needs to follow in order to stay relevant. There's literally no pressure on the man.
So how does someone like that, who's so huge, he's so big, how can somebody like that even do what you're saying you want them to do? Like, how would they even get to that point, bro?
How does Drake get to that point?
Yeah, like anybody, well,
really. I mean, Drake has made, you know, great records, and Drake.
I know what he's done, but I'm saying
Drake,
in the
for
future.
The most part, listen, the whole like first half of Drake's discography changed the face of modern hip hop. Like, I mean, pretty much every rapper that comes out is also expected to be a singer now. That's because of Drake.
Yeah.
You know, and the thing is, like, this, you know, it used to be back during the bling era when I was, you know, growing up and listening to hip hop in college, when everybody was like, oh, I got this, I got that, and da-da-da-da-da. Like, it's because of Drake that narrative has kind of shifted into like, oh, I have all these things, but it's also because I have a hole inside me. and I'm also missing my ex, and so on and so forth. There's so many things that Drake has changed to where, like, you know, so many people out there sound like a Drake clone these days because he's just kind of like set the table that everybody's eating at. And because everybody is following him and you hear his sound and you hear his fingerprint pretty much all over the mainstream of hip hop, like, you know, he's kind of untankable, you know, until I think one day Drake will be irrelevant, but it's going to take, it's going to take another generation of music listeners to come in and just be like,
one day Drake will what?
One day I think Drake will be irrelevant because nobody stays relevant forever. But that's going to happen probably at the hand of a new generation coming in and saying, we don't like this, we reject this, we want to hear a new thing. And that's it. We want our own artist that represents our generation at the top of everything, and that's who we want to hear, and that's who we want to see reflected. Because you have to kind of consider, like, Drake is getting to an age, like, yeah, he does make relatable music, but, like, Zoomers are getting to the point, and alphas will get to a point where they don't relate to this man. He's going to be in his fucking 40s and 50s singing over whatever fucking beat that he wants to about how his ex doesn't talk to him anymore. And, you know, some 14-year-old kid is going to want to fucking listen to that. They're going to want to listen to somebody who is their own age telling some story that they relate to.
Yeah. No, I get it. But the thing is, I don't think there's like an age with Drake's music that you need to be able to relate to him. That's just my opinion. I think like a kid in high school could listen to Drake, and it's not about his age. It's about like the situation. But anyway, listen. I don't think we're gonna reach any type of like agreement or anything.
I want to say that agreeing with you isn't necessarily a point for me. I just come on here because I love your energy, and I have a good time talking to you. So
we might not agree on Drake, but I always it's always a pleasure. I gotta go to sleep, bro. I'm gonna be honest. I'm on the East Coast.
You go to sleep.
Yeah, man.
All right.
But I'm gonna watch this shit on YouTube. I gotta read the comments on this. So
yeah, it'll be up tomorrow.
In the living room if you want to come.
All right, man. Listen. Until next time, bro. Good.
Come on. Come on. Oh, shit. Hold on, stuck on you, bro. I ain't hanging out here right now. I'm eating. put that pussy on me, boy. That femboy pussy. That fem pussy, I need it. Put that fat ass in my face. That fat fem pussy. I still gotta roll up a joint. Mouthful though. I got a joint. That's it. I gotta wait for my delivery and roll it up. I'm out of weed. What up? What you scooting about? What you pooping about? What you doodling about, huh? No, kid it, pussy. No, kid it, bitch. Goddamn kid it now. Goddamn dumbass kid. No. What'd you do?
good now. I got weed. Oh. Are you not gonna put a fly swatter and everything? Look at my whole table, bro. Look at my table, bro. Alright, I got the weed. Yo. Still gotta unlock that place. Some more. Fuck, man. I gotta do I don't know how to get the bonding quest. The rest of them. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Ooh. I wonder if I can just go to past areas in New Game Plus. Just max them out if I missed anything. But I have to do like entire replay. Yeah, still 33. I got a lot to do. Complete all bond missions. Collect all cats. Yeah, I'm not gonna get this. Not this run. Missed 18 missions, yeah. Fuck. Cats all over. How many more? I gotta get 4 more. I'm close. Caught 5 cheaters while playing odds and evens. Mastered one of the 4 stat types. Holy shit, I got a lot to do. Stellar Blade demo. I'll play that probably sometime next week.
show my shit not sleeping. I'm coming right back. Almost done. Almost done, Fat Channel. Oh shit, that was good.
All right. All right. Shit. Fuck.
In your standards. Again.
Yeah, I think Drake has the means and the potential to make a new record that I could enjoy, and is generally better than what he's putting out now. But I don't think there's a lot of pressure for him to do so, because, like you said, the music industry is in a position where he can throw a 20-second clip into a fucking song that's not really connected to the rest of the track, and it'll go crazy on TikTok. I think the music industry isn't really at a point where Drake is really punished for coming out with mediocre music, because it doesn't bear out in the streams, because everybody wants to hear it, because everybody's gonna hear it, so we're curious about what it is, because we want to have a conversation about it. We want to be in the middle of the polarization and the controversy and the stirring of the pot around whatever the fuck Drake does. It's kind of like a really weird, and it's difficult to describe, because I think culturally in the music industry, this is the first time we've ever reached this point, because of the internet, because of social media, because of streaming. But like, Drake is an anomaly in that he's the only artist, and maybe people like Kanye come close, to where whenever he puts something out, it makes this insane feedback loop of conversation where it's like everyone engages in it not for the quality or the content of the music, but because they know there's going to be a conversation going on.
Let's go.
So it's like everybody dives in because everybody's going to be talking about it and everybody's going to be listening to it. It's going to be this universal experience that we all need to, kind of have a collective, experience over, even if that experience isn't altogether good, because, humans are a social species. And, we are searching for things that we can all kind of collectively experience to kind of gauge each other's experiences off of that. That's just kind of normal behavior. It's just the internet and music and streaming and algorithms have kind of like, I think kind of siphoned that natural process into a series of bastardized, capitalized interactions that, people who own these platforms make money off of, while we're just kind of, running around like with chickens that have their heads cut off.
That's that's an interesting way to look at it. I personally listen. I feel like I think about shit that
good weed once again.
Oh wait, hold on. I got a question in my chat. I just need to throw it out there to you real quick before I say anything. And I've been drinking, by the way. If anyone's like, "Oh, dude, what's wrong with this guy?" I didn't know I was gonna stream tonight. Okay. I got one.
I DM'd him out of the blue, and I said I DM'd him and I said, "Hey, the review's going."
No, but I was already drinking.
I know you were. I'm just telling everybody how this started.
But listen, someone in my chat goes, "Ask Fantano how he feels about Logic saying he wanted to murder him." I actually want your opinion. I saw that. Yeah, I saw those lyrics.
I think it's weird. It's weird. I just review music. There's no reason to want to murder me.
But you know him because you talked to him and shit.
Yeah, I've had conversations with him, like, a couple of conversations on the phone where he was talking to me about the way my reviews had sort of made him think about his music, and I, essentially said to him, like, my opinion doesn't fucking matter. Like, I'm just giving my opinion on music. It's not that deep. It's not that serious. You are a multi-millionaire rapper with tons of fans who's toured the world and has had tons of songs that are very popular that, no matter how much content I put out, more people are going to know his most popular songs than are ever going to know or, have heard my voice or whatever. Like,
shit, Riomo.
What I say shouldn't have that deep of an impact on you and what you do. You're just doing what you do. And that's it.
But the
that's
thing
essentially
is,
what I communicated to the guy.
Hold on, this is interesting because you're a review, like you review songs, but you also are on the internet and have people who could like not fuck with you. Like, so you actually can see both sides of, like, you see like an artist and like a review, like you see both sides, right? So like, if there's somebody actively trying to make you look bad or like whatever on the internet, like, you're gonna feel some type of way about them. The murder that's insane to say murder, but like you get the gist of it. Like, So I kind of, in a weird way, like I kind of see what Logic's saying when he gets like mad and he's like, because he's like, dude, he probably like was a fan of you, and then he's like, you know what I mean? Because he likes the internet and shit, he streams, whatever. He sees you shit on him. He's like, dude, fuck you, bro. Like, I don't know,
I guess here's the point that I want to illustrate essentially, and I get why artists have a hard time doing this because they put themselves into their music, you know. So when you critique their music, they feel like you are critiquing them. Some of them can, you know. But the thing is, like at the end of the day, like I don't. What I say about your music, and I keep it to the music. I don't come into my reviews and say, Drake's a fucking loser. He's a fucking prick. He's an idiot. I don't come into my reviews and say Logic's a piece of shit. He's, you know, I don't come up with a bunch of biracial, you know, whatever about fucking memes about Logic in all my reviews. You know, when I come on there, it's about the record, and it's not personal. It's not personal because it couldn't possibly be personal because I don't even fucking know Drake. I don't even know anything about that man on a personal level. I'm just talking about the man's music. I may not like it. And there are records of Logic's that I reviewed very negatively before I ever had a conversation with him. That, again, it's not personal because I don't know you. I don't know you personally. And even still at this point, I've never hung out with Logic. You know, and whenever we've talked, it's mostly been about just, you know, again, this topic.
I get it, but I'm saying, like, you know what, like, the comments are going to be bad when you're... I mean, people like you.
Yeah, but the thing is, generally the commenters, because they're fucking anonymous and they're commenters, they're the ones that take it too fucking far. You know, because they don't have anything of substance to say a lot of the times, and you know they're just like coming on there to attack the artist and make a joke at somebody's expense, so they can feel better about themselves. And you know that's them and that's their problem, and that's just kind of what comments generally are.
Yeah, no, I see that. I mean, listen, dude, I don't know. I don't know how this even turned into this. I literally
you said you wanted to go on a deep psychological dive, so.
I mean, well, I guess, did you even really answer, like, do you think there will be a day, like, honestly, that you'll listen to a Drake album and be like, dude, I like this?
Again, I think Drake can, but I think there's no incentive for Drake to do it. Honestly, like
your answer's no. You're saying that the best of Drake is behind him.
Yeah, I think so, but mostly because, like, listen, the best moments in most discographies from a lot of artists occur when there's like pressure. Pressure makes fucking diamonds. Maybe not in all cases, but the thing is, like, generally, I think that's true. On Drake right now, I think there's no pressure. I don't think there's any pressure on Drake.
Bro, you can't grab the ladder.
Drake to do what?
Fucking dumbass.
What is Drake's feeling the pressure from right now? He has no competition. There's no trends or whatever. Like, every single thing that he does seems to spur off into there's no trend he needs to follow in order to stay relevant. There's literally no pressure on the man.
So how does someone like that, who's so huge, he's so big, how can somebody like that even do what you're saying you want them to do? Like, how would they even get to that point, bro?
How does Drake get to that point?
Yeah, like anybody,
well,
really.
I mean, Drake has made, you know, great records, and Drake.
I know what he's
you know,
done, but I'm saying
Drake,
in the
for
future.
the most part, listen, the whole like first half of Drake's discography changed the face of modern hip hop. Like, I mean, pretty much every rapper that comes out is also expected to be a singer now. That's because of Drake.
Yeah.
You know, and the thing is, like, this
off.
You know, it used to be back during the bling era when I was, you know, growing up and listening to hip hop in college, when everybody was like, oh, I got this, I got that, and da-da-da-da-da. Like, it's because of Drake that narrative has kind of shifted into, like, oh, I have all these things, but it's also because I have a hole inside me. And I'm also missing my ex, and so on and so forth. There's so many things that Drake has changed to where, like, you know, so many people out there sound like a Drake clone these days because he's just kind of like set the table that everybody's eating at. And because everybody is following him and you hear his sound and you hear his fingerprint pretty much all over the mainstream of hip hop, like, you know, he's kind of untankable, you know, until I think one day Drake will be irrelevant, but it's going to take it's going to take another generation of music listeners to come in and just be like,
one day Drake will what?
one day I think Drake will be irrelevant because nobody stays relevant forever. But that's going to happen probably at the hand of a new generation coming in and saying, we don't like this, we reject this, we want to hear a new thing. And that's it. We want our own artist that represents our generation at the top of everything, and that's who we want to hear, and that's who we want to see reflected. Because you have to kind of consider, like, Drake is getting to an age, like, yeah, he does make relatable music, but, like, Zoomers are getting to the point, and alphas will get to a point where they don't relate to this man. He's going to be in his fucking 40s and 50s singing over whatever fucking beat that he wants to about how his ex doesn't talk to him anymore. And, you know, some 14-year-old kid is going to want to fucking listen to that. They're going to want to listen to somebody who is their own age telling some story that they relate to.
Yeah. No, I get it. But the thing is, I don't think there's like an age with Drake's music that you need to be able to relate to him. That's just my opinion. I think like a kid in high school could listen to Drake, and it's not about his age. It's about like this fucking situation. But anyway, listen. I don't think we're gonna reach any type of like agreement or anything.
I want to say that agreeing with you isn't necessarily the point for me. I just come on here because I love your energy, and I have a good time talking to you. So
we might not agree on Drake, but I always it's always a pleasure. I gotta go to sleep, bro. I'm gonna be honest. I'm on the East Coast.
You go to sleep.
Yeah, man.
All right.
But I'm gonna watch this shit on YouTube. I gotta read the comments on this. So
yeah. It'll be up tomorrow.
All right, man. Listen. Until next time, bro. Hey, he referenced it in the fucking song with J. Cole. He's just a guy in the studio. This is a regular human. He's trying to enjoy his time in the Bahamas. And what happens? You got some annoying girl ruining the fucking
who he brought there.
He did, but she broke her pinky promises with him.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing though. Like, chances are this was not the first time this girl was annoying on the Bahamas trip. If somebody to me is annoying before a Bahamas trip, they're most likely going to be annoying on the Bahamas trip. I mean, and listen, if you've been on trips, you know that, like, you know, that shit tends to create tension with certain people. You know?
No, and I get that. And if you listen, you've talked about your dating history and whatnot, right? Dude, you know, you don't plan for a fight. You don't plan for something to go wrong. You don't plan. Yeah, you could have hatched in the past, but maybe it's going better now. All of a sudden, this shit could go fucking south. And then that is what I'm telling you. The shit, and on a vacation is the worst possible place where this could happen, bro, because there's no escaping. You can't pack someone up, send them out of the Bahamas. You're there with her, bro. You gotta work through that shit, just like anyone else.
You know, I don't think he has to. He can get her another hotel room. He can get another hotel room. He's Drake. You don't got to deal with anybody that you don't want to.
Get the fuck over
here. And also like he's not married to her.
So you're dating someone for 6 months. You can just pack them up. Yeah, fuck you. Go in another room.
If somebody with me, if somebody is so annoying that they would do that they would ruin my Bahamas trip, I wouldn't date them for 6 months.
But you don't know that until the Bahamas trip thing happens.
No, you do if they're super annoying before the Bahamas trip.
Let's get this pussy.
I mean, I guess, but it could be.
Okay, fuck me up.
You know, something goes wrong, and then now you see the true colors.
But
you never know.
Look, if someone was like, listen, if somebody was really fucking up my Bahamas trip, here's me. If someone was really fucking up my Bahamas trip, I'd say fuck you, go back to the hotel room, or, you know, listen, I'm gonna distance myself from you, and I'm gonna enjoy the rest of my Bahamas trip by myself.
Okay, what if you went wanting to enjoy it with the person you're with?
I mean, that's unfortunate that, you know, that's something that I wanted, but like plans change if people like turn out to be toxic.
Yeah, you're so, dude, this is not real emotion. That's not human emotion. Dude, you'd be disappointed.
There are other women in the Bahamas.
Are you, dude? Get the fuck. Yeah, you're gonna go pick up women in the Bahamas.
Yeah.
Be fucking upset, bro. You'd be upset.
you'd be among
listen,
us.
it depends on how much emotional investment I had in the person before I brought them to Bahamas. Which personally, there would have to be a lot. Like,
but
you know,
that's for
I'm
you.
not like,
All right, I fucked up.
like I'm not even sure like
go.
you say 6 months. I'm not even sure if I would bring someone to the Bahamas after 6 months. It would have to be quite a while.
No, and that's true. But we're talking about Drake.
We are.
He has
We are,
a plane,
and that's the thing, because he
Fuck
has,
you.
listen, a Bahamas trip is not a mortgage payment for him. So he can just like, if he's dating someone after 2 months, he'd be like, fuck it, let's go to the Bahamas.
Yeah.
Before
He
I
evaded
before I
our
know
whole
you're
combo.
stupid
That was
and
good.
annoying. And then I bring you on my Bahamas trip and then you ruin it.
Yeah.
So
Damn,
I
he's good.
think in that instance, he only has himself to blame.
So that's your okay. So your problem with the track is that Drake has no one else to blame but himself. Don't ignore the music. Ignore the melody.
It's an annoying, complaining ass song. And listen. Here's the thing. My other gripe with the track is that it's one of these, like, you know, R. Kelly style
I see.
rant R&B, you know, type songs where it's like there's not even a tune to it. He's just like kind of singing his way randomly through a story, and it's not even a good story. It's about some bitch that you shouldn't have been dating ruined your Bahamas trip. Who cares? Who fucking cares? Haley, you ruined my Bahamas trip. And that's the other first mistake that he made there. You should have never brought Haley to the Bahamas. Okay, there's because the thing is, there's already 50 other guys making 6 figures plus a year bringing a Haley down the Bahamas. Like, don't do it. It's just a bad move.
What if he loved her, bro?
Okay, let's talk about the next track.
See, now it's out of the realm of possibilities that Drake could love. All right, let's go, bro.
All right, tried our best. I love this one. This one's great.
Yes.
This
Yes.
is a top 3 track for me.
Yes. Why do you like it?
I think it's just got a great tune. I think he's actually, again, he's caring about the vocal melodies. It's a great vocal performance. It's a good song structure, and you know, again, it's actually a compelling story about, you know, trying your best in a relationship, and obviously, you know, despite your best efforts, things kind of go to shit anyway.
Yeah.
And you know, again, I think it's just a straightforward story. It's good storytelling, and you know, it's a great tune all around. You know, Drake is in his R&B bag, like I said in the review on this track.
And I think if I had not, because I got the leak of this song like months ago, and it was actually this exact song. Like, he didn't really, I don't think he changed anything. And when I first got it, I was playing that every day. Like, so
How
and this
fuck?
is another one. If this was the first time I was hearing this, I would be like even more fucking excited. And it's still a great song. Like, I'm glad that now I can have this on my Spotify, Apple Music and shit, and not have to play it off, you know, a random, you know, downloads app that I have. So I really, this is, I might have to redo my top 3. This is actually a great song.
Yeah, no, if this song is not in your top 3, it should be.
Facts.
I think it's one of Drake's best songs, or at the very least one of his best songs that has more of like an R&B angle to it.
I heard you say that this is a top 10 Drake song.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, no, I think it's a great track. And again, I don't mind Drake getting emotional. This track is great.
Come on, I got a big sword too.
The Screw the World interlude is cool. I thought that was a great beat, a good
Come on.
tribute as well. You know, he sometimes will throw a little interlude in the midst of a record this long, and that one's cool. Drew Picasso, you know, felt a little bit to me like a Bahamas Promises moment. Again, it's like, you know, an R&B rant
fuck did I
kind of
lose my
cut, and I
stagger
just,
already?
you know, I think it's okay. You know, and look, Bahamas Promises, I don't hate it. You know, I just think it's a little funny unintentionally, and you know, drags on a little bit. Drew Picasso also kind of drags on for me a little bit. I wish it was a little bit more straightforward.
This
as a
is
tune,
dog? What the fuck is that?
But I don't have super strong feelings for or against it. Do you have strong feelings for or against it?
Drew Picasso's top 3 on the album, bro.
Okay, so what did your top 3 looking like right now? Is it Tried Our Best, Bahamas Promises, Drew Picasso?
You know what? It changes every minute because there's so many great songs in the album, bro.
Boy, but 8 a.m. in Charlotte's in the top 3 though.
8 a.m. in Charlotte is, and we'll get to even another one or two that are also in my top 3.
Okay, wait. Do we know how
you guys killed him?
Do we have a conception of the number 3? You can't have 6 songs in your top 3.
I got about 9 songs in my top 3 right now.
Then it's a top 9.
Why is
you can have 9?
Funny?
You're fucking telling me earlier about what I can and can't do in terms of like a Drake opinion or Drake review. You have fucking 9 songs in your top 3.
It's meaning that I have 9 that are top 3 potential. Yeah. I don't know why that's insane. I mean,
I'm sorry. That's funny. That's just funny. Like, okay.
Right,
why don't you
listen,
why don't you expand it to a top 5 and actually think about what's really in there?
No, by the end of this, I'll have an actual top 5. But when we get to the end of the track list, I'll have a 5.
By the end of this, we'll really have a top 5 of your top 5 favorite songs.
Yeah, I will. I will have the top 5.
Okay, I'll try to think of that too. Okay, all right. So Drew Picasso's top 3 for you. Why?
Dude, I just like when Drake does
make Japan great again.
You just like when he's like just rambling on. You just like a Drake ramble.
It's not a ramble. There's like little. Hold on, I gotta play the part that I like. Hold on.
Okay, you're gonna play. Is it a certain melody or a certain lyric? Too many reasons why. Is that it?
Come on, bro.
When he's hitting that, you're just like yeah, that's my shit. That's the sauce. Is that
man,
it?
Kendrick's not doing that. All right. Kendrick can rap. Drake can rap. Drake can sing.
And
Anyway.
so again, is it a certain mood about it? Is it a melody singing? Is it just the content of the song? Like, why is it top 3?
For me, it's everything on that one. For me, it's everything. The content, what he sang, and then also the melodies. Like, it's like the perfect combination, and that's why. And I have that with Bahamas Promises. Like, it's that kind of vibe for me.
Yeah, I mean, both those songs kind of bring almost like, almost like again, I'm kind of like going on about a narrative like R. Kelly. I don't have like a super strong song structure in mind. It's more about the story. It's more about just the vibe I'm bringing. And I get it. And I know where it comes from and I know what he's doing with it. Am I as on the edge of my seat with it personally when I hear Drake do it? Not necessarily. And I feel like, again, I don't hate the song. I'm not in love with it either. I think it's fine.
Does that have to do with what Drake is talking about? Like, if it was a different subject, would?
On this particular song, no. I wouldn't say it has anything to do with the content on this one. I just am not, sometimes when I feel like the song isn't, and this isn't always the case for every artist, but I feel like sometimes with Drake, when I feel like the song isn't necessarily progressing to any point in sort of like a clear or concise way, I just like, I'm just like, ugh. Can we go somewhere? What, like, are we driving the speed limit? What's the destination here? Whereas, like, I feel like that sort of thing with him. You just soak that in. You're like, let's just hang here. I'm fine with hanging here. This is my vibe. This is my place.
I got a question.
What?
This is a random question.
Okay, yeah, shoot.
What do you think about the song "Folding Clothes"?
I'm not crazy about that one.
So, this is a little point I want to make, and I'm not even saying that you were making this point, but a lot of people who have been hating on this album, the Joe Buddens and the trolls online, whatever.
Are they bringing that track up?
Not bringing that track up, but when people have tried to talk about the more life, day-to-day shit in life, and the my wife and kids and the folding clothes and your favorite artist, Chance the Rapper, right?
I don't like Chance the Rapper. What the fuck are you talking about?
I know how much you like the Big Day album, and I'm saying,
I love that record. It's one of my favorites of all time. Yeah.
Who are saying that? They're like, oh, dude, we want to hear. Dude, you don't want to hear that because people have done this, and you shit on it, bro. You literally shit on people really talking about real life shit like that. When it has to do with
well, listen, again, I think you're projecting onto me. I don't hate that the song is about average everyday stuff. I don't hate that the song is about regular day shit.
Yeah. Okay. No, I'm not saying you. This was a point I was just making in general.
Okay.
Okay, so
No,
next.
listen. I think there's ways of going about that content. There's ways of not. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that's a big point of debate here.
I know I was making a joke about Chance the Rapper shit.
Yeah.
And the Big Day, whatever. If you listen to that album right now, tomorrow, do this.
Okay.
Please do this tomorrow. Go listen to that album from the start. Don't listen to Hot Shower.
Okay.
Listen to the album. Guarantee you'll like the album, bro. I actually guarantee you'll like the album.
Okay.
That song, and it's a very rare occurrence, but one song could actually ruin an entire album, bro. And that was a very rare occurrence that did. I'm telling you now. Anyone in here, same shit. Go listen to that, bro. You might think, oh, dude, it's so ass. Go actually listen, bro. For real. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay. I'll keep an open mind.
Yeah.
Members only.
I gave him a book about
Did
my
you love
dick.
members only?
I love when Drake and Party Next
Oh,
Door
his
do a
dog
song.
is here,
I
too.
love
That's
this
cute.
song, but my worst line ever for Drake is
Thought you
in
might
this
have put him
song,
down.
so it automatically gets a little.
I got to hear this. What is Drake's worst song line? Is it worst line ever or just worst line on this record?
Worst line I've ever heard him say.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
yes.
What is it? Is it the buy one?
Yes. 'Cause
Why do you not like that line?
You're singing a song. You're singing along to the song. It's a catchy song. Then all of a sudden it gets to you. Dude, I can't sing out loud. Oh, I feel like I'm bi. It's. Do you know what I mean? And I have no problem with anyone. Dude, this is not about people being gay. I have no problem with them, at all. I'm just saying that line just didn't make sense. Like it just. I don't know why he said it. I don't know if you really.
Well, what do you mean you don't know why he said it? I mean, the point of the song is pretty clear.
Yeah.
Oh, Blade twin.
You don't know why he says that line in the
We're
song.
gonna meet her again.
No, I get it. I think that should have just never been said.
Okay.
But dude, that is the only line I think you in the review talking about fucking 10 other lines that were all fire, bro. This shit with the Shakespeare, just stop, dude. If Kendrick said that, you would be literally fucking shitting your pants, bro.
Kendrick would not say that. Like that's too simple and silly of a fucking bar. But listen, I feel like that line is on the level of like, you know, girl, you're a lesbian, me too.
No, because that's actually like a funny thing.
So in the car, you'll rap that you'll sing along that you're a lesbian, but you won't sing along that you're bi.
Dude, because that's like, yeah, it's fun. Like the bi thing is just there's no joke there. You're just literally.
What do you mean? There's obviously a joke there.
Yeah, no, but it's not like. I don't know how to explain it.
He's not seriously saying he's bi.
He's not saying. I know he's not saying he's bi, but he put in one of the most catchy parts of the song. Like, if you're singing along, you're gonna accidentally be like, "I think I'm bi." Like, that's my issue with the song. That's my only issue with the song.
What?
Are you just saying that you're? Never mind.
What, dude? What?
I'm just saying. Are you just like? Are you just afraid that of what it's going to mean if you are you afraid that it's going to manifest and you're actually going to feel bi because you say the line?
Dude, see this. Okay, bro, nice, man, nice. I don't know how you just turned into that, but okay,
Well,
cool,
it
bro.
just feels like it's coming from a bit of like an insecure place. That's all I'm saying.
What are you, dude? If a guy said they're a lesbian, there's no way to misconstrue that. That's obviously impossible to be.
But misconstrue it how? You're in the fucking car by yourself. Nobody's there like popping up out of the backseat being like, "Hey, I heard you say you're bi." Like, no, I was singing along with the song.
I was by myself in the car.
Why
so
am
that's,
I wearing
you're
this
wrong,
bullshit?
Okay?
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is like, how is it going to get misconstrued with who? Nobody else is there. You're just singing it in the car.
I'm not saying it's gonna get misconstrued. Like someone's gonna hear me saying and be like, "Oh my god, dude, you're bi now."
I'll give you another
That's
chance.
not what I'm saying, dude.
Okay, what are you
I'm just saying
saying?
that
Oh, okay,
it's just
alright, I'm
not a
running.
thing I want to sing along to, bro. I can have that opinion.
Okay, I'm fucking up.
I mean, again, it's like I just don't get it.
Just
There's like Brockhampton.
There's a couple songs. that what's the dude? Fuck. The dude who twerks on the devil.
Oh, that's
yeah,
it.
Lil
He's
Nas
dead.
X.
Yeah, like
Damn,
there's a
what a
couple
pussy.
songs I like some of his songs.
Who's up
But
next?
then there's some like I'm not gonna sing along.
I mean,
Same with Frank Ocean.
like, why?
There's some
What does it?
Frank
What does
Ocean
it
songs
matter?
where he's
Like, listen,
literally
listen.
talking
There's
about getting bent over.
there's
I'm not gonna
other.
sing along.
Listen, there's other queer artists and rap artists out there. Like,
Stop
you know,
closing me
there's
in.
there's Brockhampton songs where they reference sucking, where it's guys rapping about like
I'm
sucking
not gonna
dick.
sing along to that, bro.
I mean,
That's what I'm saying.
like straight dudes do. It's not a big deal.
What, dude? Wait. How did you just try to say that I'm this is coming from a place of insecurity, but you just agreed that there's multiple songs that's like have sus lines in it that people are not gonna like
All right.
want to just
all
be
right.
fucking yelling out loud, bro.
No. What I'm saying. What I'm saying. Well, first off, there's nothing sus about a guy sucking dick. That's just something some guys doing. That's fine. Number one.
Wait.
And
You
number
said
two.
it's not sus to suck a dick.
Well, sus means suspect. What is suspect about sucking a dick? That's just something somebody might want to do.
Okay, so that's full. Okay. Now we're getting into a conversation that's like crossing like a lot of lines. I feel there's people getting uncomfortable in the chat.
Well, listen, there's nobody uncomfortable in my chat. Everybody's kind of chill. There's some dick suckers in my chat for
Up
sure.
right now. Okay, I'm gonna read a couple of your comments in the chat.
Oh, what the fuck?
Heath Ledger
was too
with
fast.
some dreads? What the fuck is that comment?
That's a Brockhampton lyric.
This guy is a clown and closeted clearly. So now you got your fans saying shit like that. This is what I mean, bro. This is literally like, this is why I said I don't want to sing this fucking song, bro.
So, someone in chat just said
that
that
was all my-
Los
that was my
might be a
fault.
lesbian.
You fucking missed. It's fucking
Listen,
twirling
bro,
around.
At the end of the day, all I was trying to say with that is just, yeah, there are certain, like, would you, okay, are you singing along to saying
What
that
the
you're
fuck was
sucking
that?
cocks? Like, do you sing along to that?
If I think it's a catchy lyric, I don't give a fuck.
All right, okay, fine, okay, that's fine.
Okay, listen. I'm not crazy about the track either. But not only because like I think that line is a little corny, sure. But like on top of it, I just don't get what the fuck he's complaining about on the song, because like it seems like he's unhappy about the fact this girl is like
Get in your ass.
cool with all his dogs and she's too gangy, and like
Suck
to
my
him that means like she's like a guy, and I think that's kind of like a really stupid way to look at gender. And like, I mean, it's like, wouldn't you personally love it if like a girl was like cool with your guy friends and it was like chill to have her around with like your dude friends?
I mean,
like everybody just gets along. That wouldn't be cool to you?
No, the getting along is fine, but I don't know if I would like. It's tough, bro, because I didn't. So wait. Explain what you're saying, because I didn't get that.
Well, yeah, he's like literally saying that she's too gangy and she's too down with the guys, and and again, he feels like he's bi because you're one of the guys, girl, and he has like, and again, this is because I think, and I can't tell you all the details
real
here because I don't
gangy.
think he lays them out very clearly because it's a silly thing to complain about, but still, it seems like he has an issue with her not sort of, I don't know, being in this separate girl part of his life where she's acting more feminine and not cool with the guys.
This is something that a lot of people can relate to and agree
Gonna
with.
fight
Like,
somebody else?
they don't
Who's
want
next?
their girl to be too buddy, friendly with other guys.
Not with
Like,
other
and,
guys, like with his guy friends, it seems.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, people think like people don't want their girl to be so buddy, even with their best friends.
But like,
And
why?
that's
What? Like, as long as they're just friends and that's it, what does it matter?
Because dude, it's like that's my girl. Like, I don't even want her. I don't want someone to be able to have that like with her. Like, I just want that's with me only. I think that's what he's kind of saying. And it's not an insecure thing, because people are typing misogyny, insecure. I don't know what you're talking about. It's just, dude, my girl is for me. She's not for everyone else. You're not gonna go have fun with my girl and go fucking go do shit. The fuck is this?
Well, I don't think he's talking about them like going out, not with him or anything.
Well, it's just like you're being too buddy. You're being too friendly. Don't be too friendly with them. You can be cool with them. Don't be too friendly with these guys. I don't like that shit.
Okay, but also like, do you feel like that line that you don't like on the track is also like describing her behavior? Is she acting too much like a guy or something by being friends with his guy friends?
Pussy. Damn. Clean.
I don't know
Is that an issue too that people can relate to?
Ooh. I'm trying to think if maybe there's like friend groups or people where it's like you. I really don't. I honestly, that's why I said that it's not just the line itself. It's I don't even know what that even means, to be honest.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, obviously I know what it means. It's like, oh, I like you, but you're like one of the guys, so I feel bi. Like I get it, but like, listen, I don't think it's should be looked into that deeply, to be honest.
Okay. Well, what did you think about What Would Pluto Do?
Okay. What would Pluto do? Top 3, bro. Top 3.
So I'm infiltrating
it's top
these
3
guys.
in your top 9.
This is one of the most catchy Drake songs in recent memory. If I could change something with the song, I would just get more of the okay shit throughout the song. But I still like the question is, well, Pluto do, fuck that bitch. I like that part. And I think that's also funny. It's like, what would, like, Future's known for just like, I like it. I mean, I really like. What do you think?
I don't know. I think it's a little cringe at a few points, honestly.
God damn it, bro.
Like he's talking about it like he really looks up to Future, like, what would my buddy Future do? And then he's like, it's just like sort of seems like a weird insecure validation kind of thing. Like he thinks Future's a really cool guy and he wants to be more like him. And then there's that other part where he's talking about like dropping Cialis. So he could give Adonis a baby sister. Like that's fucking weird, man. It's fucking weird.
Hold on.
Part of the track.
Drink shit. You know what that is. You definitely know what that is. All right.
Wait, I definitely know what is.
What happened?
I definitely know what is.
You definitely know what that means, bro.
Definitely know what means.
I think it's like an erectile dysfunction type shit. I don't.
No, I know what it is. Like it's not a secret. Like what are you trying to say? I know what it is. Like are you trying to say I've taken Cialis? Like my dick doesn't work?
Listen, bud, I'm not gonna say that in so many words, but.
Oh, but you are gonna say that.
You're giving those vibes.
I'm giving vibes that I take Cialis.
A couple. Yeah,
a couple.
I'll have you know.
Oh, dude,
I'll have you know.
You're insecure, dude. See, like what? You can't just yell out a fucking thing and then call someone insecure.
Well, I think the looking up to Future bit is insecure. I just think the Cialis part is kind of like a weird flex.
I mean, dude, you gotta look at it like this. He's friends with Future. Future one of the.
Do you think that's something he learned from Future? Did Future teach him to get a Cialis prescription?
No. But hold on. Let me finish this thought before we. I said the other day, I'm like, yo, I think Future's one of the best rappers ever.
Okay, yeah.
I think number wise and like hits and like how long he's been around, I think he's one of the best. Is that a crazy thing to say? I know your rap knowledge is not great, but I'm just saying in general. What's your opinion on that?
I wouldn't agree that he's one of the best ever, but like, what are you trying to say ultimately here?
What do you mean?
Well, are you bringing this up to make a point, or?
I am bringing this to make a point.
Okay, well, what's the point?
You're friends with one of the biggest rappers ever, right? Okay. He's a cool guy, right? Oh yeah, that's my boy. Oh, what would Future do? It's like you're saying it about your boy. Like, all right, what would he do? He's fucking his girl, so I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
That's basically what he's saying. He's not saying, "Oh my God, I look up to him so much." I don't get that from the song.
Well, I think it comes with like a serious kind of reverence, because I mean, usually that phrase is like, you know, what would Jesus do? That sort of thing. And you're sort of like throwing Future there in place of it, you know? Not that I think he's looking at Future like a religious figure, but I think it's coming from a place of like similar reverence.
Well, you know, I think when it comes to getting girls and whatever Future does, I mean, you see the history, all the baby mamas, whatever, right? This dude gets ass, right? So in some ways,
Yeah,
maybe
he can't keep it though.
But in some ways, he is kind of the a god of getting ass. So he is kind of being like a what would Jesus do? Yeah, what would Future do? He's you know what I mean? So anyway.
Okay. All right. Well, top 3 on the album for you. All right. All the parties. You were talking about this track earlier. What did you want to say about it with Chief Keef?
Yeah. So with this one first of all, I really like. I like the whole thing. Chief Keef's part didn't like. I would love to have heard Chief Keef on like a harder beat and like them rapping and shit and him saying some crazy shit. But instead we kind of got like a singing Chief Keef for like 20 seconds, which I don't mind. Like I don't think it's bad. I just think if you have Chief Keef in a song, you should do, more or at least like when you do a Yeet, like a Yeet type of song, do a Chief Keef kind of song. But again, I don't have a problem with it because the whole song to me is good. So
I was just jerking off back here.
What do you think about it?
I think the song starts pretty strong, but then it ends bad.
I forgot it's my
partner. I like Drake's intro. I like Chief Keef's part, even though maybe it's not the type of vibe that I would expect Chief Keef on. But like I feel like since he initially kind of broke with like his early mixtapes and stuff, he's done a lot of weird experimental stuff that a lot of fans aren't necessarily clued into. So I'm like not surprised to hear him trying something different on a Drake track. I guess the issue that I have with the track is like immediately after Chief Keef does his thing, Drake repeats the same refrain right after, but then with the beat slowed down. And then after that, he just like kind of trails off into a sung part that doesn't fucking go anywhere. And it's like, what's going on? Like, shouldn't this like bring it back to that catchy intro and then we get Chief Keef again? And then like, like you said, maybe we get more of him or something. So it seems like a more proper feature, but instead it just like kind of trails off into this nothing.
It just feels like your problem and you've done this many times. It's like the 4th time we talked about this.
Yeah.
If Drake does a song that's textbook like verse hook, you have the same problem with that him doing a song where it's kind of not it's not what's the word
Or just throw a bomb out.
No, not normal. Traditional. No, what the fuck is the word? Fuck. Structured? No. Fuck it. Conventional. That's what I was trying to think of.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, if he does a
listen. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But here's the thing. I don't think Drake is good at it. I don't think Drake is good at making unconventional song structures. I don't think, because the moment that he changes some stuff, usually that's when the momentum goes downhill and it gets really fucking boring. There are some artists that I think are good at it. I think Travis Scott's really good at it. And to bring it back to Drake, I thought the track that they did together, Meltdown, on Utopia was really good. All the switches on that were solid.
Thanks.
It felt like there was a lot of hype and interesting shit, edgier seat shit happening as we move from moment to moment. But when Drake tends to change over and over on these tracks that have a weirder song structure, it's like we downgrade to a more boring part, and then we downgrade to another boring part, and then we downgrade to an even more boring part, and it just trails off.
That's where we disagree, because that's just your opinion of you saying it's boring.
Hey, listen, at the end of the day, this is all my opinion. It's all just opinion. But I just listen. There are other artists out there that do these kind of beat switches and these non-conventional song structures. I just don't think Drake's great at it.
I disagree, and I'll come up with examples, because there are a lot of songs that don't follow a traditional thing that are great Drake songs, bro. I mean, when you say traditional,
yeah, I mean, maybe you got an intro and it's verse, chorus, verse, bridge. Maybe you come back to the chorus again at the very finish, or there's an outro. That's pretty traditional.
Damn it! What do you?
And there's songs on this record like that have a more traditional structure.
This is off topic too, but I want to hear your opinion on this, because I don't know if I've asked you. What do you think about the album views?
Yeah.
We've talked about this before, no?
I don't know. I don't remember what you said.
I'm not crazy about it.
I
like this album more than Views.
I think that you need to. You fuck what I said about Chance the Rapper. That was. You need to listen.
I need to go back and listen to Views.
You need to go back and listen to Views, bro. You have to. Bro.
Also, how could you? Like, to me, Views was disappointing, and it couldn't be anything else other than disappointing because it came after If You're Reading This Is Too Late. That record is at least twice as good as that record.
Oh my god, dude! Views has so many. There's so many like highlights on Views. It's kind of crazy, bro.
Yeah, no. Now I'm having flashbacks. We have talked about this. Let's move on.
Okay. Next.
Now we have talked about this. Yeah. All right. All the parties. All right. So 8 a.m. in Charlotte. We both love this one, right?
8 a.m. in Charlotte. To me, that is one of his best. Those time.
Yeah, time location type tracks. Yeah.
Yes, this is one of his best. This song for me, this is number 1 or number 2 for real on the album for me.
Okay. No, I think it's great. Production's great. Bars are great. Love that Domination Kinky bar too. I thought Drake was funny on this track. He was charismatic on this track. The shots were cute. Just everything about the track was really entertaining. And like you said, I think it's one of his best songs with that type of Drake title formula.
You wanna come back up?
And it like blows the Bridal Path track off of CLB out of the water. I think it's great.
What was that one called?
7 a.m. Bridal Path.
Yeah,
if I remember correctly.
Yeah, when I first heard the 7 a.m. Bridal Path, I didn't even think that should have been one of those time Drake songs.
Yeah, this is really hard.
I think another song on there, I'm forgetting the name, should have been, but it's fine. I mean, I like CLB. I know you have issues with CLB, but I still like CLB.
Yeah. Okay, so well, here's an interesting one. What did you think of BBL Love?
BBL Love. I like to see this every once in a while from Drake. Just it's he's like kind of like you said, like he's taking the pit, whatever.
Yeah.
Like he's like joking. Like you're not supposed to take it so serious. That's why I like that he added interlude on it. Because I feel like if they didn't say interlude, I think people would be kind of clowning the song.
Right. No, I agree.
Yeah.
No, I think it's funny. I think he's being funny. I think it's a funny track. He's just being preposterous on it.
He's being it's ridiculous. Can I feel it? Like it's funny.
Yeah. No, it is a funny one. And just kind of the bar about like, you don't know real love, just like a fake ass until you feel it.
I think in a way also too, it could be one of the saddest songs in the album.
In a weird way, you're absolutely right.
Because he's literally out loud being like, "Can I feel it? Can I feel it?"
That real love.
Like I want to feel the real love.
I wanted to feel it on my Bahamas trip.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
This next one's got to be one of my least favorite tracks on the record. Bottom 3 for me. Bottom 3. Gently.
Yeah.
Do you have any strong feelings on this one?
As
a fellow Italiano, soprano.
First of all, the song basically starts at 1:30 because Drake does like an intro for like 40 seconds.
Sure.
So you tell me Drake and Bad Bunny 1 minute and 30 seconds, dude, that's got to be longer, and it's got to have that structure like the song Mia has, and like it's got to dude, you do that with Drake and Bad Bunny, that's a hit, bro. And this dude, people love Bad Bunny, people love Drake. This still might be a hit. And from, the 30-second point on, I like that part. I don't know. This is another one that seemed like two different songs, kind of, because of the intro part.
Yeah, once it got going, it was better,
Yeah.
But like the intro's just terrible, and it's a non-starter for me. I just can't. I just think he sounds silly on it.
But that's like you being biased, though.
No, it's not, because no other fucking artist does that shit and gets away with it and thinks they sound cool doing it.
He's speaking Spanish.
I gotta roll one more joint.
Like he's doing the silly accent with it too.
Oh, sorry. Hold on, kitty. Oh, I'll be back.
Yo. Looks like a baby that had his lollipop stolen.
Oh, what up? I'm back. Oh shit. And it didn't go to sleep. Alright, alright. It's Poppy Kitty. Bop, 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 bop. What you was doing, cocaine? What's that on your nose? It's a little wet. What is that? What is that? Oh. Little kitty boogers. You gotta sniff or something. What is that, bro? Alright. Probably got some like lint. Looks like lint. Alright, this guy wants me.
You want him to have a Toronto accent while speaking Spanish? That'll sound horrible.
But no, this sounds horrible. It sounds like he's making fun of him.
I've been learning Italian. You need to put an accent on your words. When you can't speak like American in Italian.
Okay,
It doesn't work.
but the thing is, like, I'm sure. Okay, you know what? Say a sentence in Italian. Any sentence in Italian.
You're putting me on a spot right now. It's gonna sound bad. I can't roll.
It doesn't.
My
It doesn't
tongue
need
yet.
to sound perfect.
Relax.
Just say a sentence in Italian.
Okay. Okay. I'm not that far along.
Okay, just say any sentence in Italian. Literally any
I don't
sentence.
have a sentence, dude.
Say a phrase.
Como.
Literally, just one word, really.
Oh, what the fuck? Damn, I just watched
Mamma
the
mia.
fucking. I just watched Equalizer 3 yesterday. Fuck, man. I don't know.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Do I have to Google a fucking Italian phrase here to illustrate my point? Like, what the fuck?
You're telling me to do it. You make the point. Say an
Okay,
Italian
well, I
phrase,
can't
and
make
wanna
the
hear how
fucking
you
point unless I
sound.
have. Okay, come se chiama. I could say that to any Italian person and they would know what the fuck I was saying.
Yeah,
Right?
but you sound nerdy though.
What do you mean I sound wordy?
No, you sound nerdy.
Okay, it doesn't matter if I sound fucking nerdy. They would understand what I'm saying. Okay? Now
Yeah,
listen.
but it
there's
doesn't
a
sound cool,
difference.
though.
There's a difference between me saying "Come se chiama" to an Italian guy and saying "Come se chiama." Okay? That's what the fuck that's what the fuck Drake is doing on that song. Okay? When you speak, well, that's how fucking Drake sounds on the fucking song. You can speak Spanish. You can speak Spanish without going sopranos, italianos. Like, fuck you. That's so clownish. That's ridiculous. Okay, you don't need to listen. You can say phrases in other languages without doing a cartoonish accent.
Dude, honestly, bro, you sound xenophobic.
No, that's the exact opposite point that I'm making.
I don't know. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know what xenophobic means. I saw it on Twitter today.
What the fuck? What the absolute fuck? What the fuck?
I really don't know what that, but still, dude, it sounded like
this is
you
gonna
were
get
xenophobic.
clipped. This is gonna get clipped so fucking hard. Like you understand
We're gonna
that,
have a
right?
fist fight? What
It
the
just
fuck
sounded-
is
okay,
this?
fine, I don't care. We're having an honest opinion, honest conversation.
Oh god, a bad camera.
Anyway, what were you saying?
In closed
Let's get back
doors
on
I was
fist
saying
fight.
you could
This is gonna
speak
be
in other
great.
languages without doing a cartoonish accent. Is
Great.
all I'm saying.
Dude,
taking
listen,
you on.
I agree with you, but I think you're exaggerating on how much he was exaggerating, bro.
No, that's what he fucking sounds like on the song. Anybody can go listen to it.
Matter of fact, play the beginning. Play it. I want to hear it. Play the beginning. I want to hear it.
Well, I don't think you can hear what I'm playing, so you would need
No,
to
I
play it
can't.
for
I
yourself.
heard it before.
Get off of me, bitch.
Baby Maristes from Casablanca. Like, get the fuck out of here. That is not how Drake
He's
talks.
singing, though. He's
That is not
singing.
how Drake talks.
But he's singing.
But that's not how he sings either.
Yeah, because he's speaking Spanish now.
Just because you speak Spanish doesn't mean that you need to start going up into your
fucking
nose
clean 'em up.
and singing like this. Like, that's not fucking necessary.
Listen, I'm not taking singing lessons from you.
That shit
I'm
was
just
easy.
telling you what it is, dude. Okay? And I don't think you're at any
just spam square the whole fight.
liberty or anything to give
Dodge a
Drake
few
fucking
times.
singing lessons. And
What?
all the Spanish, all the Bad Bunny fans, they're gonna eat this up and they're gonna love it. Because guess what? He's speaking their language. He's
Defeat
speaking it.
Katsura?
But no, once you get
Oh,
past that part,
God.
and then when Drake comes in, I like that part.
I just
Bad
lit
Bunny,
up the
but I wish it
joint.
was a more back and forth. I wish there was a hook. I just, you have two big artists on a thing. Like, I want to see. I don't know. I want to see more.
All right, well, moving on from there. What are your thoughts on Rich Baby Daddy?
Rich Baby Daddy's a banger, bro.
I agree. It's a banger.
It really, like, honestly, no, all jokes aside, it really is a banger. And I even like it to the point of the outro when he's like, the dog days are over. I even like that, bro. But the actual song, Sexy Red going crazy in a hook. Then you got Drake come in, Sexy Red again. Then you got SZA come in. I mean, dude, to me, it's a banger. It's going to be played at parties, clubs, bar. Like, people are going to shake their fucking ass.
It's a party track.
You know what I mean?
And it's a party track.
God,
it's
he's
unhinged.
drunk
It's
now.
very entertaining. It's wild. It's a wild track.
That's like a Kiki
I don't
song.
wanna waste a
That's
joint.
like a
Sure.
Do You Love Me song. Like, that's really, it's one of those.
But even crazier. It's Sexy Red kind of makes the song insane.
She kind of made it unplayable on the radio a little bit.
I mean, maybe, but nobody's worried about radio playing 2023.
Yeah, I guess.
All right.
You got me.
The last three tracks on the record, honestly, for me, are just like totally boring. Totally boring.
I mean, and that makes sense coming from you. That makes
It does make sense coming from me. But I mean, to me, the Lil Yachty track adds little to nothing. Away From Home,
easy.
Again, I get the concept. Looking back, we're going to the past. We're walking down memory lane. We're going over all these various things that have happened to
pretty
bring me to
easy.
this point. But like, what the fuck is with the Esperanza Spalding shit? Like, what? Like, where the fuck was that coming from?
So, I don't know who that is.
She's a jazz bass player and singer, and all the more reason for that shot to not make any fucking sense. Because if you're Drake's core fan base and you have no fucking idea why he even brought her up, like, why mention her by name to throw a shot at her anyway?
What if she did something fucked up to him?
He would have said so on the track, but he all seemingly, according to the narrative of the song, all she did was win an award that he didn't get.
Wait, what?
You didn't notice this part of the track?
It's not that I didn't notice it, but what I'm saying is there's no way that the only thing...
Well, I don't think Drake really messes with anybody in the jazz scene. Like, I don't know how much Drake has to do with anybody in that world of music.
Might start
Wait,
using
before we
handguns. I don't
We
know.
kind of glazed over Another Late Night. That's a catchy song. I love the hook. Another Late Night with my bitch. Yeah, Lil Yachty comes in and does his Lil Yachty shit, but that's Lil Yachty, bro. It's a unique
I mean,
sound.
I like the beat on the track. I just don't think it's that as interesting of a song generally.
But when you say interesting, right?
Yeah.
How many songs on the album Damn are interesting?
Damn's not my favorite record, but I mean, listen, that's not even a point of comparison. Listen, I think it's a song that's trying to be a fun song.
Yeah.
But like, I just don't think it's that fun. Rich Baby Daddy is fun. Yeah, I just don't think another late night is that fun of a song.
Okay.
Might switch
I just
to
think
a gun
I think it's
now.
pretty low impact, especially
pretty confident in my
compared to
fighting
the song that just came
skills.
before it.
I mean, listen, we'll agree, disagree. I think it's a fun song. I like listening to it in the car.
We know the car is where you like listening to it.
I mean, yeah, I have no I really have no complaints. At first I was like, the Lil Yachty, but then I was like, dude, I kind of like it. So now I fuck with it.
All right, well, either way, I just find it really odd that Drake is on the Away From Home track.
Yeah.
He seems like, almost kind of like upset that he had to deal with some obstacles to get to where he is, when like, I feel like that's the point of getting to a place in life where you can be proud of the success that you had. Would he have rather just everything to get to the point where he is now just be easy? Then there'd be nothing to brag about. There'd be no tension. There'd be no story. There'd be no nothing.
What he's saying throughout the whole thing is that he remembers.
Yeah.
A lot of other people don't remember, and a lot of people just see Drake as, oh, you're just Drake.
Well, I know he remembers. I'm just saying, like, in the context that he brings some of the stuff up, it just seems like he's kind of bitter about some of it, and it's like, I just don't get why.
I mean, we're talking about struggles he went through in life and shit. Of course it's not gonna be the best fucking memories. I mean
but sure, but like at this point, those struggles are seemingly over. He's successful now. He is now reaping the benefits of everything that he's done. So I just don't see the reason why some of these things come up in a bitter context in the way that they do, especially some fucking jazz bass player that like won an award that he didn't get however many fucking years ago.
And try out my gun.
What the fuck does it even matter? Like, he's at the point now where, as he says on the record and on one point, that he uses a Grammy as a doorstop. So like, what the fuck would one more award that he could have gotten so many years ago even matter to him at this point?
Listen, I get that. I don't really even care about do you care about Grammys? I don't even think that they're...
No. I mean, I don't, but I'm just sort of wondering why Drake does in this instance. And look, I'll say generally, this is one of like many random shots throughout the record that that just seem like kind of corny and bad taste because they're just kind of unnecessary. Like the random shot at the weekend on Members Only as well, for example.
But you're saying
let's be fucking real on that part of the track. Like, the bitches are playing The Weeknd way fucking more than they're playing Party Next Door. Like, I don't know where the fuck Drake is hanging out where the women are exclusively playing Party Next Door over The Weeknd. That's just not fucking happening.
I'm not going to argue because I like The Weeknd's music. Okay, I'm not going to argue.
You're not going to argue because there's no fucking argument. Like, there's no argument. Drake is just literally making that up.
But I don't think that that's what he said.
No, but that is literally what he said.
No, I think you're reading it the wrong way.
What did he say then?
So, like, do you have the lyrics pulled up? Read the lyric.
I will pull them up right now.
All right.
And I've read them a few times.
What I gathered was that it was not a shot at The Weeknd.
He says his bitches are playing P&D in them. Those shorties don't listen to Weeknd, is what he says.
I think he's describing a certain type of girl.
What the fuck is the type of girl?
The type of girl that bumps P&D versus the type of girl who listens to The Weeknd, which is more mainstream shit. It's a type of girl. It's a girl who likes music, like who is into music, that kind of whatever. That's the line. I don't think he's insulting The Weeknd because The Weeknd and him are the same as far as stardom. So it's like insulting yourself, bro.
Yeah, but the thing is, haven't they had like a bit of like a silent beef thing going on?
Dude, I don't know, and I wish there wasn't.
Like since Take Care, because they worked together at that point, but then it kind of split off.
Dude, honestly, bro, I really don't. I wish this. I don't know. I mean, obviously we don't know, but I wish that they would make a song. I think it would be great.
Well, I mean,
I think
there's a reason. I think there's a reason they haven't been. But like, look, ultimately, the point I'm trying to make
I gotta
here
practice my new fighting
is that,
style.
You know, it seems like, and there are many points on the record, you know, where Drake is talking about like settling beef and being silent about beef and like not wanting to be in the midst of beef, but he's simultaneously throwing fucking out shots at fucking everybody. Everybody's getting a fucking shot, even people who he hasn't had anything to do with in years. He's just throwing shot at everybody, and yet also he's like, well, I don't like beef. I don't want to beef too much, guys. I want to be peaceful.
Where does he say that?
He says even on 8 a.m. in Charlotte, he's like, oh, we're settling the beef is so quiet. We're settling the beef so quiet.
Okay, that's not the line. You obviously went over your head.
No. What? No. The lines on Drake's on this record is not going over my head.
Thanks.
There are points on the record and on many records where Drake is actively talking about how he's not trying to beef or start any drama and so on and so forth, but yet he's also just throwing out shots at people that don't deserve it.
How can you say who deserves it or not? You don't know what's happened behind the scenes. What if the Weeknd snaked Drake?
What the fuck could Esperanza Spalding have done to Drake?
You don't know, dude. She could have fucked his best friend. Who knows?
I don't think she fucked his best friend. And even if she fucked his best friend, oh Jesus Christ,
dude, she could have fucked Chubbs.
You're fucking unhinged. He says
another cat.
4 Grammys to my name, 100 nominations. Esperanza Spalding was getting all the praises. I'm trying to keep it humble. I'm trying to keep it gracious. Who give a fuck? Michelle Obama put you on her playlist? Did Michelle Obama fuck his friend too? So he's like, fuck you and fuck Michelle Obama's playlist?
Yep. No, the Michelle Obama line could apply to a lot of different people.
But still, it's like, it's so bitter to just be like, you made it on Michelle Obama's playlist? Well, who cares? Like, what do you care?
Obviously something happened, dude. Use your melon head, you bastard.
Like, listen, here's the thing. And this is the problem with Drake fans, with a lot of y'all, okay? Just because something, you guys are like, something's gonna happen. Just because something happens doesn't mean you need to get in your feelings about it and then write a silly bar about it and put it in a song. Like, the option of being quiet is there. You can just be quiet.
That's why we like Drake.
Oh, the gliding training is there.
He's real. He says what's actually going on, bro. He's not hiding shit.
No, he is apparently, because we have to make up stuff happening behind the scenes in order for silly bars like this to make sense. If he wasn't hiding anything, then he'd tell us everything that drove him to write this bar, but he's not. He's just writing it, and it just seems really bitter and silly.
Yeah, dude, and listen, this is another, because as soon as I said the word hiding, oh yeah, we're gonna say the Pusha T jokes, which nobody cares about Pusha T in 2023. Nobody cares. That's fine. Kanye gave him that fucking album. That's fine, right? Dude, this is what I gotta say about this shit, all right?
Okay,
if you actually cared to get the facts straight, because you're like in some fucked up way a journalist, right? If you care to get the facts straight, you would know that Drake, during that whole shit where Pusha T said the shit, whatever, you would know, dude, that the DNA sample was lost in transit, okay? This is well documented. Look it up. He didn't have a confirmation that it was his kid.
Who are you talking to? Wait a second. Did you think that I didn't initiate this topic?
Gotta get at least that
you
one.
didn't initiate. I'm reading the chat and I'm getting pissed off.
Okay, I'm not telling my chat what to say, and you're talking to me about how I'm a journalist, but you're bringing up the Pusha T thing. I didn't initiate Pusha T as a topic.
No, but you did it You did it like with the sleight of hand.
No, I didn't know. What the fuck are you talking about?
I know you're, dude. Come on, I know your ways, bro.
I initiated the Pusha T topic with a sleight of hand.
Fuck.
Dude, at the end of the day, too, I want to bring this point up too, because you may or may not have seen this, but I find it really funny, bro, that Kanye is nowhere to be found for fucking months, years, whatever, right? All of a sudden, Drake's about to drop. Now, all of a sudden, there's fucking, a leak documentary footage and all this shit of Kanye saying he gave all these people their albums, he did all this shit. Dude, that was propaganda that was spewed. And I don't know what kind of weird shit's going on behind the scenes.
Damn it.
But it was a tactic that I think Kanye used to get some like attention away from Drake.
Down. I can't.
Which goes back to my original point that like, dude, at the end of the day, bro, like Drake is the go to this shit, and all these other people are scared, bro. All these other people. Kanye said he was scared and made a fucking album with Jay-Z and teamed up, bro. And you were saying all the other rappers didn't like him. That's why he's the GOAT, bro.
Okay. I mean, I don't have any opinion about the Kanye leaks, honestly. I mean, I think they're strategic. I mean, I don't know how much of them are driven by Drake. I think a lot of it may have more to do with him trying to like make people forget about all the Nazi stuff. There's also that. But no, I mean, I agree that that was planned either way, but I don't know how much it has to do with this record directly. This, but anyway,
I gotta get at least those.
Yeah, I'm just not crazy about
ones.
some of the shots on this track and some of the bitter framing. I mean, listen, conceptually, I wouldn't mind a Drake song where he goes back to the past.
Why did I not hit those two?
And honestly,
Only
like,
got one.
sets the record straight on a lot of stuff that frankly, requires restating, given that there are dudes out there like Joe Budden who are like, yeah, back in the day, Drake was rapping for the rappers, when that wasn't true. It would be great to have a Drake track that just kind of gives a simple history and is honest about that stuff and just true about that stuff. And doesn't need to fucking start beef with a random fucking jazz bass player out of the fucking blue for no reason. There's bigger fish to fry. Because again, to that point, as you said earlier, you didn't know the fuck she was. So it's like, what does it even matter?
I mean, I think that also is the same thing. Like, who cares, dude? He's throwing shots out.
Well, he's putting it out there as content in the music, and I'm just talking about it because it's in there.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you might think it's a random shot, like mean, but is it not facts though? No one knows who that
what
is, bro.
facts? There's nothing factual about it. He's just mad that she won an award that he didn't get.
I'm saying no one knows who she is. Okay, no one cares who Michelle Obama puts on a playlist. Yeah, it's mean, but it's still facts though.
Oh, okay.
Dude, you're not listening to Michelle Obama's hits of the month. You don't give a fuck about that.
I'm sure some people are.
Dude, if you're taking dudes.
I'm not saying I am. There are people out there who are different than you and I that would probably take Michelle Obama's music picks seriously, and that's fine.
Or you dead ass make okay, no, okay, that's fine, bro. No one cares about that shit. It's mean. It is mean, but I thought that you liked when rap was mean and
right. Yeah, actually, like someone in chat says, Los knows zero moms. Yeah, there's probably some moms out there fucking with the Michelle Obama playlist. Moms deserve music too.
Okay. So again, a guy in the chat who's saying I know zero moms because he's still having play dates. That's fine, bro.
Maybe he just picks up.
Holy shit! I got it. I still missed a blue target.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I'll take it.
I'm sure. There's a fucking MILF hunter in the chat right now, bro.
Maybe there is. Maybe there's 3 or 4. Maybe there's a few bi people as well.
Listen, that's fine. And I have no problem with any bi people.
Well, I'll sing the line from the Drake song in solidarity with all the bi people.
Yeah, that's fine. Hey, let me tell you this though. And I want your opinion, but I know it doesn't really. I mean, it's biased, but right now, this is rap album of the year.
Okay, so all of this is clear.
All right, so what?
We just gotta get.
Well, I mean, do you disagree? I mean,
over here.
Oh, I mean, you know I disagree with that.
Well, okay. So what is that?
What is the rap album of the year?
Yeah.
I don't know if I can say, but there's like at least several albums of, you know, rap albums that I would take over this. Probably the Travis Scott record, probably the Danny Brown JPEG Mafia record.
Stop. You don't like the Travis Scott record, bro.
No, I do like the Travis. What do you mean? I don't. Are you just telling me I don't like it?
You don't like it like that, bro.
Like it like what? I like it more. All I said was I like it more than the Drake record, which I do.
I just think that like I like Travis Scott. I like Astro World. Utopia. Utopia to me sounded like it was like
Let me give everybody gifts.
Like
try
trying
to
to
get some
sound
bomb
like a
missions.
Kanye album.
On a few songs.
Like half the songs. So
on a few songs, but Travis usually wears his influence on his sleeve. I mean, he's had songs from his past records that sound like Kid Cudi songs. Like it's.
And again, I don't want people to say I'm saying that the album's not good. It's good. I think that For All the Dogs is great.
Also, the new Arm & Hammer record, We Buy Diabetic Test Strips. I think that's a better rap record. But you know, you don't know the fuck these artists are. It doesn't matter.
What did you say that was called?
We Buy Diabetic Test Strips.
So you think you're cool for knowing some underground shit?
I did not say that I'm cool. I just said those are albums that I prefer. But you haven't even heard them, so it doesn't even matter.
You think this is Did you like Lil Uzi's album?
Not more than the Drake record, no.
I'm glad you said that.
Jules? Oh,
okay.
shit.
No, yeah, definitely not more than the Drake record.
Diabetes
Got
test
some nudes
strips.
for you.
They're called Arm & Hammer, like the baking soda.
Oh, yeah, let me hear your rap album of the year. Hold on.
Oh God, you're gonna fucking hate this shit.
Okay. Anyway. Yeah. So then I think with the Drake album, just what do you think? Polar Opposites, last track.
I mean, you know, listening to it was a little bit tedious, but honestly, like I liked that it sort of tied up a lot of the themes with the toxic relationship stuff. So it does kind of, you know, puts a bow on the whole thing. Kind of feels like an ending to the story in a way.
Yeah. So I mean, I now I see what you're saying about the second half. Like you like the first half more, like before 8 a.m. Because you basically are shitting on most of these songs after 8 a.m.
Yeah.
So if the album ended at 8 a.m., would you have rated it higher?
I mean, yeah, probably on average, because I mean, it would make an overall better average for the songs, you know, altogether. There'd be less songs on there I don't like, you know. Maybe by the end of it, I would be wondering like, were we supposed to come to some kind of conclusion with this toxic relationship? But if it meant not being subjected to gently, then maybe it would have been for the better.
It. Shit.
Can I be honest with you, bro?
Well, be as honest with me as you please.
I think that this 5 rating you gave is a cop out, dude. I think you copped out. It was cheap, and I think that you'll regret it.
Because I should have given it a 10.
Listen, I'm not unreal. I'm not saying you're going to
get
10 out of 10.
Should have given it an 8.
I know it's better than Her Loss, and if you gave Her Loss a 6, it's got to be at least 7 or 8 for you.
I think Her Loss is more fun.
Really, bro?
Yeah.
But why? What? That's how you rate albums? Is how fun it is? Then why the fuck is that Kendrick album a fucking 10 out of 10?
Well, no, I don't think that's the only way that I rate albums, you know. But I'm just saying that's why I enjoy it more. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, man, I really don't ever. I don't see if I'll ever be able to like get to you, bro. Like I don't think.
You know, honestly, when it comes to you, I'm a lost cause. So I would just stop worrying about that.
Dude, there's got.
You know, look, let's double back to what I said earlier. when it comes to my ratings, and listen to me clearly, okay? Because what I'm saying is what I'm saying on a surface level. There's no other subtext or other implications other than what I am saying. When it comes to Drake records and my reviews of them, I think Drake fans, I'm only talking about Drake fans here.
That was so slow.
In terms of my reviews representing their opinions accurately, I think any review that I give, Drake fans should just add 3.
What the fuck?
Just add 3, and that's the actual score for a Drake fan.
So you're a certified hater boy.
Oh, I like that move.
And this is what you do.
Do it again.
Certified hater boy. She said, "See you later, boy."
You know, if anyone listening to this that is a Drake fan that liked the album or whatever, if you think that I didn't argue good enough on some of these songs that I think are good that he doesn't think are good, dude, I'm not even gonna waste my breath arguing like this, dude, because I know these songs are fucking good, dude. And I know you give an album a 5, that means you're saying half the album's bad. Dude, half the album is not bad, half the album is not mid. And I think that you need to go on a couple more drives and listen to this fucking album, bro. I'm dead ass.
Okay,
Novice.
That's fair. You can feel that way. And I'm
just like a more open mind, and you'll enjoy more things.
I got to do a
Drake
little
albums.
better.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we had this talk.
I'm glad too. There was something else I was gonna say before.
What was it?
Um,
Was it Fantano?
Oh, shit, she put
Can
fucking
you do something for me?
Poison gas cloud.
Dude, stop trying to get a TikTok, bro. Listen.
I don't think that's gonna. I don't care if that goes viral on TikTok. I just want to hear you say it.
Dude, now the byline's making sense to me, bro. All right.
What are you talking about? That line's not fruity.
Listen. This is what I was gonna say. You,
damn.
You had that situation go down where Drake DM'd you.
Yeah, but we talked about that.
Looking back, right?
I'm gonna let her put on her poison.
Do you like how that played out, or do you wish that went a different route?
I think it played out fine.
So you think making up fake conversations is like the way it should have went?
What would you rather I have done? Shared his DMs to the world?
No, maybe you I don't know, bro. Maybe
shit.
Have a civil conversation.
But he didn't start off the conversation civilly.
Yeah, but you didn't start off your review civilly, bro.
What do you mean? I didn't say anything about Drake's personal life or and anything in terms of like the way he was coming at me in the DMs. I wasn't like, hey, you dated a certain woman like this, so I'm gonna rate you a light 1. Da 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 da.
Damn.
Listen, man, it's called shit talk, bro. It's called talking shit, bro.
Okay, well, I mean, he shit talked, and I thought that I was well within my right to react to that however I wanted to, which was making up a silly conversation where he gave me a cookie recipe.
Shit.
Like I'm just imagining you in the room, and you have like a whiteboard of like different, like maybe you're like weighing the pros and cons of different ways to go about. Like that's what I thought you were doing.
That's not inaccurate, but it's all just happening in my head. I don't have a whiteboard.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. What was another way that you were going to go about that if it wasn't a cookie recipe?
Her shit's crazy.
I thought it was going to be either a cookie recipe or...
Come
on. My plan was to either do cookie recipe or him DMing me asking for dating advice.
See, that would have been funny and actually unbelievable. The cookie thing seemed like it'd be like a weird troll, so it seemed kind of real.
No, I know. That was part of the reason that I think we went with the cookie recipe.
Oh, dude, you're sick. Yeah, you're demented. You're fucking demented, bro. You're actually sick in the fucking head. Dude, that's actually crazy, bro. Well, I'm glad we got to the bottom of that, because that's been on my mind.
No, honestly, I think if I did it the other way, you still would have believed it. We'd still be having the same conversation.
Okay. Oh my god, bro. I don't want the recipe. Sorry.
Damn, what the fuck is that combo?
It's a good recipe. Some people have made it.
Okay. All right, bro.
All right,
Listen,
come on.
I gotta-
Are you gonna fucking say the rich flex line or not?
I'm not gonna say it right now, but I got you a gift. I need you to send me an address to send it to, because I got you something.
You got me something?
Something that you're gonna enjoy.
Is it a Drake shirt?
No, it's not. No.
Okay. Is it a cookie recipe?
No, but just promise me at some point when it
Man,
does
that
come,
was
whether
rough.
you're streaming a video,
I'm gonna
whatever,
switch styles.
just show like what you got.
Okay. Is it another one of those nice green bags I saw on camera earlier that you had?
How dare you, bro?
I liked that bag. Is it going to come in that bag?
No, but you'll see. You'll see, dude. Don't spoil. You'll see.
Okay. All right. I'll let you know.
All right, bro.
Well, listen, you're the best. I'm glad we could have this conversation.
What the fuck, man? What an annoying
in a
combo.
weird way. Same, bro.
You keep saying it's weird, but it's like completely not weird. Like we get along, we have a good rapport. There's a bit of sexual tension there. It's good. It's fine.
See, I knew the fucking byline. I'm out of here.
You want to fucking spam your chain and poison? I can do that. Fuck, stagger. Oh, God. My God. That was horrible. Oh, man. She is fucking hard. I'm not gonna try to fucking memorize her combos. Fuck this. Going from boss to boss, having to memorize their fucking fast-ass lightning quick combos. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking Team Ninja, man. Come on. That shit is so ass. Alright, let's go just fucking beat some ass in the main story. Let's go fuck this guy. Not fuck this guy, but see who he wants us to fuck. What up? Yeah, it's embarrassing. Go ahead. Oh, this guy. I beat him up before. He might have a different fighting style, but I got it. What's he got? A spear? Yeah, that shit's whack. Spears are probably the easiest because they're so long. I'll try my new style on you. Ah, a bad start. Alright, no stamina. Oh shit. Damn. Oh. Nice. Oh. Nice. Next wave. So I beat his ass, we beat somebody else's ass, and now we're friends. Okay. Fuck you. The fuck was that? Oh, my bad. I just asked him 2 questions and then the then the confirmation option was I don't have any questions. Great. So much detail. So much attention to detail put into this game. Wow. You can tell they put a lot of work into the dialogue. Who are we looking for? Ambush Ito? Where? Oh, shit. This takes a lot of ki, this fighting style. I gotta manage ki with this, but it's still kind of fun. I'll switch to Shinto Munin. They're coming. Hold up. Shit. Luckily they didn't hear that. I know. Alright, let's find another video.
I am genuinely confused when it comes to Horizon Forbidden West. On the one hand, it does a lot of things really remarkably well. On the other hand, I find parts of it so bloated and boring, it's almost infuriating. For example, the game is graphically stunning. The art direction is top-notch, as we've come to expect from Guerrilla Games over the last few years, and the creature design is both complex and graceful, not to mention that there are literally dozens upon dozens of hours of content.
Ito.
But even with all of that,
there
are bizarre shortcomings, such as the pacing, with the game taking roughly 10 hours to open the world such that you can leave the starting area from the end of the first game, or the extreme overabundance of bloat and filler in the gameplay systems, specifically around the crafting, upgrading, and collectibles mechanics. It's all filled with busy work that wasn't necessary, requiring so many random ingredients and fetch quests that it often feels like you're making some obscure lasagna needing to hunt down all sorts of cheeses and herbs that you've never heard of, which is incredibly frustrating because, bear in mind, this is a video game. It's supposed to be fun and not mind-bogglingly tedious. I think the game exemplifies one of the pitfalls that sequels can fall into very easily. The developers feel like they have to take everything up a notch, and sometimes they forget that they should trim some of the fat from the original as well. If you look at the original Assassin's Creed, for example, going into probably the best Assassin's Creed ever made, Assassin's Creed 2, you can see just how much content was added and how fundamentally the gameplay loop was changed. The developers really went back to the drawing board to focus on what worked and to cut out the things that didn't. But in this sequel to Horizon Zero Dawn, it's like the developers completely ignored the latter step. Instead of looking for things that the first game didn't do well that could be removed in favor of a tighter focus on fan favorite features, they just pretended as though their farts smelled like roses, and they failed to rework the formula into something really fresh and exciting, or at the very least, to focus on the most lean and enjoyable systems while shedding the busiest and most egregiously uninteresting. And this is really the best way I can describe Horizon Forbidden West, and that is that it feels like a fantastically large expansion to the first game. And that's about it. It doesn't feel like its own standalone title that does a lot differently or uniquely. There is very little here that truly feels like it deserved a sequel to house it. There are certainly new features and tools, don't misunderstand me. I've played the game and I put a lot of time into it in the process, but even after all that, I'm not impressed by these additions. The most notable additions are the glider, the free climbing, the grappling hook, and the rebreather. Regarding the glider, it really doesn't glide you anywhere, so the term crappy parachute is probably more accurate. Instead of gliding, you just slowly fall. And it sounds like an unnecessary clarification, but it feels very, very different and not particularly good. Like, I wouldn't say it's as bad as the glider in Dying Light 2, but it's pretty close. And furthermore, this doesn't fundamentally transform navigation in any sort of meaningful way. Sure, you can jump from a tall height now without fear of dying from fall damage every single time, but that's really it. There are very few occasions when I would actually feel as though this thing was adding to the quality of exploration. We now also have a reworked climbing system, with Aloy now capable of traversing up stiff rock faces and other such steep terrain. But my frustration with the first game was that you were limited to climbing only things that the developers wanted you to climb at specific moments. It really made the whole thing feel as though you could only explore within predetermined, extremely strict guidelines. And it's still the case here. You see, all throughout the game, Aloy will find these puzzles that include some various puzzle solving and then free climbing systems, using your grapple hook to pull objects down and rearrange them. It's pretty mundane, but these are items and ruins that Aloy should be fully capable of climbing up freely without issue. But instead, you're just not allowed to. She's able to climb up cliff faces with little to no problem, but God forbid she tries to climb up an old dilapidated house. I get it, if she could climb up the outside of this wall to get straight into the reward room, it would kind of defeat the purpose of the entire puzzle, but I would argue that they could actually give the player the freedom to explore however they wanted to, and that you could do that while still having quality puzzles, but that they would have to be designed in a way that accounts for the newfound freedom of exploration. Look at Breath of the Wild. All of those Korok seeds are the perfect example of how you can implement small puzzles with rewards while maintaining the quality and freedom of exploration that Breath of the Wild is so loved for. I will freely grant that I am perhaps overly sensitive to dissonant gameplay and narrative designs, but I really think that this is a fair frustration to have. There is no reason why Aloy shouldn't be able to climb up this wall and in through this window to the artifact that serves as this ruin's reward. The only reason the player isn't allowed to is because the gameplay designers don't want you to do it, because it would spoil all of the work that they did in designing this puzzle. But this is what I mean when I say that all of the new gameplay implementations fall flat for me. There is new stuff, but so much of it is ignored when convenient in favor of other gameplay designs which are frustratingly lame or just copy and pasted from the previous game. Totally open free climbing is a great gameplay mechanic. Let the player use that mechanic to solve a puzzle built around that mechanic, instead of giving players access to that newfound freedom and then revoking it when convenient to implement a puzzle. And before anybody says, oh, he brought up Breath of the Wild, but when you go into the shrines, you can't free climb up the walls or around puzzles that way. You're absolutely correct, and that was a frustration I had with that game back in the day as well. But the Korok seeds, all being present within the world itself, didn't fall victim to this shortcoming because they were in the game map. So you didn't have any sort of special treatment, no arbitrary rules or withholding of abilities. You could use whatever tools at your disposal to accomplish your goal of acquiring that Korok seed, and it was great. I don't know, maybe have a really tough parkour section, like you have to carefully time jumps, gauge distances properly, etc., and do all of that instead of turning off this new gameplay system you added for the sequel just so you could design a puzzle like you did in the first game. I really can't emphasize this enough. Whenever Horizon Forbidden West introduces a new gameplay mechanic or system that could fundamentally shake up, improve, or otherwise alter the experience of any one of its countless combat systems, exploration systems, the narrative, it would focus on it for about half an hour to an hour, and then lose focus on that particular mechanic and forget about it for hours at a time. And then you would be right back to doing quests, solving puzzles, and participating inside activities that feel no different than the first game. It's like they were working on all of these systems throughout development and only got them working in the last year or so of development, but they couldn't just sit around and not have quests designed in the meantime. So all of the quest designers had to work with what they had, which in many cases were just the basic move sets and tools from the first game. So even though the player ends up getting these cool new abilities and tools, they aren't actually used comprehensively or cohesively throughout the entire game. Going back to Breath of the Wild, it's one of the reasons that all of the Korok staves and puzzles throughout the game were so coherent and cohesive together. It's because when you leave the Great Plateau, all of the players who leave it will have the glider, the 4 main abilities, they'll have the ability to climb up structures, they'll have a certain amount of stamina that they can gauge off of, and they can build puzzles with the understanding that players will have those items and capabilities. It's like in Breath of the Wild, the designers didn't anticipate players doing these things in a linear fashion. They anticipated most puzzles being solved perhaps a lot up front and then a bunch at the back end during the end game when players are trying to finish up collectibles, or somewhere in between, because they never actually implement all of the abilities that Aloy has to offer, especially by the end of the game. And a lot of the abilities she has at the end of the game should totally break all of these puzzles, but the way the designers get around it is just by turning off that ability for that puzzle, which is just stupid. Seriously, if you had any immersion in the game whatsoever, by the time you reach these puzzles, they're just gonna tear you straight out of it. And there's a lot more to discuss, which we're gonna get to over the course of this video, but this is just a taste of my frustrations with the game. When the original Horizon game launched in 2017, I was also frustrated because I felt as though it laid a remarkable foundation for something to come later. They had a lot of great systems at play, but there was very little that truly felt fully fleshed out. No doubt it's really hard to do that. To have a gameplay system that's robust and that you exhaust by the end of the game's runtime is tough, but I would argue that regardless of the difficulty of accomplishing that, it is literally the job of these development studios. Like, I get it, making a sequel to a game like Horizon Zero Dawn, I'm sure is very difficult, but that's literally why we're paying you $60 per copy of the game, or I guess $70 if you're buying the PlayStation 5 version of the game, which is a lot of money. Over the course of this video, I want to deep dive into each of these frustrations that I've had. I want to discuss the entire game and try to put my thoughts into some sort of coherent structure. I really like a lot of what Horizon Forbidden West does, and parts of it are
thanks for
truly
saving the last hit
remarkable,
for me. I forgot to shoot him with my gun.
That falls flat,
so use the pressing triangle,
or just simply rushed. I know it's hard to believe that a game that took 5 years could be rushed, but with the pandemic, working from home complicating things, and high expectations, I think it becomes pretty easy to see how these types of things can happen. I also think there were a few mistakes made very early on in this game's development with the basic conceptualization of what they wanted to do here that rippled throughout the rest of development, and it effectively is like building a house on a shaky foundation.
I'm sorry
if
for
starting
spying on
ideas
you.
are a little off or a little weak, you're
My
gonna end up
bad.
with problems at the end. And lastly,
Well,
I'm sure it goes without
whoopsie.
saying, but I'm gonna spoil pretty much everything in this video, so if you haven't played the game and want to,
Oh, nice. One
stop.
cat closer to my
But seriously, I will be
achievement.
spoiling pretty much everything, so if you are adverse to spoilers, click off the video, go watch one of my other videos on a different video game that I've critiqued. I will still be here with this video when you're done. Also note, if you want to watch these videos on the go, I know they're long and comprehensive, so if you want to take it on the go like a podcast, these critiques are available on every major podcasting website: Spotify, Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud. You can direct download the MP3 if you want. It's just my way of saying thank you for watching and listening, so check
Need
it
8
out. And of
for
course,
that.
follow all of my social media. We played this game over on Twitch, so if you want to hang out on Twitch, then
God
come
damn it,
say
just
hi.
switch to the
I would love
strength
to
tree.
see you over
Shit.
there. Also, follow all of my social media. I'll have it linked in the link tree in the description box below the like button. And if you want to hang
Here's
out
your
with me
maximum
while I
health. I
play
want
these
that
games that I
first.
critique and just
Need
to hang
8
out in
for that.
general,
God
come over to my
damn.
Twitch stream. We are live very regularly, and I would love to see you over there. But with that, let's get into it. I'll meet you over at the desk. Boom, we're here. Hi. NordVPN is the cutting-edge VPN provider that's used by creators around the world.
Oh God, the
I myself have been
NordVPN.
using NordVPN for years, and on a couple of dialogue exchanges in the first 5 to 10 hours of the game. But there are some expectations which go beyond what is advertised. Namely, when there's a sequel to a title, some people expect things such as a new standalone story, new characters, or at the very least, better development of existing characters, and of course, new areas to explore. And Horizon hits most of these. The pace at which they introduce them,
fucking
though,
kidding me. God
is
damn it.
nothing short of bizarre. You see, Horizon Forbidden West opens in a new area, a place we haven't seen before, and it's really good. It introduces a couple of new monsters, a couple of new mechanics, and generally fits into what you would expect from a sequel. But right after this tutorial sequence, and after you defeat the big scary boss monster that bookends it, you return to the same area that you finished the first game within. They say that this is because you have to report back to the city leadership to figure out what's going on, but either way, it just feels off and weird. You then spend the next 10 to 15 hours in this area, the same area that you finished the first game within, completing various side quests, leveling up your equipment, and preparing for a trip west. And let me be very clear, I understand the narrative reason why they did this, okay? It's not lost on me. I just think it's a mistake. The game effectively starts right where the last game left off. So it only makes sense that you would ease your way into the new area.
So
However, this isn't to say
map
that where the last game left off was the proper choice of where to start this game, or the one that would lead to the most lean gameplay pacing.
Just these two spots,
because
that's
what
it.
results is one of the most dry openings to an allegedly epic adventure in recent memory. We've already explored this area. We are familiar with this terrain. We know these people. We've seen this city and spoken to its inhabitants, and it's just generally unexciting. Granted, I played the first game at launch and several other times in the last few years. I know these areas pretty well, and this particular biome is pretty played out for me. Maybe for a lot of new players, it didn't feel like such a trudge, but for me, I am currently critiquing my experience with the game, and I have to be honest, this just didn't feel exciting.
Wow,
it felt
great
lame and uninteresting.
exploration.
If you want to hear somebody's opinion who didn't play the first game and is going into this dry, I mean, I guess go find another critique. This isn't for you, but I'm just telling you what it's like coming from somebody who played the first game, is very familiar with the first game. This was not it, fam. It was not it. It's really frustrating when you're playing the game because the opening
What do you
sequence is
mean
really
not
cool.
bad? That was
You
probably
see the
one of the most
promised titular
valuable
Forbidden
ally
West,
items in
and
the
it's
game.
fascinating and beautiful, and most
The fuck do you
importantly,
mean?
everything we see is new. But just as you're getting acclimated, you are ripped out of it and forced to return to the region from the end of the first game. Now, while writing this script, I did sit down for a solid 45 minutes and I tried to figure out why the developers would have opened the game in this way. Because after all, in game development, very rarely is anything done without very careful consideration. For almost every choice, there's usually a carefully considered purpose, and there's a good reason behind almost every mundane design choice. But I haven't been able to come up with anything beyond the simple explanation that they wanted to return the player to the starting area so that their adventure to the New West would feel more epic. I can't come up with anything beyond this. I can't. And if that is the reason why they did it this way, I would have to say that I think it's a poor decision. It's just not the right one. Whatever the reason for returning the player to the ending area from the first game, it just ends up feeling like a really drawn out epilogue to a game that came out 5 years ago. It's also made worse because there aren't many new gameplay mechanics and systems usable in this opening section. The aforementioned rebreather that you will use to explore underwater sections later, the parachute, and the grappling hook all will be acquired in the coming hours. So for the first 5 to 10 hours of you playing the game, it just feels like you're playing Horizon Zero Dawn. You see what I mean? It just makes this
if there's a fucking
feel like
open
an
world
expansion
activity
to the
here.
first game, because for the first 10 hours, not
I'm just
only
gonna
is
run
there
around
very
on my
little
horse
by
for a
way of new
while
mechanics
here.
introduced, but you're in the same area, so it just doesn't feel new or fresh or exciting at all. Like I said, I can't come up with any other way of describing this other than saying it was simply a huge miscalculation. It starts what could have been a really interesting, great adventure in the most
hold on.
underwhelming and uninteresting
Maybe
way
we got something here.
possible.
Oh, that's a
Probably early on in
chauvinist,
the conceptualization phase of the game, when it was
mission.
in pre-production, the designers figured that this opening sequence
That's not
would be
gonna help
maybe
me
an
with
hour to
area
90 minutes
bond.
long, and it wasn't going to be that big of a deal. But as development went on, it ended up being 5 to 10 hours. Some people I've seen have spent 15 hours in this opening section, and that is ridiculous. For a game that's only 30 to 35 hours long, to spend a third of the game's time in an area that is so painfully
good, bro?
unexciting and uninteresting as far as a sequel is concerned, it's just a mistake. But don't get me wrong, there are a few things that Horizon Forbidden West does really well in the opening hours. They introduce a new animation system, the cutscenes all look far, far better, and the facial animations have definitely seen a lot of improvement compared to the first game. Back then, most of the dialogue looked as though Mr. Potato Head was giving a TED Talk, but this time around, it feels much more natural with a few exceptions.
Yet perfectly safe, javelin thrower.
Why do they keep looking at the camera? Did you see that? Yeah, no, that's crazy. That's awkward as hell. There was also clearly a huge amount of effort put into the side content. Over the first 15 hours or so, I was blown away at the quality of every side quest I was sent on. They all had unique characters, storylines, they were memorable, and they fit into the world coherently. Whether you are helping out cult members who are trying to find their leader, who you find dead at the top of a cliffside, or you are simply gathering pieces to help a cook build a new grill to make some food, they are all fun and mark a huge improvement over the first game. Sure, many of them slip into simple fetch quests, but I'm actually much more forgiving when it comes to these than a lot of other game critics. If you're gonna ask me to do something, at least have an interesting or unique reason for asking me to do it. If it's something I'm gonna be doing repeatedly throughout the game, I can put up with it. There's only so many things you could ask me to do in a video game, but at least make it interesting. In a little bit, we're gonna be talking about the main story and main campaign and that over-reliance on fetch quests. And the purpose behind that critique when we get to it is centered around the lack of true motivating or personality factors that go into that task. Whereas in these side quests, everything you're doing is tied to a character who has a unique personality.
But let me train
and
with
gives you
what's
a
his name
well-reasoned and
to get the
rationed
Mugen
purpose
Ryu up.
behind that activity. While the main story ones just feel like gameplay time padding. Nothing more.
Hi,
But
Jimmy
simply, if there's a
Saitama.
good reason to go on a fetch quest, it doesn't really feel like a random goose chase. It feels like you're actually doing something meaningful and helping
Jimmy
out a real
Saita.
person in this world. And that's all you can really ask from a side quest. Like, for example, later in the game when you're retrieving the parts to
Hi,
build a
Jimmy Saito.
rebreather, you meet this small group of guys who are all capable engineers and craftsmen. And they want
Beat
to
his ass.
restore the ruins of Las Vegas to its former glory to basically turn it into its own sort of tourist attraction. The problem is that they can't get down the shaft to the power controls that get everything set up and running because it's been flooded. So Aloy comes up with the idea to swim down as far as she possibly can to collect some parts, and then she's sent out to collect even more machine parts so that they can then build her a device that will let her swim indefinitely. And don't get it twisted, this is a great big fetch quest, but it doesn't feel that boring or lame because it's generally justified instead of just having Gaia tell you to randomly go collect this one thing because she needs it for stuff. If you met these guys and they said that they could sell you a rebreather, but first they need you to collect 20 items of this type and 10 of that type and 5 random plants, that would feel really stupid because it would be. There's no reason that those NPCs wouldn't take some other valuable item from Aloy, and so it would just feel like filler because that's exactly what it would be. I'm sorry if this feels like I'm going on a diatribe that's unnecessary,
Damn,
but I
that
feel
was
like I really need
fast.
to nip this in the bud before people comment on it because it is important. There are ways to do fetch quests that don't feel miserable and tedious and boring, and that is that they are
Oh my God,
justified
that's
in the
insane.
game, narratively or otherwise. Parts of Forbidden West do this really, really well, like those side quests or certain subsections of the main campaign. But the main campaign will have an over-reliance on these fetch quests that aren't justified in anywhere near as interesting a way other than the world's ending. I need this thing.
God,
Go
this
find
guy
it
is
and bring it to
fucking
me.
nuts.
Please and thank you. Now, speaking of the main story quest lines, which we'll discuss a little bit more later, it's all pretty good, but I still insist
I just
that
want
the
the combat
pacing
style.
is
I
total
just want
and
an upgrade.
complete ass.
That's all.
When I booted up this game, I was really pleased with the opening moments. We see brand new areas, we get to fight some new monsters, and it's really cool to see, and it works really well as an introduction, but then we're taken back to the opening area where we finished the first game, like I mentioned before, and it really does feel like we just took 5 leaps back
Bro,
after
come on,
taking
I
a
just
nice healthy
fucking
step forward. And then over the next
parried a whole
25 hours or
combo.
so, the game slowly introduces new
break.
ideas and concepts to the point of aggravated frustration. I would understand the slow introduction of these ideas or narrative points if this was the first game in a franchise, but
How
most
many
players
fucking-
who are enjoying
how many
Forbidden
hits do I
West
have to- how many combos do I have to
already
parry?
played the
Shit.
first game. And before somebody says that this is a next generation title, so there's likely a bunch of players who never tried the first game before jumping into this one on their fancy new PlayStation 5, realize that this game launched on the PlayStation 4 as well. Furthermore, the first game is very affordable and it's easy to acquire. And it's
I
even
have to
included
fully
in
combo his
PlayStation's less
key meter.
exciting version of Game Pass. There really was no barrier to entry when it came to being introduced to this series. So it seems odd that the developers built these opening hours as though everyone who played the game would have no idea what's going on, to the point where they feel the need to recap almost everything from the first game in excruciating detail in unskippable dialogue cutscenes. I would understand it if even more time had passed between the last game and this game. For example, it probably makes sense for every major Fallout title to spend a good amount of time recapping the world, the setting, and the themes at play. After all, with Fallout 3, it was a total reinvention of the franchise, and the odds were very high that most players would not have played the original games. And then with Fallout 4, 7 years had passed
Jesus
and an entire
Christ.
console generation had completely transitioned. So a quick recap wouldn't hurt anybody. Or
I love
for more
those
narrative
fucking
games,
lightning
The Last
fast
of Us
attacks
Part
that you
2
can't see
spent
coming.
a very good amount of
Makes
time
combat
recapping
so
events
fun.
from the first game with many different flashbacks and in-game discussions over what happened. And the latter example is probably the best one that I can point to for a game that does this pretty well. While The Last of Us Part 2 had plenty of pacing issues itself, they weren't based in the integration of the game's flashbacks or recap, but rather gameplay sections in the mid-game. When it came to informing players of what happened in Utah all those years ago, the careful placement of dialogue, flashbacks, and brooding glances resulted in an extremely fluid and natural storyline in those opening hours, even for new players. But to go back to Forbidden West, it really does just feel like the developers felt the need to act as though every player had no idea what happened in the first game, so they make you sit through countless scenes of the players in this play going through in painstaking detail every single plot point that was wrapped up in the last game, and it gave me an actual headache. Like, make it one cutscene at the opening of the game, and then you skip it if you want to skip it. Otherwise, you watch it, you get filled back in, and you move on with your day, and you keep playing the game. There's no need to have Aloy talking with everybody around her and having them recap the events of the first game every time they talk to her. It's just annoying and it's unnecessary. Again, it's another example of the game having a lot more bloat than it needed.
Yes.
Now, this next point of discussion I want to get to is one I can see a lot of people potentially disagreeing with. So I will come out at the forefront and just say that I agree this is very subjective.
Got all those little
Don't get mad
fucking
at me.
assholes.
Even so, it's a feeling I've seen echoed across the internet, and it seems like a lot of people
How many
have the
people
same
got that
impression
trophy?
I have.
Let me see. How many
What am I
people are
referring
collecting the
to?
cats?
Well,
Am I the only one?
Aloy as a character being very bland and boring. Now, what does this actually mean in
1.9%.
practice? What does it mean for a character to be bland and boring? Well, it means that she's stiff. She doesn't exhibit many unique or personable character traits. She generally lacks charisma. When she's on screen, her purpose is usually to bounce off of the other characters she's across from, and not the other way around. And all this is a big deal because she's the protagonist of this franchise. She's the character, the one character, that will be present during all story beats, every side quest, and every whisper of dialogue. If players don't connect with her or find her uninteresting, or
thank
even in the
fucking
worst
God.
case scenario, simply don't like her, you could
All
land in
right,
a tough
100%
spot.
of the last
Because after
map,
all,
too.
why expect players to engage
Except
with a
this
video game for dozens
place.
of hours on end?
Yeah, I
if
just
the
need a
character they
banner and
have
a
to
landmark.
use to
That's gonna
do it
come with the main mission.
Isn't captivating or
I don't feel like
likable. Now, you
flirting,
might
but,
think
she's
that
an
Aloy is
Edo.
really interesting and
Fuck,
compelling as a
man.
character. That's totally fine. You are free to have that opinion, just like I'm free to have the opinion,
bitch is
as do
all
many
the
other
way
people
out
on the
there.
internet, that she's very stiff
Man.
and very bland. And I would actually
Oh, what the
argue
fuck?
that this was probably intentional to start off with in the
Why do I have
first
another
game,
bond quest with
and that
this
it
guy?
just
We're
hasn't
fucking level
changed
4 already.
since then. Now,
What
I'm
does
sure
he
many
want?
of you are going to point to other games which have very stiff or dull characters,
Oh, boy.
especially in the RPG space, that are still really good. Of course, the player character in Skyrim isn't particularly charismatic. In fact, they don't really exhibit any personality traits at all because of the type of game that it is. It's a role-playing game, and the developers didn't want to limit the capacity for roleplay by overwriting or even just writing the character. By keeping the dialogue minimal, preventing the character from being overly emotive and allowing them to become whatever the player wants them to be, you can ensure that the role-playing experience you're presented with is much more robust. This is exactly the reason why so many of us had big problems with the design of Fallout 4. The game wasn't bad, but as a role-playing game, it was really hard to get into the mindset of the character because dialogue options were all voiced by an actor. So, if you were role-playing in your mind as a soft-spoken mercenary who's seen things he'd rather forget, you may find yourself at odds with the portrayal of the player character by the actor, because after all, it's next to impossible to deliver an emotive performance while also ensuring that you fit into every possible interpretation of the character. The problem really is that Horizon, as a franchise, really wanted to be an RPG during the development of the first game, but those systems were never fleshed out. And if you don't believe me, go and watch the devlogs from the actual development of the first game.
I don't know what to
choose.
There are
multiple documentaries on YouTube you can watch and countless interviews you can see as well. It's clear when this game was being conceptualized, they expected it to be an RPG in its final form, which is why they brought in so many people and veterans from other major RPG studios. For example, one of the lead writers for Fallout New Vegas was heavily involved in the creation and ideation process between the rewriting of Horizon Zero Dawn's storyline. But like I said, these systems were never fleshed out. Dialogue choices didn't have any impact. The narrative didn't branch beyond a couple of options in the early game, and the general impression most players got was that it was an action RPG and not a narrative one. So to be clear, I don't have a problem with a protagonist being bland and uninteresting on its face if the game is going to be a narrative RPG. But when they pivoted away from it being a narrative RPG and more towards action RPG, we ran into a problem. At that point, they should have made a much greater effort to make Aloy an interesting character who has her own personality quirks beyond just being a standoffish, untrusting, risk-taking maniac. And I think part of the issue could possibly have come from Guerrilla Games' effortful aversion to romance and sexualization options of Aloy as a character, which I don't have an issue with. I think it's great to have a female protagonist who doesn't have to wear super busty clothing or tight-fitting clothing to be interesting. I think it's great that she's standing on her own without a reliance on those really cringy tropes of like 90s gaming. I think that's a good thing. But I do think they were so afraid of making her sexualized or too feminine in that stereotypical way that we've come to know female characters in video games, where they're just like the target of the men's focus and that's about it, that they just avoided having her engage in any sort of intimate contact with any of the immediate supporting cast. Not intimate meaning sexual, but just intimate in terms of actually being close and vulnerable. There's a couple of characters who she shares really interesting conversations with, such as Tilda and Varl, who have very interesting reactions and interactions with Aloy, but they never really are fleshed out. And even when, spoiler, Varl dies, her reaction is still very stiff. She has a brief moment of sadness and desperation, and then she's back to her normal self. She talks to Zoe briefly at a shrine they erected for Varl after he died, but it doesn't go any further than this. She just looks off in the distance and then like accepts his death and moves on. And it's not really brought up again for the rest of the game. It's really weird. Like in Red Dead Redemption 2, Arthur and Dutch, they lost friends in Blackwater. We don't even get to see what happens in Blackwater, but the whole game, they are like traumatized over what happened there. They talk about it, but they also don't like talking about it. But you can tell it affects them, and it really has an impact on their state of mind and how they pursue new ventures and new opportunities for thefts and robberies. It affected them and it scarred them. We didn't even get to see that, but we get to see Varl's death in Forbidden West, and Aloy moves on faster than I moved on from the time that guy at McDonald's.
And he's got a different name.
It's insane. Like, I know some people are just going to be like, oh, well, her character is that she is so battle hardened that she just gets over it quickly and overcomes that weakness as quickly as it comes
That
on
was a
because she's
crazy.
so strong.
That was
And
a
to that, I would
crazy
say,
combo.
Great, tremendous. But when you are developing a character that is so strong and powerful,
bro, that's
that
crazy.
she sheds all human emotion, she's no longer a human character. She's something else. She's like Superwoman. And that can be cool, like Superwoman, cool, whatever. But that's not as interesting as vulnerability, because interest in a story generally comes from conflict, from struggle, from misery,
Oh, it's a
from
lot of
heightened
damage.
emotions. That's where it comes from. It doesn't come from somebody being totally unaffected because they're so powerful and capable. I think Aloy really could have benefited from more vulnerability, and vulnerability that stretches much longer than just a scene at a time. I'm simply saying that there are very few opportunities for Aloy to stand out as a character and as a human being.
We
To be able
should've
to
killed him.
present
What the
her own
fuck?
individualistic
Why are you guys just
personality
staring at
and to
him?
do anything other than stomp around dramatically trying to save the world because she's awesome, brave, stunning, beautiful, and very capable without any human emotions. It just feels like she isn't given any room to breathe. And it's really unfortunate because I think she could be a really interesting character if they just wrote her like she actually is human and not bother with all this weirdness. I think the developers probably realized this problem after the first game, which is why they made such a concerted effort to introduce a secondary cast that hung out at the home base you unlocked.
Why am I
around 15
raising
hours
this
in.
banner again?
And this was effectively their way of forcing the player to interact with other human beings out of the main story cutscenes. And it certainly is a vast improvement over the first game, but I still think it generally falls flat. To use an analogy, you can set a wet paper bag across from one of the most interesting people in the world and force them to have a discussion and conversation. But those viewing that talk will still find the wet paper bag lacking in any sort of interesting contribution. But once again, this is subjective. I get it. You might think she's fantastically interesting by herself. I'm just telling you I don't, and many other people that I've seen all over the place agree that at the very least something's not working quite right. Unfortunately, she's just as uninteresting as she was 5 years ago, and that's a real problem if Sony hopes to keep this franchise going in the long term with her at the helm. It wouldn't take much, probably more companion missions with the main cast, conversations where she can be vulnerable and discuss her own fears and insecurities, and not by way of a clone who expresses those insecurities, but with her actually doing it herself. Oh yeah, the clone. Quick sidebar. So this whole clone sister mother plot line was really bizarre to me. Basically, Beta shares the exact same biological blueprint as Aloy. She is also a copy of Elizabeth Sobek. They are the same, but they have been raised in very different environments. One was raised as an outcast and overcame her struggles to become the savior of humanity, and the other has been a prisoner and a slave forced to do the bidding of some evil characters who are running away from some potent force that they pissed off. The closest thing we get to Aloy being genuinely vulnerable, nervous, scared, and doubting her own capabilities is when this genetic copy of her expresses those concerns from her perspective. That's right. She doesn't even do it herself.
This game is so
we need
fucking
Aloy
anime.
to have weakness. What should we do? Oh, we'll have that clone of her be scared and weak and vulnerable and human. Oh, that's a great idea. Let's do that. And then they have Aloy come in and be like, hey, bitch, don't be so sad. I'm cool. You be cool like me. I got this. Shut up. Do what I do. Look at me. I'm great. And that, I kid you not, that's like the whole scene. I think this was because the writers were so obsessed with making her like a big bad hero character that they didn't want to give her a single moment where she like really gets scared and doubts herself for entire missions or for extended periods of time. There's an occasional conversation or cutscene when she's like, I don't know if I can do this. But 30 seconds later, she stomps off and it's like, I'm going to go save the world. And that's cool. It's just not human. It's not interesting. It's not relatable. It just, it doesn't work. Like if Kratos, the god of war, can doubt his own abilities, powers, and strength when facing a mortal foe, I think Aloy can do it too and not be considered a weakling. Vulnerability and weakness is what makes characters human and relatable. One of the reasons why I don't find Aloy compelling is that she isn't human in any identifiable way. She just has crazy physical abilities, a focus device that gives her supernatural vision and analytical abilities, and she doesn't seem to ever get truly scared, nervous, or doubtful. You might get the occasional stumble in a cutscene, such as after the Proving, but in the span of 5 minutes, she's back up sprinting towards the next quest objective to save the world because she's just that badass. All of this to say, I was really hoping that this time around I would grow to really like and relate to Aloy, that I would see things that made me go, oh, she's human. I can appreciate that. But they never spend enough time doing it, and it just feels like they're almost scared to give her weaknesses, which is a big problem. Because again, she's helming this franchise for Sony. If they expect to be able to have her continue heading up this franchise for years and years to come, they need to do something about this, because players are only going to grow more disenchanted and disengaged from her. There's a reason that players relate to Ellie a lot more than they relate to Aloy. I think there is a lot of potential here. After all, she has a unique backstory, and she is being asked to do things that no rational human being would say yes to. I guarantee if you asked me to go fight a gigantic robot T-Rex, I would probably say go F yourself. It's just really unfortunate that the writing staff seems more obsessed with making her look powerful, strong, and capable than writing an actual realistic and grounded character. Again, look at The Last of Us. Ellie is an incredibly grounded character. She's female, she's gay, she isn't sexualized at all, at least in the first game. And even so, she's incredibly vulnerable at times when it's natural and needed. There can be entire gameplay chapters where her insecurities drive the action, such as the winter sequence after Joel is injured. But Horizon has the occasional presentation of a concern or potential insecurity, and then it's all over just as quickly as it began, with the most extensive example.
I could have
only
watched that
lasting
cutscene at least.
But you know what? I will leave this here because most people hearing this topic will either totally
gotta
agree
piss.
or they will abjectly disagree.
Yeah, hey girl. Oh. I gotta get you another kitty to play with. Get you a little cat friend.
Agree and reject this whole premise of an issue. So I'll leave it there. I am interested in hearing your thoughts in the comment section below.
Wait up, Rioma.
But I really see this as a major issue for the game moving forward, and I think it's why so many people check out of the cutscenes and dialogue sequences in this game, is because half of the sequence, Aloy, and then whatever person or being she's talking to, half of that is very weak in terms of actual relatability and interest, and that doesn't work. Now, to discuss combat, ammo, and balance. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I don't typically like playing games that have any sort of shooting mechanic on a controller. Call me a PC Master Race tryhard, but it's just the truth. For me to lie would be stupid. It doesn't matter if it's shooting a bow and arrow, or guns like in The Last of Us Part 2, or throwing nails while playing as a small clay figurine like in It Takes Two. I just don't like it. And as a result, I've never pushed myself to get better at playing these games on a controller, which creates a self-fulfilling loop where I'm not very good at it, and so I don't like doing it, blah, blah, blah. By the way, did you notice my costume change and camera angle shift? Yeah, pretty cool, huh? That being said, anticipating this resistance to the gameplay, I played through the first game on stream using a controller to prepare myself. When the first game came out, I often found myself frustrated with the combat, and I think this was for multiple reasons. Chiefly among them was that most major enemies felt like big arrow sponges, especially on higher difficulties. And because ammunition is directly tied to foraging and hunting itself, it rarely felt truly satisfying for me to take on a big beast, because I knew that doing so would just result in me having less and less resources on hand for the next encounter, which would likely be even more difficult than the last. So going into this game, I was hoping for a few things. For one, I was really hoping that we would see a marked improvement in machine and beast variety. They would also need their own assortment of weak points and unique attacks that are threatening but still feel fair. Furthermore, the balancing itself would certainly need a lot of attention, because in the first game it often felt as though you needed to empty all of your ammunition reserves just to take on one large monster to acquire one of a handful of items needed to craft an upgrade, a satchel improvement, or some other addition. And this inevitably results in the player taking on one large combat encounter only to then spend half an hour to an hour collecting more resources to craft enough ammunition to take on the next encounter. And maybe I just don't like the grind, but this was always extremely frustrating for me and simply not fun. In my mind, these Horizon games are at their best when you're fighting massive machine monsters and defying all the odds. Running around collecting twigs, shooting turkeys, and hunting for obscure crafting materials is probably the worst part of these games. And I'm sure some of you out there will disagree and are probably typing a comment at this very moment you're listening to this explaining as much. And I get it. You may really like running around this beautiful world that they've crafted and collecting these items while alone with your thoughts, or perhaps while watching a YouTube video such as this in the background. But I personally find this incredibly annoying because it comes off as nothing more than filler content. It just doesn't make sense to me why you would have a gameplay system such as the combat, which is fun and satisfying, and then you weigh it down with this albatross around its neck of random material collection, and as difficulty is raised, meaning you'll need more ammunition for each combat encounter, that albatross grows heavier and heavier, making it more and more difficult to engage with the system that's already difficult. But it's not difficult because it requires skill or practice. It's difficult because it requires hours of grinding to collect enough materials to craft enough ammunition to be able to take on a given beast. It's just not fun. It focuses its efforts on the wrong thing. It would be like in the Batman Arkham games if after every single combat encounter, especially against a boss or a mini boss, your suit was damaged. So then you would have to travel all the way to the Batcave, spend resources that you've collected through fighting crime and exploring the map to upgrade and repair your bat suit and armor, and then you go back out into the world to continue Batmaning. It's like, well, okay, so you added a system that pads out gameplay time, but the reason we play Batman games is to be Batman and to do Batman stuff, not to go through this tedious thing where we're trying to just basically tread water and stay afloat in a system that really wants to pull you down. And in the case of Horizon Forbidden West and Horizon Zero Dawn, the combat can be really, really fun, but it's almost like they don't want you to use it because they make ammo collection and weapon upgrades so tedious, it's almost prohibitively unfun. As far as I'm concerned, part of any creator's job is to find the best parts of said creation and the worst parts. You then separate them and then actively work to shed the latter. If you know, for example, that your game is filled with tedious crafting material collection, foraging, and other such filler, it seems pretty clear to me that you should work actively to remove as much of that as humanly possible. The real problem I have with Horizon Forbidden West is that the developers doubled down on all of this. Instead of looking critically at the first game and figuring out what they needed to get rid of in the second, they just doubled down on absolutely everything in every way. There are new monsters, yes. Many of them are bigger and better than ever. Yes. There are more side quests, sure. There is much more dialogue, which is all written much, much better. There are far more unique characters and encounters, more biomes, and countless puzzles and collectibles to be found. But there's also far more crafting materials to be found, tedious fetch quests, and extremely obscure crafting materials with limited drop rates from large, difficult beasts that are arrow sponges. The developers also bizarrely doubled down on fetch quests, so much so that if you need a certain item for crafting, or upgrades, or ammunition, you can go into the menus and tag that specific resource. And doing so will create what the game calls a job, which is added to the same list of activities as quests. And then you can select this job as your active quest, and it will mark it on the map within a small area that likely contains the resource that you need. Think of the same thing that happens when you pin an item or material in a game like Fallout 4 or Fallout 76. Wherever you go, if you find that particular object or an item that contains that crafting material, it will be marked on the menu so that you can find it more easily. But in this case, they actually put it as a side quest in your quest list so that you can go out and just grind through these. Not only is this dynamic content boring and uninteresting, it's also just lazy. You are literally creating a dynamic quest by having the player tag items they need themselves so that they can then go and retrieve it in a rough general area that they're likely to find it. And listen, the reason I'm discussing all of this when we're leading into the combat system is because this frames every single combat encounter that you will have in the game if you're playing it on any difficulty above the basic easiest level. Any normal or up difficulty level will frame every combat encounter with this problem. I would regularly ask myself if it was worth taking on a beast that I saw in the distance, considering that doing so would likely result in the depletion of my resources in a way that was not often worth it. And as I've said many times in these critiques, if you have a gameplay system that actively discourages players from engaging in another system, it should probably be cause for extreme concern. If your crafting system is so bloated and needlessly inflated, so much so that something as simple as crafting ammunition, which is a necessity for every single combat encounter in the game, is more of a headache than a quick obstacle, you should take a long, hard look at that system and trim it down aggressively. But I wanted to know if I was the only one experiencing this, so I started asking around to my friends, asking you guys on stream, and also over on the Discord to see if I was the only one experiencing this. And the core question that I was concerned with was whether or not players were changing the difficulty level as they went through the game to make it easier to find items that they needed to collect whenever they felt the need to do so. In other words, if you were playing through the game, you got all of your ammunition depleted, and you knew that you were about to go into a really difficult combat encounter where you needed a ton of ammo, did players actively lower the difficulty setting in the menus, which you can do freely without punishment, to make it so that those rare items would drop every single time, to make it so the big bosses weren't arrow sponges, to make it easier to do, only to raise the difficulty level back up to normal or hard or whatever they were playing on once they had the ammunition. And you heard me right. The drop rates for the really rare items that certain creatures drop are directly tied to the difficulty settings. You play on the easiest setting, you'll receive every item that the beast is capable of dropping every time that you kill them.
What the
In
fuck?
contrast, if you're playing on a harder difficulty, you'll be dealing with much more restrictive drop rates on key materials,
Even though we're
meaning
trying to jump
that you'll
over.
be dealing with
Nope, sorry,
monsters
guys.
that are far more spongy when it comes to damage, but also don't drop those legendary items or crucial crafting components anywhere near as frequently. And what I found was that the overwhelming majority of people I asked, both again on stream, Discord, and in my personal life, they all said that they did encounter this. They did play around with it, lowering the difficulty level, sometimes all the way down to the easiest level where items are guaranteed to drop every time you kill a monster. And then after they got that grinding out of the way to get ammunition back up and crafting stuff taken care of, they would just bring the difficulty level back up for the next combat encounter so that they could still have a challenge with it without feeling as though they needed to grind for ammunition. And that to me is a big problem. Now listen, I've gotten heat before because I've said for a long time that I don't like difficulty sliders in games. When the player is able to change the difficulty setting on the go, with the only obstacle being a quick reload, players will inevitably change that setting to alter the experience for themselves. And that inherently is not a bad thing. As we'll be discussing in my Elden Ring critique, players are definitely capable of balancing the game for themselves to get the most out of it. The problem is that it encourages lazy development from the studio. After all, why bother balancing drop rates for important crafting materials when the player can just quickly swap over to the easiest difficulty setting for 20 minutes or so while they collect the items that they need before swapping back to the harder difficulty for the next combat encounter? And don't think I'm just bringing it up with Horizon. I even levied this criticism against The Witcher 3, one of my favorite games of all time. And the reason I criticized it was because I think it's pretty evident that the game is balanced against the Death March difficulty, the hardest difficulty in The Witcher 3. Playing at that level forces you to use all of the tools at your disposal, including fully upgraded potions, carefully selected food, precisely calibrated weapon and armor loadouts, and oils for all of your weapons. And when you play that game on the hardest difficulty setting, you will have an experience that you won't get any other way. And in my opinion, it's the best way to play the game, full stop. And I think many other players would have had a much better time with The Witcher 3 from the outset if they had been forced into playing the game on that harder difficulty setting. And furthermore, on top of all of this, it means that developers can then spend a lot more time carefully and precisely balancing systems because everybody will be playing from the same starting point. No complicated multipliers to damage or item efficacy, just one simple stat table. I mean, do you think it's an accident that From Software doesn't bother with difficulty settings? No, it's because they can much more carefully cater and calibrate the experience for players if they know everybody's starting from the same point, and based on their level and loadout, they'll be dealing with the same multipliers across the board. They don't have to worry about any of this complicated scaling stuff. I think Horizon Forbidden West would have been much better served if they didn't have difficulty scalers or anything like that. They just had the simple Horizon experience that they could calibrate carefully. The problem is, if they did that, they would then have to go into the crafting system and carefully balance every little bit to make sure that players didn't feel as though they needed to grind just to get ammunition to take on the next boss encounter, which is unfun and uninteresting. And the fact that so many people that I talk to are actively lowering the difficulty level just to make that grind easier, I think shows that players don't find that grind fun because they're trying to find ways to avoid it and circumnavigate it. Simply put, I think there are a couple of huge problems with Horizon Forbidden West at a foundational level, which were present in the first game as well. It really taints the combat, the exploration, and practically every other system. I really think they should have trimmed all of this down to one simple gameplay
fuck you.
difficulty setting, perhaps with an option for New Game Plus at launch for those who want a more difficult challenge. And I think they should have carefully balanced the ammunition, the crafting systems, everything, so that it doesn't require so much tedious foraging and collecting. Perhaps keep the system in place, but add in an option for one of your companions to bring you a full loadout of ammunition for a set cost of scrap. Kind of like the munitions dealer in Mafia 3, who you can summon for new weapons and ammunition refills at any time so long as you can pay the cost of his services. Something as simple as that would have greatly improved my experience with the game, because when I encountered those herds that I previously avoided, I would have been able to refill my ammunition for a small cost and take them on simply for the fun of it. And with the ability to just purchase all of the ammunition on the go, I wouldn't have a need for those crafting materials gained from hunting the herd, except for weapon and armor upgrades, which would mean that I could then effectively become a hunter and poacher who regularly goes out and hunts beasts only to sell their materials for scrap that I can then trade for ammunition. Sure, there's now a middleman, that being the person I have to sell the items to in exchange for a currency I'm going to then trade into ammo, but for a player like me, this would be greatly preferred. I wouldn't have to look into my weapon wheel, realize that I need canisters of blaze to craft fire arrows, pull open the map, find where the relevant machines are, fast travel using a fast travel bundle, kill a bunch of them to collect the necessary scrap, find the tanks of blaze, craft the arrows I need, and then fast travel back to where I was initially. Instead, I could just bypass all of that busy work and just hunt the damn machines freely, trade in all of those items I've randomly collected, and then purchase the ammunition when I need it. I'm sure some people will disagree with me on this, but I greatly prefer this system that I just described over the complicated system that's in place now.
Good
Sure,
shit.
you're streamlining the experience, but at least give players the option, because I personally can't stand the tedious collecting and foraging. And I think the game would be much better if I could just focus on what the game does really, really well.
Damn, my boys are strong.
To touch on
they
the
kill the
actual
other guy, no
combat,
problem.
there's not a lot to say other than that
Fuck.
it's more of the same from the first game. You're still going to be targeting weak points using elemental damage types to weaken machines that are uniquely vulnerable to those effects. The only difference is that this time you'll be able to climb, glide, and slide much more dynamically. We saw this in a bunch of the trailers leading up to the game's launch, really trying to showcase the increased amount of verticality in these encounters. But in my experience, most combat encounters won't feature this extreme level of verticality. For the most part, it's going to feel like it did in the first game. You'll be running through the woods or an open field, you'll see the machine that you need to take on, and then you'll start engaging with them. But outside of specific story beats, you probably are not going to spend much time carefully considering the angles from which you take on a given encampment or machines. You'll just kind of go in there and go crazy. There's also a few new weapons, but none of them are different enough to really feel like major additions. It's yet another reason why I feel like this game could be best summed up as Horizon Zero Dawn 1.5. It doesn't feel like it does enough differently to be totally separate from the first game. It just doubles down on major weaknesses of the original, which is part of the reason that I think it feels really underwhelming as a sequel. And beyond that, there's not much to say. You run around, shoot machines and their weak points with your various weapons, and that's about it. I understand there's a lot of variety and subtlety when it comes to different weapons, patches you can put on those weapons, and upgrades that can be applied to said weapons, each with their own effect boosters, and there are certainly ways to maximize your damage output or insert elemental effects and damage that could be extremely powerful against certain machines, but effectively all of that was true of the first game as well. And I hate to say it, I'm just kind of burnt out on it. Thankfully, it looks like Guerrilla Games is taking a break from this franchise and is working on another game and a new IP set for release in the next few years, which I think is going to be really good because it seems as though they don't have a lot of fresh ideas for Aloy either in this franchise, in addition to all of the gameplay issues. I could throw out a bunch of random ideas for improvements, but at the end of the day, there's just not that many things you can do to spruce up a combat system, which is almost entirely based around shooting arrows flung against giant robots. I don't know what I expected, it was just more than we got. It really does just feel like all of the problems from the first game are still here, but in many ways they're worse, and then all the good stuff from the first game's combat is also still here. It's bigger and badder as well, but it just ends up feeling about the same because they didn't remove any of the crap, so it's weighing down all the good stuff. And it sucks because I feel like some of the boss fights, such as the opening one you do against the gigantic snake, or some of the other boss fights you do later in the game, could have been really, really special and could have felt way bigger and badder than they end up feeling. And it's just really unfortunate because I feel like they totally missed the ball. Like, they had an opportunity to really take the first game's overall experience up a notch, make it more cinematic, more crazy, but they just don't pull it off. And it's unfortunate because now we're going to be sitting on this franchise for a long time before we get another title, and it just feels as though they sort of blew their load with the first game when it came to creativity, and then in this sequel they're like running out of ideas constantly, so they just do more of the first game, whether it's good or bad. But let's be real, the central and titular feature of this game is not the combat, not the protagonist, not even the big bosses or villains. It's the map and the world. The design of the map, the placement points of interest, and the pace at which these things are introduced to the player are all crucial to keeping the game engaging and fun. So many people have flooded my comment sections across my social media saying that this game is boring, bland, and even lazy across the board. And while that passionate response certainly represents a very vocal minority, it does reflect an opinion and sentiment that is certainly present among those who have played this game. I don't think it's fair to say that this game is lazy across the board. I think there are some lazy implementations of systems and some lack of thought on a lot of other systems. But in general, there's a lot of content here. They definitely were doing a lot of work in the 5 years since the first game's launch. There's tons of content, tons of dialogue, and new areas of the map to explore, but the quality of the encounters and the way in which they're introduced to the player certainly has a lot to do with players' feelings, something so
I didn't mean to restore my dex
to the
points.
verifiable quantity of content present. The biggest problem is the
I
map
restored
and how points of
all my
interest are shown
skill
to the player,
points.
followed closely by quick travel and quick save systems that are
It didn't
integrated
ask
into the
to
world's
confirm.
design. And if you haven't played either of the Horizon games, this might not make sense, but don't worry, we'll get into it. But real quick, before we get to that, I want to say thank you once again to the sponsor that made this video possible, NordVPN. Now I know, you hear a lot of YouTubers promoting NordVPN, but there's a good reason for it. Not only are they a fantastic sponsor that helps keep the lights on, but they also have a tremendous product that I actively use in my day-to-day life. For those of you who know me, I don't promote things unless I actually use them and believe in the product. And in this case, I really do. I've tried other VPN services and none of them even approach NordVPN's intuitive tools and software and the sheer power of their offering. As some of you guys know, I have a big server in my studio where I store roughly 48 terabytes of gameplay footage from all of my run-throughs of pretty much every game I've ever played. And since members of my production team are all over the world, some of them in the UK, others in Wyoming, I have to send data globally and make sure that it's safe. And NordVPN even has advanced tools that allow you to do that, which is how I've been able to build in VPN service to my server so that all of my data is protected no matter where I am in the world or
Man, there's so much loading.
When I tell you guys I believe in NordVPN,
screens.
I'm not just
Jesus
making it up.
Christ.
I really do use it, and I
fucking
recommend
Starfield
it.
over
Like I
here.
said before, NordVPN.com/Stevens
Holy
with promo
fuck.
code Stevens at checkout.
Just put everybody at the Longhouse. Let me talk to them. What the fuck is this?
NordVPN.com/Stevens.
Holy
Coupon code
shit.
Stevens at checkout.
This fucking
Firstly, let's
game.
understand what these points of interest are before we understand how they're placed and communicated
Fucking
to the player.
PS3
Simply,
level
they are
shit.
markers on the map that serve
Fuck.
to show notable areas in the world. These could represent locations of different machine herds, shops and merchants, puzzle locations where you can locate artifacts, towns, campfires, etc. In some games, some points of interest go unmarked, leaving them hidden only for the most observant players to find. But in the Horizon games, literally every little thing that the developers put into the game's map is marked on the map. And it would be one thing if they were only added to the map after being completed or cleared, but that's not the case either. If you sync up with the Tallneck, it'll add all of this information to your map to view. Otherwise, you just have to explore the map with the small area of fog being cleared as you explore. And the resulting map, once you've cleared everything out, ends up looking like this. This is the map of Horizon Forbidden West. This is the whole thing. Every little area, you can see it all broken out, every little spot. and all of the interesting points of interest outlined clearly. Now, the first thing that probably stands out to you is that, holy crap, this is a lot of points of interest. Like, good God. But you know what? The map is really big, so it makes sense that there would be a lot of stuff on it. Let's zoom in and see what we're actually dealing with. Okay, in cities, you can see we actually have each individual marker for individual quests that might be outlined, or your stash, hunter bows, plain song, the stitcher, the dyer, all of those merchants that you're going to be going to that you want to deal with. Out in the wilds, we've got campfires, lots of campfires, tall necks, okay, we've got scrappers, we've got the green shine slab, we've got checkpoint delta, we've got another green shire slab. I always want to say green shire slab. Tide rippers, we've got special areas that are kind of hidden away, all of this stuff sprinkled around. I don't know about you guys, but it immediately makes me think of Ubisoft, how the map is just littered with random little bitty things, and the fact that they show all of it on the map is weird to me. Like, players are going to explore the map and are going to discover a lot of this stuff themselves. They don't need you to hold their hand all the way to mark every single little point of interest, every single group of enemies and monsters. You just don't need to do that. For example, if we see here that, okay, shell walkers hang out here in addition to burrowers and tremor tusks. Okay, cool. We could have a bestiary like in The Witcher, and there are certain areas where tremor tusks hang out. You could say they hang out right at the base of mountains and snowy areas. Cool. Players just need that. They don't need to be shown exactly where they hang out. You could just tell them generally where they hang out, what sort of ecology they prefer, and then players will seek that out, and that will be more satisfying when they actually discover that. And who knows, players will probably make a mental note of that area and return when they need more tremor tusk items, or when they just want to hunt them for fun, or whatever else it may be. Same with all of these other creatures and monsters that you find. There's no need to mark these things on the map. Whenever I see this much overkill when it comes to points of interest on a map, it makes me think that the developers don't have confidence in their players. They don't think that they're going to be capable of seeking these things out and finding them themselves. So they just do all of the work for the player, marking everything up, instead of just trusting that the player will figure it out themselves. Like, the map of Red Dead Redemption 2 is very, very large, has tons of stuff in it, but it's nowhere near filled with any of these points of interest, because the developers were like, no, we're going to trust players to be able to hunt things that they need to hunt, to use information and the lore and the way we've built the world out, and we're going to give players the tools to navigate the world. We're not going to just hold their hand through it. And I much prefer that design philosophy, because I think it works much, much better, and I think it results in a much more organic experience that's more satisfying and fun when you're talking about dozens and dozens of hours of your life spent exploring these maps. When I'm exploring this and I already know what I'm likely to find in these areas, I don't find it that fun. Granted, this is a fully cleared map, so when you're playing the game, this won't all be cleared at once. Most of this will be fogged over and you won't be able to see it. But as you clear tall neck sites and as you sort of meander your way through the forests and fields, this will eventually clear itself up and open up to the point where you'll be able to see all of this. The other thing you'll notice, which I touched on before, is just how many bonfires there are, campfires. These little blue markers, every single one of them is a campfire. Now, these are used for quick saving and quick loading into different areas. They are also points that you can fast travel to when you need to, using the fast travel kits. What I noticed when I looked at this map is just how many there are. It's ridiculous. Like, look at this. Look how close these two campfires are. You literally just go up and around the ridge, and then there's another one. Why do there need to be that many campfires? I honestly don't know.
Those bombs.
I was playing through the game and I was really trying to think of why the developers would need to scatter so many in here. I can't figure it out, other than that they wanted players to be able to fast travel to pretty much any point in the map without having any sort of inconvenience or travel time associated with it. So they just sprinkled campfires every 100 yards or so, and that's it. And I would guess a lot of this is tied to the grind of material collection and foraging, because a lot of players are going to need to go to all of these areas to collect different scrap that they need. So the developers were like, well, it's already going to be tedious enough, so let's just fill it in with more campfires to make it easier to get to the area you need to. So for example, if we need a snap maw and players want to go grind this out, hunt through these.
Man, I'll fuck these guys up.
We can just place a campfire there, they'll fast travel there, they can kill it and then travel out. Or, oh, players need to go and get this chunk. Well, we'll place a campfire close to that. Boom, you can travel there, jump right to it. Or, oh, players might want to go into the greenhouse. Okay, well, we'll place a little workbench and a shelter and everything right there so they can quickly get over there, in addition to a campfire here and here so that they're easily accessible. All over the map, whenever there is one little thing players might need eventually to fast travel to or to grind for, they place a campfire right next to it, which sort of betrays that the developers knew just how tedious the game was going to be. That they didn't want the travel to the place where you need to grind to be overly miserable or time consuming. They wanted to trim that down, which is just baffling because they're trimming down the wrong thing. Like, trim down the grind, don't trim down the travel to the grind.
Yeah,
you know, like, you were so close. You were so close. But with all of that said, let's pivot into the story because we have to touch on the narrative at least a little bit in this video, even if it isn't that satisfying. I can say confidently that they put a lot of effort into the story this time around, just like they did in the first game. And I think expectations were also relatively high after the cliffhanger they left the last game on. There were all sorts of promises put forward by the development team leading up to the game's launch that this title would feature all new side quests, an expanded secondary cast, and more dialogue than the studio had ever put into a video game, and it certainly delivered on all of that. Now, to break it down easily, there are 3 main acts to the game in addition to a prologue and an epilogue. During the prologue, we're going to be running through the events of the first game and catching up on the story while grinding through some basic tutorial sections. This makes up roughly 10 hours of gameplay. In Act 1, we'll get to our new base and start working with Gaia. This can take anywhere from 5 to 10 hours itself. In Act 2, we'll be following Gaia's instructions to collect Hephaestus, Aether, Poseidon, and Demeter to bring them back to her so she can get all of her subsystems working.
That's just these guys.
I feel like this was supposed to be the most time-consuming section of the game,
wow.
but
it had a white outline on it. Wow, I
for me, ended up taking between 10 and 15 hours. Even though I was under-leveled for most of the encounters I went into, I just didn't have that much trouble with them on the normal difficulty setting. On hard, it was more time-consuming once again because I needed to go out and grind for ammunition. But once I was actually in the combat encounter, it wasn't that difficult. In Act 3, Gaia is captured along with Aloy 2.0, and so you track them down and try to save them while defeating the Zeniths. The Zenith, or Zenith, however you want to pronounce it, are a group of weird, supernaturally powerful, high-tech individuals that show up out of nowhere and seem to want to screw with Aloy and her group for no apparent reason. Though, naturally, whenever they look at Aloy, they get really weird and start talking to each other, whispering things to each other. Which is, you know, just par for the course when it comes to video game narratives. Like, whenever the big bad guy sees the protagonist, they're like, oh, and you. You know, it's like the Harry Potter thing. It's just like, yeah, you're super special. Get over it. And then after we've rescued Aloy 2.0 and Gaia and
those combos,
the Zenith once and for all, we continue upgrading our gear through the epilogue, completing side quests, and playing more of the in-game board game that they created, which I actually really, really enjoy. Now, probably my biggest problem with the way that the story is structured is that it's incredibly meandering, and it never feels as though there's one clear villain or objective. The Zenith are bad, obviously, but they seem to have complicated motivations. Motivations that Aloy appears wholly uninterested in understanding. Silence is also still here mucking about, and you still have a sense of distrust towards him, but he is still key to Aloy solving this mystery and fixing its problems. The objectives levied towards the player are also generally meandering. As I just mentioned, the first 10 hours of the game are spent performing mindless tedium, various fetch quests, and engaging in bland verbose dialogue sequences that carry on far longer than you would expect them to. Once you pass that gate into the first main act of the story and gain access to the western portion of the map that this title is named after, you are sent on a series of fetch quests that are also tedious and not particularly exciting. I think part of my frustration with this mid-game portion is that there really isn't any mystery. You are
That was
sent to
decent.
various interesting locations, my favorite of which is the old rundown version of Las Vegas, though it is admittedly far smaller and way less interesting than you would probably expect. You will then need to retrieve one of the subsystems from Gaia, which you will do by working with various NPCs in those areas. And after you've collected the subsystem, you will bring it all the way back to your center of operations and continue on to the next fetch quest to get the next subsystem. And I can't believe I have to say this, but designing a third of your game around different versions of fetch quests is just not that interesting. You could say that other games like The Witcher 3 do this as well, where the objective is to effectively fetch Ciri, but I don't think that's fair, because the way the main quest is designed obfuscates that fact and leaves a lot of questions in the air. As you move from area to area in The Witcher 3, you don't know what you're going to find next, and it keeps things engaging and interesting as the plot thickens. But in Forbidden West, there is no mystery. You will go to the areas marked on your map, fight some enemies, maybe
Everybody's
a couple of
my best
machines,
friend.
make a couple of forgettable friends, and then move
Let's
on to the next
go.
area to repeat the process. The biggest plot twist is that the Zenith
okay.
occasionally show up and fight you, and then like hurt you and your friends, and then they leave, and like that's it. Paired with all of this and compounding the many problems we already are dealing with are
You
the
cannot mark
unending and exhausting
missions
dialogue
in
trees
the
that are
other
just as
areas
long as they are
active?
unnecessary. I get it, the writers put a lot of work into the world building and conceptualization of the different tribes, factions, and the infighting between all of them. And that lore is really valuable, and it's good to see that they've put the
travel
work in up
back
front to build that
to-
out. But the way it's communicated to the player just feels very elementary. Every little detail is
using
carefully
the-
explained through multiple
okay,
sentences of
let me
dialogue
see.
that's usually built around conversations that are important for understanding where you are in the main story, the character motivations, and
fuck out
other
of my
such
house.
information that's really important to keeping the player engaged more generally. It's like one of those sandwiches you get from a deli that is way too much bread. It's good that there's bread there. After all, a sandwich isn't really a sandwich without bread, but there's way too much surrounding the inner content, which is what you are actually interested in. The problem is that if you remove the bread, you won't be very full by eating just the inner contents. But if you leave all the bread there, you'll fill up way too quickly and won't be able to finish or fully appreciate the meats and dressings that define the sandwich. Yes, in case you were wondering, I was very hungry while writing this script. The point is, the needlessly bloated dialogue is the bread. The good portions of dialogue that's important for keeping the player engaged is the meat, the good stuff in the sandwich, and there's just way too much bread. But if you get rid of the bread, you're not going to be full, it's not going to work, and you're going to feel like you're missing things. But if you eat everything with the bread, then you're just going to get full on the bread, and you're not going to finish the sandwich, leaving key information out of your mind. It just doesn't work well. Simply put, there's so much bloat around the important main dialogue that I think most players are going to just check out mentally and lose focus. It's okay to have the lore and extensive explanations of world events, but keep it relegated to its own dialogue branches in every case, so that it doesn't affect the player's capacity for understanding the main story. I don't have a survey or anything to back up this point, but I have seen countless comments from you guys on stream, TikTok, YouTube comment section, everywhere, expressing this very point, that many of you tuned out during longer dialogue sections and cutscenes because there was so much unnecessary dialogue. If you want to see what really good dialogue in a video game looks like, look at a game like God of War 2018, Red Dead Redemption 2, or The Last of Us series. All of them are written in a realistic style, and they have very comprehensive and detailed worlds, but the key dialogue is written in such a lean way that it keeps people's attention so that they retain the important information. There's no other way I can put it than to just say that Horizon Forbidden West dialogue often feels like it's written by a high schooler crafting their very first short story. You know, in the words of a director I worked with when I was in a play called A Bright New Boise, novice writers pen too much, experienced writers pen enough. But listen, we can't beat around the bush with the narrative section and just not mention the ending of the game, because a lot of really weird stuff happens seemingly out of nowhere, but that was probably because I was mentally tuning out so much of the dialogue that led up to the ending because it was so just bloated and inflated. I'm gonna go through it. You see, they wrap up this game on one of the biggest cliffhangers that I can think of in recent memory within AAA game releases. And to explain this as briefly as I can, basically, the Zenith it turns out, are the same group of humans that left Earth 1,000 years ago when Calamity first struck. They have gained newfound abilities such as age-preventing medicine and intergalactic travel, and during that time, their newfound technological capabilities have even evolved greatly to the point where they appear as individual supermen and women. And for the majority of the game, it seems as though they want to just destroy life on Earth for some inexplicable reason. The main cast, of course, speculates as to their true motivations, but they never settle on anything concrete. Over the course of the story, we meet a fair number of new characters, including someone named Tilda Vandermeer, who is one of the Zenith that seems to want to help you for some reason. She's one of the original crew that's over 1,000 years old herself. Now this next little part, I'm just gonna read straight off of the Horizon Zero Dawn / Horizon Forbidden West wiki page because they've already proofread it and they have confirmed all of this stuff. And I don't want you to think I'm making any of this up. So big props to the moderators and the contributors over on the Horizon Forbidden West wiki over there. They've done great work. All of this stuff I'm about to describe is found on that wiki. After departing Earth with their advanced longevity technology, Tilda and the other Zenith were able to halt their aging altogether, effectively rendering themselves immortal. They eventually reached the Sirius system and established a colony, with all the technology necessary to tend to their every need. Once again, Tilda found herself alone despite being surrounded by many who were more content with machines to tend to their needs and sitting in virtual reality. Her greatest company was her shame at leaving Elizabeth Sobek to die on Earth. Elizabeth Sobek, by the way, the lady that Aloy's clone and Aloy herself were based on, basically, they were in love. So Tilda and Elizabeth were lovers in the nighttime. It really like complicates the reaction Tilda has to Aloy later because she sees
Armstrong
like
gun.
a young version of her lover. It gets weird.
Let's do that.
But we'll keep going. After a few centuries, the colony was destroyed by the Zenith's own creation, a system called Nemesis, which was a failed attempt to develop digital immortality. Tilda was one of the dozen or so Zeniths to escape Sirius aboard the Odyssey ship. Knowing that Nemesis would continue to pursue them, Gerard came up with a plan to return to Earth and steal a backup copy of Gaia before leaving Earth to Nemesis's mercy, while the Zenith find another planet to hide on. And to that end, they created a clone of Sobek, which they call Beta, and they wanted to use her gene print to access Zero Dawn facilities. En route back to Earth, Beta was placed in a learning module and educated by Apollo. And feeling that Beta needed to experience Earth culture, Tilda created a data channel that allowed Beta to exit the training module into a virtual replica of her mansion back on Earth. And after a few months, Tilda considered that the other Zeniths would punish Beta if the channel was discovered, so she spontaneously cut off all contact and would later pretend that the data channel never even existed when Beta met the Zeniths in person. The Zeniths would then search several Zero Dawn facilities using Beta as the key for backup to know until they received an anonymous data pulse pointing them in a particular direction. Tilda accompanied Gerard, Beta, and Eric Visser to the facility where they not only found a Gaia backup, but another Sobek clone, Aloy. Tilda immediately figures out that this was probably created by Gaia as a last resort to reboot the terraforming system. She attempted to suggest recruiting Aloy, but she was refused by the other members of the group, who ordered Visser to kill Aloy. While her allies assumed Aloy was deceased after she made a dramatic escape, Tilda suspected otherwise. She later found Aloy's destroyed focus and managed to repair it, gaining access to all of its data.
Oh, that was
At which
fast.
point she also discovered the identity of the individual who had sent the pulse, Silence. Keeping this information to herself, Tilda got to work hacking the focuses of the Sons of Prometheus and learned that Silence was supplying Regala's rebels with machine overrides, and in exchange for helping overthrow Hikaru, she'd lead the full force of the Tanakh against the Zenith base in a suicidal attack. Tilda also learned about Aloy's life and concluded that she was in fact the superior version of Elizabeth Sobek compared to Beta. And seeing this as an opportunity for a do-over for leaving the love of her life behind a millennia earlier, Tilda plotted to betray the other Zenith to take both Aloy and Gaia aboard the Odyssey and leave Earth behind once and for all with her new but old lover. See what I mean? It gets like it gets weird. Like, she's never met Aloy, she doesn't know Aloy, but because Aloy is technically a clone of somebody that she was in love with, she's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna like take you and you're gonna be mine and we're gonna like, it's weirdly rapey and I don't like it. It's not great. Like, it doesn't matter if she's female and Aloy's female, like, it's still rapey either way. It's just not cool. Now, Tilda was with Gerard and Visser once again when they stormed Cauldron Gemini, where Aloy and her allies were attempting to merge Hephaestus. As Gerard incapacitated Aloy and Visser killed Varro and recaptured Beta, Tilda stealthily descended to join Aloy and took the moment to betray the Zenith, releasing
that guy
a
was
flash
fucking
that knocked
crazy.
out Aloy while briefly blinding the Zenith.
Head for the
who
main
were
encampment.
protected
All
by
right,
their
we did all
shields.
that.
I'm sorry I keep swapping on Zenith versus Zenith.
Defeat formidable
My brain
foes.
just thinks
Thank
they're both
God, a
valid,
banner.
and so my brain says both interchangeably. I'm sorry, I'll try to do better. Tilda then took Aloy to the ruins of her old mansion and left her to recuperate in her vault. Once Aloy had awoken, Tilda offered her breakfast, and naturally, Aloy was pretty skeptical of her intentions after everything that the Zenith had done, until she showed her old focus. Which
Somebody
point
got a
Tilda
cannon.
explained to her her knowledge of Cylons manipulating Regala's rebellion. She proposed that the two of them infiltrate the Zenith base during the Tanakh attack, that they might be able to kill the Zenith and recover Gaia and Beta once and for all. She also says that they could heal the biosphere and use Apollo to educate the tribal humans as Elizabeth had intended. And Aloy and her allies, who were all unaware of Nemesis's existence and had assumed the Zenith wanted to use Gaia to reshape the planet in their own image, a fact that Tilda kept to herself, they agree to go along with it. The exception being that Aloy refused to fully sacrifice the Tanakh, though Tilda didn't see another option until the Huntress demanded that she open the data channel to Beta. After Aloy told Beta to hold on, she whispered something to her but refused to disclose what she had whispered to Tilda. She then promised that after she laid Varl to rest, she'd put an end to Regala's rebellion, giving Cylons no other option but to bring his anti-shield weapon to their side. Aloy then runs off, stops the Regala rebellion, and brings Cylons to the table. Aloy then introduced the rogue Zenith to Cylons, who was immediately suspicious of her true intentions. The rest of Aloy's companions also distrust her, but they don't see another option other than to work with her. So they prepare for the final attack on the Far Zenith base, since she's the only one who knows how to gain access. So once you've all gathered up for the final assault during the final mission, Tilda guides everybody through the Far Zenith base and watches as Beta unleashes Hephaestus into the Far Zenith computer system, allowing it to rapidly manufacture machines that decimate the Spectre army. And after Cylons uses his device to permanently disable the Zenith shields, including Tilda's own shield, Tilda went after Gerard to stop him from escaping, while Aloy and Zoe killed Visor and the rest of her Zenith companions, who were all slaughtered and slain by Hephaestus's machines. At the top of the Far Zenith base, Tilda attacked Gerard, blasting him through a door and executing him with a plasma shot to the back in front of Aloy and Beta, whom Aloy had just rescued. Seeing a hologram of Nemesis in the middle of the room, Tilda quickly learned that Aloy and Beta had actually found out the truth about Nemesis. So Tilda described why Nemesis was turning on them and how it destroyed their civilization, admitting that Far Zenith never wanted to destroy Earth, but only to steal Gaia and flee the planet to avoid Nemesis. Tilda further explained that Far Zenith never sent the extinction signal, but that Nemesis did, and is now en route to destroy personally everything on Earth, and that it was compelled to do so since Hades had failed in the last game. Tilda then tells Aloy that Earth is doomed to perish at Nemesis' hands, and tells her that she must clear to a nearby planet aboard the Zenith spaceship, suggesting that they use Gaia to rebuild life there. However, devoted to the planet and her friends, Aloy flatly refused to abandon Earth. Angered, Tilda discarded Beta as an inferior copy of her lover and declared that she would force Aloy to come with her, refusing to make the same mistake she did 1,000 years ago by leaving Elizabeth behind. Tilda then summons the Spectre Prime, which is the most advanced Far Zenith machine in their possession, and pilots it in an attempt to subdue and kidnap Aloy. Completion of the boss fight, Tilda is killed in the explosion. We're then left in a really weird spot where the game is basically over, but there is this impending force that wants to destroy all of the planet Earth, and it was enough to cause serious concern for this hyper-advanced technological species and group of humans that had escaped Earth 1,000 years before. But you know what? Aloy's got a bow and arrow, so she's probably going to be able to figure it out in the next game. So it's just a huge cliffhanger where impending doom and death is omnipresent, and they don't know what they're going to do, and the game's just...
Bro, why the fuck
Now, I have
did
a
you
couple
keep
of
shooting
problems
him?
with
Why
this.
didn't
For
you... What the
one,
fuck was
Tilda
that?
And her weird obsession with Elizabeth Sobek. It's weird. It's like... It's all based on kidnapping and her bizarre feeling that she owns Beta and she owns Aloy. Just plays weird, and it feels like the writers never really explore the idea that she wants to basically kidnap and then keep Beta and Aloy as her possessions. It's just odd, but it's never really
Why did you take
addressed.
another medicine? You were at
And
max
it seems
health.
like a missed opportunity. It's also
Pressed it by
frustrating because
mistake.
it feels as though they just relied on Deus Ex Machina to fix all of the problems. Like, they couldn't take on the Zenith, so we'll have one of the Zenith turn on the Zenith, and then she'll provide special access to the base. She'll provide information that helps them override everything and defeat the big bad enemies. It just feels like they were unable to come up with a situation where Aloy could reasonably take down the Zenith by herself with her crew, and so they bring in this character to just do it for them and basically repair all of the plot holes and issues.
All
And
right,
it just
that's
isn't
one more
that satisfying.
enemy
It also seems like a
neutralized.
huge missed opportunity to build this secondary cast for Aloy and then have them basically be
there's probably a banner
subplot
over here,
characters
yep.
that never get their moment to shine in the ending of the game. They're just kind of there.
Ah,
while
fuck those
Aloy
guys.
And
We got bigger
Tilda
fish to
take
fry.
on the big bad
Come
guys
on.
and handle everything. It just plays weird. Like Silence too. Silence just comes out of nowhere at the end of the game to provide this tool that makes all of the Zenith vulnerable. It's
Where's
just
the,
odd. Like, it could be one thing if
formidables?
Tilda came along in the early game and said, listen, I want to help you guys. These people are crazy. We need this tool to override the shields that we have. If you do it, I'll become mortal,
All
but
right.
so will they. So that's our ultimate goal, is to get this thing crafted. And then over the course of the next 30 hours of gameplay, you're taking on very difficult beasts and machines that have crafting
All right,
components
that was
that
good.
create this very rare, very special tool that you'll need to complete the main
Bro,
story.
can I heal
Boom,
at least?
right there. We have a
Fuck.
long-term goal. There's a reason to go and hunt machines, especially the big.
You
tough,
already have
difficult
fucking a
ones.
massive health
Done.
pool.
Easy.
Fuck
But
you.
instead, they just rely on Silence doing all of it for them and
that fucking-
fixing that problem for Aloy and the player. And
So
it
used
just
to these
feels as
fucking
though
lightning flash
it's
attacks, I
really
keep reacting
underwhelming.
way
Like,
too quick.
Let this be a story about Aloy. Let the player figure these problems out. Don't rely on secondary characters or co-starring characters.
Great, and
to
he
do
can
it
parry
for
my
the player.
shit.
That's just unsatisfying. I also think the whole introduction
What the
of
fuck
Beta
are
as
these
a character
nerds
is
doing
just
here?
Bizarre. Like I said earlier, I think it's primarily
Bro,
just to
stop.
give
There's already fucking like 3
contrast to
bosses.
Aloy and show how badass Aloy is.
Or
But
was it
more
3
than
bosses,
anything,
or was it just a
makes
bunch
me
of you
feel like
fucking dickheads
Beta could have been
hanging
a more
around him?
compelling protagonist than
it's just
Aloy,
that one guy, I
because she
think.
has a lot
Yeah.
more vulnerabilities, a lot more insecurities and weaknesses. And there's some place for her to go and grow too. Whereas Aloy just comes in
Oh
and
my
is like, you
fucking
need
God.
to stop being such
Fuck
a
off.
whiny loser. Be like me. And the players are supposed to just like sit back and do the weird like slap poetry. Yes, Queen.
Fucking
I don't find that
Minecraft
satisfying.
villagers.
Like,
Get the
Beta
fuck
would have
out of
been a
here.
Much better character to lead the game instead of Aloy at this point, because the writers don't want to give Aloy any weaknesses or vulnerability for any extended period of time. It's frustrating. But like I said, after all of that, we reach the end game, or the epilogue technically. And this is when you're just supposed to go around doing all the bits
I
and
just
bobs
need
that
to
you
heal.
haven't done already.
I
Now,
just
for this
need to heal.
epilogue, we will gain access permanently to the Sunwing override key that players use to get to the final mission at the end of the game. So you will gain access to flying after you've completed the main story. Now, don't get me wrong, this is really cool. The Sunwing feels great to fly. It's super cool to be able to just summon it. It'll come
Bro,
pick
can I
you
just-
up. You can
what
fly
the
around,
fuck?
get to tough to navigate places. It makes that grind really, really at least more
You know what?
enjoyable, because you can at least enjoy the views when you fly on the way to the location where you need to grind out some materials. It just feels good. What's bizarre to me is that you have to wait until the game's over before you get it. Listen, I think there were reasons they did this. I think there's reasons that make sense as to why they force you to wait to the end of the game to get access to the Sunwing. For one, if you had access to the Sunwing from the beginning of the game or from halfway
Didn't
through
mean
the
to
game,
do that,
wherever it may
fuck.
have been, there's very little reason to run around on foot on the ground or on your mount to
fuck,
explore
I
the
can't
map.
heal.
You're just going to fly to and from every location. It's just the way it's going to work. So a lot of players would miss interesting locations. A lot of players wouldn't clear the map very carefully. They would just fly over it because it's more convenient. And as we know, if players can do something to make their life easier, they will do it. Secondly, the game is built around those aforementioned campfires that we were looking at for the fast travel system. And if you can just fly to locations, that's going to be more enjoyable for most players than just quickly fast traveling between campfires. So the whole campfire system is basically useless once you get that access to the Sunwing. There's no reason to use it. Or rather, there is reason to use it once the Sunwings become boring themselves, if and when that eventually happens. So I think it makes sense as to why they didn't introduce this to the player from the very, very beginning. But I think there were ways that they could have made it rare or difficult to access. Perhaps you get access to the Sunwing key about halfway through the game. And so
can't wait to spend 30 minutes memorizing the final boss's
Sunwing
moveset.
override requires difficult to find items. I mean, hey, if we're gonna force players to go around forage and
that's the most fun gameplay.
Things, why not just do
Sitting
it again
here and dying
with
over
access
and
to
over.
the Sunwing override key? So it's really difficult
Not the dying
to
part,
get,
but just
get access to a Sunwing.
The fucking
or maybe it's
having to memorize lightning fast
they
attacks.
require some sort of energy for the
So
override
fucking
that needs to
bullshit.
cool down, or just something to make it so you can't use it all the time.
Let's go.
Full stop.
I gotta kill
But even that would
Jules.
be unsatisfying because we'd get access to this really cool system, the
Yep.
Sunwing, and then we just would be actively prevented from using it, which defeats the purpose. I mean, as weird as
let's
it
get
is,
this big guy
it's almost
first.
like the Sunwing is just, it's a cool feature, but it's one that doesn't work with the other systems at play in the game. I actually think the Sunwing isn't a good addition. Like, it's a cool
Too
addition.
early, fuck.
It's like,
I
it's
deserve
fun for half an hour when you first get access to it after the credits roll. But when you actually try to play through the general gameplay loop, it doesn't jive with it. It doesn't work with it. It feels out of place. And it's because the whole rest of the game is designed around you running around on foot or on your mount, and that's it. They didn't design this game for you to fly around locations. And so the level design, the way that things are set up,
he got
puzzles
me.
are set up, none of it takes the actual Sunwing into account. And it ends up feeling very, very weird. Maybe they have an idea for like their first big DLC whenever they get around to that will implement this Sunwing in a more interesting way. Hopefully they do that and it'll work better. But as of right now, this just doesn't do it for me. This is really, really weird and it just doesn't feel at home. I mean, I think there's ways that they could
Jules
introduce
now.
this. For example, like if during a DLC they take you further out the coast, so maybe you are fighting it out on old oil rigs and like you have to fly between oil rigs and then you can override like robot
Gangbang.
whales and you can hang out with the whale as you like navigate the water. There'll be ways like that where you stretch things out so you don't need to pay as much attention to the minutia of exploring, but still it would take some pretty significant redesigns. But even if the Sunwing really changed the gameplay loop and made it super, super fun, I'll be real, I'm just kind of done with the game. Like the whole thing is so tedious. It requires so much grinding. It's so bloated for the majority of its runtime that by the time I reached the end of the game, I was just ready to move on. I'm done. I'm good. I was hoping that this game would take the first game and just rework it into something new and fresh, but instead they just gave me more of the same of the good and more of the same of the bad, and it ends up just being extremely bloated and kind of unfun. So let's wrap this up. Let's go to the back. So Forbidden West is just a really weird game to me. I don't really know what to make of it because I think on the one hand, it does a lot of stuff really well, and I think it's generally fun, at least in small portions and bites. But as the game goes on and as the gameplay time continues to rack up, you realize that there's just not that much here that's totally new or fresh. Even some interesting ideas, such as the rebreather that they introduce, aren't used or implemented very aggressively throughout most of the campaign. There's a few levels that implement it, which are pretty cool, such as the ones they showed off at E3 a couple of years ago. But other than those few systems and integrations, they don't ever feel really comprehensively integrated or implemented, and it's just generally a weird game. I mean, again, the best way I can describe it is Horizon Zero Dawn 1.5. If like the DLC for Horizon Zero Dawn was Horizon Zero Dawn 1.0 1 or 1.25. This is 1.5. It doesn't even feel like a full generational leap. It doesn't feel like anything too crazy or anything that they couldn't have done on the base PS4, because of course they ended up doing it on the base PS4 with Forbidden West available on that platform. You know, I said back in the day when Horizon Zero Dawn launched that I felt as though it was a solid B, like a solid B, maybe even a B plus. There were a lot of really cool ideas, but I felt like it just didn't do anything so tremendous that it felt like an A plus. Like when you play God of War 2018, that feels like an A plus. So much of it is just tremendous in every way. Or same with Horizon, or rather Red Dead Redemption 2 or The Witcher 3. All of those, they have something very unique and special about them that makes them stand out. Horizon Zero Dawn and then Horizon Forbidden West, just none of them have really nailed that. And while I was hoping this sequel would just take everything up a notch, it just hasn't. And as a result, we've ended up with a game that I feel is once again a solid B. More like a B minus to me, possibly even a C plus, depending on when you ask me. Because the grind is so tedious. There's so much here that just doesn't need to be here.
Yes.
And it generally just reeks of overconfidence and a lack of critical evaluation. I mentioned it earlier in the video where I said I felt as though they sort of liked the smell of their own farts and they were just pretending as though everything in Horizon Zero Dawn was really good, and so they just kept doing more of it even when it didn't really work. That's the vibe I get from most of Horizon Forbidden West. It's just like they took the stuff that worked from the first game, did more of it, made it bigger and badder, and then they took all the crap from the first game and then made that bigger and badder, way more of it, and it's just unfortunate. The pacing is all over the place. The coolest navigational tool you get access to is given to you at the end of the game when you're already sick of it. And even then, it takes 10 hours plus to actually get to the area the game is named after. And by that point, a lot of players will have already given up and just moved on. It sucks, but I just really don't think that this game is that exceptional. I don't think it's that fun, and I'm generally pretty disappointed by it. I was hoping for the next generation experience from Sony, but
fucked up the whole map.
I just got more of the same.
But
all of that
is
just my opinion. Let me know what you think in the comment section below, and if you want to see me do a similar treatment to another game
fucking way.
Critique, comment what game you would like to see me tackle next. As always, if you like
the video,
make sure to hit the like, subscribe, and ring the bell to be notified of new uploads every Monday and Friday.
Holy
and then also
shit!
Follow all of my social media, which I'll have linked in the link tree in the description box below the like button. So follow me Twitter, Instagram.
They came in fucked up back
Twitch,
home, huh?
All that stuff. But that's it for me. Thanks for watching. I love you all more than you
At least I
possibly
unlocked
know.
all of the fast travel.
Hugs and
points.
kisses. Bye-bye.
Public order must be restored. Yeah, at least I could travel most places. But holy shit, they fucked this place up. Man. Alright, I'm gonna have to do it to him tomorrow. Collection complete. Oh, so the fugitives aren't there. I already beat them. The storehouse. They got a new storehouse. Oh my fucking god. A public disturbance caused by. It's a level 50 challenge. Level 22, 43. At least they got some ones that aren't too bad. These are pretty... Yeah, they haven't really infiltrated back home yet. But they're over here on the east side taking over. Fuck.